The 12 Men by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honour of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 12 Men. The other day, while I was meditating on morality and Mr. H. Pitt, I was, so to speak, snatched up and put into a jury box to try people. The snatching took some weeks, but to me it seemed something sudden and arbitrary. I was put into this box because I lived in Battersea, and my name began with a C. Looking round me, I saw that there were also summoned and in attendance in the court whole crowds and processions of men, all of whom lived in Battersea, and all of whose names began with a C. It seems that they always summon jurymen in this sweeping alphabetical way. At one official blow, so to speak, Battersea is denuded of all its C's, and left to get on as best it can with the rest of the alphabet. A cumber-patch is missing from one street, a chisel-pop from another, 3 Chucksterfields from Chucksterfield House. The children are crying out for an absent cadgerboy. The woman at the street corner is weeping for her coffin-top, and will not be comforted. We settle down with a rollicking ease into our seats, for we are a bold, devil-may-care race, the C's of Battersea, and an oath is administered to us in a totally inaudible manner by an individual resembling an army surgeon in his second childhood. We understand, however, that we are to well and truly try the case between our sovereign lord the King and the prisoner at the bar, neither of whom has put in an appearance as yet. Just when I was wondering whether the King and the prisoner were, perhaps, coming to an amicable understanding in some adjoining public house, the prisoner's head appears above the barrier of the dock. He is accused of stealing bicycles, and he is the living image of a great friend of mine. We go into the matter of the stealing of the bicycles. We do well and truly try the case between the King and the prisoner in the affair of the bicycles, and we come to the conclusion, after a brief but reasonable discussion, that the King is not in any way implicated. Then we pass on to a woman who neglected her children, and who looks as if somebody or something had neglected her. And I am one of those who fancy that something had. All the time that the eye took in these light appearances and the brain passed these light criticisms, there was in the heart a barbaric pity and fear which men have never been able to utter from the beginning, but which is the power behind half the poems of the world. The mood cannot even adequately be suggested, except faintly by this statement that tragedy is the highest expression of the infinite value of human life. Never had I stood so close to pain, and never so far away from pessimism. Ordinarily I should not have spoken of these dark emotions at all, for speech about them is too difficult. But I mention them now for a specific and particular reason, to the statement of which I will proceed at once. I speak these feelings because out of the furnace of them there came a curious realization of a political or social truth. I saw with a queer and indescribable kind of clearness what a jury really is, and why we must never let it go. The trend of our epoch up to this time has been consistently towards specialism and professionalism. We tend to have trained soldiers because they fight better, trained singers because they sing better, trained dancers because they dance better, specially instructed laughers because they laugh better, and so on and so on. The principle has been applied to law and politics by innumerable modern writers. Many Fabians have insisted that a greater part of our political work should be performed by experts. Many legalists have declared that the untrained jury should be altogether supplanted by the trained judge. Now, if this world of ours were really what is called reasonable, I do not know that there would be any fault to find with this. But the true result of all experience and the true foundation of all religion is this, that the 4 or 5 things that it is most practically essential that a man should know are all of them what people call paradoxes. That is to say, that though we all find them in life to be mere plain truths, yet we cannot easily state them in words without being guilty of seeming verbal contradictions. One of them, for instance, is the unimpeachable platitude that the man who finds most pleasure for himself is often the man who least hunts for it. Another is the paradox of courage, the fact that the way to avoid death is not to have too much aversion to it. Whoever is careless enough of his bones to climb some hopeful cliff above the tide may save his bones by that carelessness. Whoever will lose his life, the same shall save it. An entirely practical and prosaic statement. Now, one of these 4 or 5 paradoxes which should be taught to every infant prattling at his mother's knee is the following: that the more a man looks at a thing, the less he can see it, and the more a man learns a thing, the less he knows it. The Fabian argument of the expert, that the man who is trained should be the man who is trusted, would be absolutely unanswerable if it were really true that a man who studied a thing and practised it every day went on seeing more and more of its significance. But he does not. He goes on seeing less and less of its significance. In the same way, alas, we all go on every day, unless we are continually goading ourselves into gratitude and humility, seeing less and less of the significance of the sky or the stones. Now it is a terrible business to mark a man out for the vengeance of men, but it is a thing to which a man can grow accustomed, as he can to other terrible things. He can even grow accustomed to the sun. And the horrible thing about all legal officials, even the best, about all judges, magistrates, barristers, detectives, and policemen, is not that they are wicked. Some of them are good. Not that they are stupid. Several of them are quite intelligent. It is simply that they have got used to it. Strictly, they do not see the prisoner in the dock. All they see is the usual man in the usual place. They do not see the awful court of judgment. They only see their own workshop. Therefore the instinct of Christian civilization has most wisely declared that into their judgments there shall upon every occasion be infused fresh blood and fresh thoughts from the streets. Men shall come in who can see the court and the crowd, and coarse faces of the policemen and the professional criminals, the wasted faces of the wastrels, the unreal faces of the gesticulating counsel, and see it all as one sees a new picture or a play hitherto unvisited. Our civilization has decided, and very justly decided, that determining the guilt or innocence of men is a thing too important to be trusted to trained men. It wishes for light upon that awful matter. It asks men who know no more law than I know, but who can feel the things that I felt in the jury box. When it wants a library catalogued, or the solar system discovered, or any trifle of that kind, it uses up specialists, but when it wishes anything done which is really serious, it collects 12 of the ordinary men standing round. The same thing was done, if I remember right, by the founder of Christianity. End of 12 Men, by G.K. Chesterton.
Chapter 12 of 12 Years a Slave by Solomon Northup. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 of 12 Years a Slave by Solomon Northup. Edwin Epps, of whom much will be said during the remainder of this history, is a large, portly, heavy-bodied man with light hair, high cheekbones, and a Roman nose of extraordinary dimensions. He has blue eyes, a fair complexion, and is, as I should say, full 6 feet high. He has the sharp, inquisitive expression of a jockey. His manners are repulsive and coarse, and his language gives speedy and unequivocal evidence that he has never enjoyed the advantages of an education. He has the faculty of saying most provoking things, in that respect even excelling old Peter Tanner. At the time I came into his possession, Edwin Epps was fond of the bottle, his sprees sometimes extending over the space of 2 whole weeks. Latterly, however, he had reformed his habits, and when I left him, was as strict a specimen of temperance as could be found on Bayou Boeuf. When in his cups, Master Epps was a roystering, blustering, noisy fellow, whose chief delight was in dancing with his niggers, or lashing them about the yard with his long whip, just for the pleasure of hearing them screech and scream, as the great welts were planted on their backs. When sober, he was silent, reserved, and cunning, not beating us indiscriminately, as in his drunken moments, but sending the end of his rawhide to some tender spot of a lagging slave, with a sly dexterity peculiar to himself. He had been a driver and overseer in his younger years, but at this time was in possession of a plantation on Bayou Huff Power, 2½ miles from Holmesville, 18 from Marksville, and 12 from Cheneyville. It belonged to Joseph B. Roberts, his wife's uncle, and was leased by Epps. His principal business was raising cotton, and, inasmuch as some may read this book who have never seen a cotton field, a description of the manner of its culture may not be out of place. The ground is prepared by throwing up beds or ridges with the plow. Back furrowing, it is called. Oxen and mules, the latter almost exclusively, are used in plowing. The women, as frequently as the men, perform this labor, feeding, currying, and taking care of their teams, and in all respects doing the field and stable work, precisely as do the plowboys of the North. The beds, or ridges, are 6 feet wide, that is, from water furrow to water furrow. A plow drawn by 1 mule is then run along the top of the ridge or center of the bed, making the drill, into which a girl usually drops the seed, which she carries in a bag hung round her neck. Behind her comes a mule and harrow, covering up the seed, so that 2 mules, 3 slaves, a plow, and harrow are employed in planting a row of cotton. This is done in the months of March and April. Corn is planted in February. When there are no cold rains, the cotton usually makes its appearance in a week. In the course of 8 or 10 days afterwards the first hoeing is commenced. This is performed in part, also, by the aid of the plow and mule. The plow passes as near as possible to the cotton on both sides, throwing the furrow from it. Slaves follow with their hoes, cutting up the grass and cotton, leaving hills 2½ feet apart. This is called scraping cotton. In 2 weeks more commences the second hoeing. This time the furrow is thrown towards the cotton. Only 1 stalk, the largest, is now left standing in each hill. In another fortnight it is hoed the 3rd time, throwing the furrow towards the cotton in the same manner as before, and killing all the grass between the rows. About the 1st of July, when it is a foot high or thereabouts, it is hoed the 4th and last time. Now the whole space between the rows is plowed, leaving a deep water furrow in the center. During all these hoeings the overseer or driver follows the slaves on horseback with a whip, such as has been described. The faster hoer takes the lead row. He is usually about a rod in advance of his companions. If one of them passes him, he is whipped. If one falls behind or is a moment idle, he is whipped. In fact, the lash is flying from morning until night, the whole day long. The hoeing season thus continues from April until July, a field having no sooner been finished once than it is commenced again. In the latter part of August begins the cotton picking season. At this time each slave is presented with a sack. A strap is fastened to it, which goes over the neck, holding the mouth of the sack pressed high. while the bottom reaches nearly to the ground. Each one is also presented with a large basket that will hold about 2 barrels. This is to put the cotton in when the sack is filled. The baskets are carried to the field and placed at the beginning of the rows. When a new hand, one unaccustomed to the business, is sent for the first time into the field, he is whipped up smartly and made for that day to pick as fast as he can possibly. At night it is weighed, so that his capability in cotton picking is known. He must bring in the same weight each night following. If it falls short, it is considered evidence that he has been laggard, and a greater or less number of lashes is the penalty. An ordinary day's work is 200 pounds. A slave who is accustomed to picking is punished if he or she brings in a less quantity than that. There is a great difference among them as regards this kind of labor. Some of them seem to have a natural knack, or quickness, which enables them to pick with great celerity, and with both hands, while others, with whatever practice or industry, are utterly unable to come up to the ordinary standard. Such hands are taken from the cotton field and employed in other business. Patsy, of whom I shall have more to say, was known as the most remarkable cotton picker on Bayou Boeuf. She picked with both hands and with such surprising rapidity that 500 pounds a day was not unusual for her. Each one is tasked, therefore, according to his picking abilities, none, however, to come short of 200 weight. I, being unskilled always in that business, would have satisfied my master by bringing in the latter quantity, while, on the other hand, Patsy would surely have been beaten if she failed to produce twice as much. The cotton grows from 5 to 7 feet high, each stalk having a great many branches, shooting out in all directions, and lapping each other above the water furrow. There are few sights more pleasant to the eye than a wide cotton field when it is in the bloom. It presents an appearance of purity, like an immaculate expanse of light, new fallen snow. Sometimes the slave picks down one side of a row and back upon the other, but more usually there is one on either side, gathering all that has blossomed, leaving the unopened bolls for a succeeding picking. When the sack is filled, it is emptied into the basket and trodden down. It is necessary to be extremely careful the first time going through the field, in order not to break the branches off the stalks. The cotton will not bloom upon a broken branch. Eppes never failed to inflict the severest chastisement on the unlucky servant who, either carelessly or unavoidably, was guilty in the least degree in this respect. The hands are required to be in the cotton field as soon as it is light in the morning, and with the exception of 10 or 15 minutes, which is given them at noon to swallow their allowance of cold bacon, they are not permitted to be a moment idle until it is too dark to see, and when the moon is full. They oftentimes labor till the middle of the night. They do not dare to stop even at dinner time, nor return to the quarters, however late it be, until the order to halt is given by the driver. The day's work over in the field, the baskets are toted, or, in other words, carried to the gin house, where the cotton is weighed. No matter how fatigued and weary he may be, no matter how much he longs for sleep and rest, a slave never approaches the gin house with his basket of cotton, but with fear. If it falls short in weight, if he has not performed the full task appointed him, he knows that he must suffer. And if he has exceeded it by 10 or 20 pounds, in all probability his master will measure the next day's task accordingly. So, whether he has too little or too much, his approach to the gin house is always with fear and trembling. Most frequently they have too little, and therefore it is they are not anxious to leave the field. After weighing follow the whippings, and then the baskets are carried to the cotton house and their contents stored away like hay, all hands being sent in to tramp it down. If the cotton is not dry, instead of taking it to the gin house at once, it is laid upon platforms 2 feet high, and some 3 times as wide, covered with boards or plank, with narrow walks running between them. This done, the labor of the day is not yet ended, by any means. Each one must then attend to his respective chores. One feeds the mules, another the swine, another cuts the wood, and so forth. Besides, the packing is all done by candlelight. Finally, at a late hour, they reach the quarters, sleepy and overcome with the long day's toil. Then a fire must be kindled in the cabin, the corn ground in the small hand mill, and supper and dinner for the next day in the field prepared. All that is allowed them is corn and bacon, which is given out at the corn crib and smoke house every Sunday morning. Each one receives, as his weekly allowance, 3½ pounds of bacon, and corn enough to make a peck of meal. That is all. No tea, coffee, sugar, and with the exception of a very scanty sprinkling now and then, no salt. I can say from a 10 years' residence with Master Epps that no slave of his is ever likely to suffer from the gout, superinduced by excessive high living. Master Epps' hogs were fed on shelled corn. It was thrown out to his niggers in the ear. The former, he thought, would fatten faster by shelling, and soaking it in the water. The latter, perhaps, if treated in the same manner, might grow too fat to labor. Master Epps was a shrewd calculator, and knew how to manage his own animals, drunk or sober. The corn mill stands in the yard beneath a shelter. It is like a common coffee mill, the hopper holding about 6 quarts. There was one privilege which Master Epps granted freely to every slave he had. They might grind their corn nightly, in such small quantities as their daily wants required, or they might grind the whole week's allowance at one time, on Sundays, just as they preferred. A very generous man was Master Epps. I kept my corn in a small wooden box, the meal in a gourd, and, by the way, the gourd is one of the most convenient and necessary utensils on a plantation. Besides supplying the place of all kinds of crockery in a slave cabin, it is used for carrying water to the fields. Another, also, contains the dinner. It dispenses with the necessity of pails, dippers, basins, and such tin and wooden superfluities altogether. When the corn is ground and fire is made, the bacon is taken down from the nail on which it hangs, a slice cut off and thrown upon the coals to broil. The majority of slaves have no knife, much less a fork. They cut the bacon with the axe at the woodpile. The corn meal is mixed with a little water, placed in the fire, and baked. When it is done brown, the ashes are scraped off, and being placed upon a chip which answers for a table, the tenant of the slave hut is ready to sit down upon the ground to supper. By this time it is usually midnight. The same fear of punishment with which they approach the gin house possesses them again on lying down to get a snatch of rest. It is the fear of oversleeping in the morning. Such an offence would certainly be attended with not less than 20 lashes. With a prayer that he may be on his feet and wide awake at the first sound of the horn, he sinks to his slumbers nightly. The softest couches in the world are not to be found in the log mansion of the slave. The one whereon I reclined, year after year, was a plank 12 inches wide and 10 feet long. My pillow was a stick of wood. The bedding was a coarse blanket, and not a rag or shred beside. Moss might be used, were it not that it directly breeds a swarm of fleas. The cabin is constructed of logs, without floor or window. The latter is altogether unnecessary, the crevices between the logs admitting sufficient light. In stormy weather the rain drives through them, rendering it comfortless and extremely disagreeable. The rude door hangs on great wooden hinges. In one end is constructed an awkward fireplace. An hour before daylight the horn is blown. Then the slaves arouse, prepare their breakfast, fill a gourd with water, in another deposit their dinner of cold bacon and corn cake, and hurry to the field again. It is an offence invariably followed by a flogging, to be found at the quarters after daybreak. Then the fears and labours of another day begin, and until its close there is no such thing as rest. He fears he will be caught lagging through the day. He fears to approach the gin house with his basket load of cotton at night. He fears when he lies down that he will oversleep himself in the morning. Such is a true, faithful, unexaggerated picture and description of the slave's daily life during the time of cotton picking on the shores of Bayou Boeuf. In the month of January, generally, the fourth and last picking is completed. Then commences the harvesting of corn. This is considered a secondary crop, and receives far less attention than the cotton. It is planted, as already mentioned, in February. Corn is grown in that region for the purpose of fattening hogs and feeding slaves, very little, if any, being sent to market. It is the white variety, the ear of great size, and the stalk growing to the height of 8 and oftentimes 10 feet. In August, the leaves are stripped off, dried in the sun, bound in small bundles, and stored away as provender for the mules and oxen. After this the slaves go through the field, turning down the ear, for the purpose of keeping the rains from penetrating to the grain. It is left in this condition until after cotton picking is over, whether earlier or later. Then the ears are separated from the stalks and deposited in the corn crib with the husks on. Otherwise, stripped of the husks, the weevil would destroy it. The stalks are left standing in the field. The Carolina, or sweet potato, is also grown in that region to some extent. They are not fed, however, to hogs or cattle, and are considered but of small importance. They are preserved by placing them upon the surface of the ground with a slight covering of earth or cornstalks. There is not a cellar on Bayou Boeuf. The ground is so low it would fill with water. Potatoes are worth from 2 to 3 bits of shillings a barrel. Corn, except when there is an unusual scarcity, can be purchased at the same rate. As soon as the cotton and corn crops are secured, the stalks are pulled up, thrown into piles and burned. The plows are started at the same time, throwing up the beds again, preparatory to another planting. The soil in the parishes of Rapides and Avoyelles, and throughout the whole country, so far as my observation extended, is of exceeding richness and fertility. It is a kind of marl, of a brown or reddish color. It does not require those invigorating composts necessary to more barren lands, and on the same field the same crop is grown for many successive years. Plowing, planting, picking cotton, gathering the corn, and pulling and burning stalks occupies the whole of the 4 seasons of the year. Drawing and cutting wood, pressing cotton, fattening and killing hogs, are but incidental labours. In the month of September or October the hogs are run out of the swamps by dogs, and confined in pens. On a cold morning, generally about New Year's Day, they are slaughtered. Each carcass is cut into 6 parts, and piled one above the other in salt, upon large tables in the smoke house. In this condition it remains a fortnight, when it is hung up and a fire built, and continued more than half the time during the remainder of the year. This thorough smoking is necessary to prevent the bacon from becoming infested with worms. In so warm a climate it is difficult to preserve it, and very many times myself and my companions have received our weekly allowance of 3 pounds and a half when it was full of these disgusting vermin. Although the swamps are overrun with cattle, they are never made the source of profit to any considerable extent. The planter cuts his mark upon the ear, or brands his initials upon the side, and turns them into the swamps to roam unrestricted within their almost limitless confines. They are the Spanish breed, small and spike-horned. I have known of droves being taken from Bayou Boeuf, but it is of very rare occurrence. The value of the best cows is about $5 each. 2 quarts at one milking would be considered an unusual large quantity. They furnish little tallow, and that of a soft inferior quality. Notwithstanding the great number of cows that throng the swamps, the planters are indebted to the North for their cheese and butter, which is purchased in the New Orleans market. Salted beef is not an article of food either in the great house or in the cabin. Master Epps was accustomed to attend shooting matches for the purpose of obtaining what fresh beef he required. These sports occurred weekly at the neighboring village of Holmesville. Fat beeves are driven thither and shot at, a stipulated price being demanded for the privilege. The lucky marksman divides the flesh among his fellows, and in this manner the attending planters are supplied. The great number of tame and untamed cattle which swarmed the woods and swamps of Bayou Boeuf most probably suggested that appellation to the French, inasmuch as the term, translated, signifies the creek or river of the wild ox. Garden products, such as cabbages, turnips, and the like, are cultivated for the use of the master and his family. They have greens and vegetables at all times and seasons of the year. The grass withereth and the flower fadeth before the desolating winds of autumn in the chill northern latitudes, but perpetual verdure overspreads the hot lowlands, and flowers bloom in the heart of winter in the region of Bayou Boeuf. There are no meadows appropriated to the cultivation of the grasses. The leaves of the corn supply a sufficiency of food for the laboring cattle, while the rest provide for themselves all the year in the ever-growing pasture. There are many other peculiarities of climate, habit, custom, and of the manner of living and laboring at the South, but the foregoing, it is supposed, will give the reader an insight and general idea of life on a cotton plantation in Louisiana. The mode of cultivating cane and the process of sugar manufacturing will be mentioned in another place. End of Chapter 12 of 12 Years a Slave by Solomon Northup. Reading by Matt Perard.
The Baker's Dozen, a Playlet, from Reginald in Russia and Other Sketches by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our cast of characters.
Major Richard Dumbarton, read by Peter Yearsley.
Mrs. Carew, read by Devorah Allen.
Mrs. Pally Paget, read by Sue Anderson.
And stage directions, read by MaryAnn. The scene. Deck of an eastward-bound steamer. Major Dumbarton seated on a deck chair. Another chair by his side, with the name Mrs. Carew painted on it. A third nearby. Enter right Mrs. Carew. Seats herself leisurely in her deck chair, the Major affecting to ignore her presence. The Major, turning suddenly.
Emily, after all these years, this is fate.
Fate? Nothing of the sort. It's only me. You men are always such fatalists. I deferred my departure 3 whole weeks in order to come out in the same boat that I saw you were travelling by. I bribed the steward to put out chairs side by side in an unfrequented corner, and I took enormous pains to be looking particularly attractive this morning, and then you say this is fate. I am looking particularly attractive, am I not?
More than ever. Time has only added a ripeness to your charms.
I knew you'd put it exactly in those words. The phraseology of love-making is awfully limited, isn't it? After all, the chief charm is in the fact of being made love to. You are making love to me, aren't you?
Emily, dearest, I had already begun making advances even before you sat down here. I also bribed the steward to put our seats together in a secluded corner. You may consider it done, sir, was his reply. That was immediately after breakfast.
How like a man to have his breakfast first. I attended to the seat business as soon as I left my cabin.
Don't be unreasonable. It was only at breakfast that I discovered your blessed presence on the boat. I paid violent and unusual attention to a flapper all through the meal, in order to make you jealous. She's probably in her cabin, writing reams about me to a fellow flapper at this very moment.
You needn't have taken all that trouble to make me jealous, Dickie. You did that years ago, when you married another woman.
Well, you had gone and married another man. A widower, too, at that.
Well, there's no particular harm in marrying a widower, I suppose. I'm ready to do it again, if I meet a really nice one.
Look here, Emily. It's not fair to go on at that rate. You're a lap ahead of me the whole time. It's my place to propose to you. All you've got to do is to say yes.
Well, I've practically said it already, so we needn't dawdle over that part.
Oh, well.
They look at each other, then suddenly embrace with considerable energy.
We dead heated it that time.
Suddenly jumping to his feet.
Oh, damn. I'd forgotten.
Forgotten what?
The children. I ought to have told you. Do you mind children?
Not in moderate quantities. How many have you got?
Counting hurriedly on his fingers.
5.
5?
Is that too many?
It's rather a number. The worst of it is, I've some myself.
Many?
8.
8 in 6 years? Oh, Emily.
Only 4 were my own. The other 4 were by my husband's first marriage. Still, that practically makes 8.
And 8 and 5 make 13. We can't start our married life with 13 children. It would be most unlucky.
Walks up and down in agitation.
Some way must be found out of this. If we could only bring them down to 12. 13 is so horribly unlucky.
Isn't there some way by which we could part with 1 or 2? Don't the French want more children? I've often seen articles about it in the Figaro.
I fancy they want French children. Mine don't even speak French.
There's always a chance that one of them might turn out depraved and vicious, and then you could disown him. I've heard of that being done.
But, good gracious, you've got to educate him first. You can't expect a boy to be vicious till he's been to a good school.
Why couldn't he be naturally depraved? Lots of boys are.
Only when they inherit it from depraved parents. You don't suppose there's any depravity in me, do you?
It sometimes skips a generation, you know. Weren't any of your family bad?
There was an aunt who was never spoken of.
There you are.
But one can't build too much on that. In mid-Victorian days they labelled all sorts of things as unspeakable that we should speak about quite tolerantly. I dare say this particular aunt had only married a Unitarian, or rode to hounds on both sides of her horse, or something of that sort. Anyway, we can't wait indefinitely for one of the children to take after a doubtfully depraved great-aunt. Something else must be thought of.
Don't people ever adopt children from other families?
I've heard of it being done by childless couples and those sort of people.
Hush, someone's coming. Who is it?
Mrs. Paley Paget.
The very person.
What, to adopt a child? Hasn't she got any?
Only one miserable hen baby.
Let's sound her on the subject.
Enter Mrs. Paley Paget. Right.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Paley Paget. I was just wondering at breakfast, where did we meet last?
At the Criterion, wasn't it?
Drops into vacant chair.
At the Criterion, of course.
I was dining with Lord and Lady Slugford. Charming people, but so mean. They took us afterwards to the Velodrome to see some dancer interpreting Mendelssohn's Song Without Clothes. We were all packed up in a little box near the roof, and you can imagine how hot it was. It was like a Turkish bath, and of course one couldn't see anything.
Then it was not like a Turkish bath.
Major.
We were just talking of you when you joined us.
Really? Nothing very dreadful, I hope.
Oh dear, no. It's too early on the voyage for that sort of thing. We were feeling rather sorry for you.
Sorry for me? Whatever for?
Your childless hearth and all that, you know. No little pattering feet.
Major, how dare you? I've got my little girl, I suppose you know. Her feet can patter as well as other children's.
Only one pair of feet.
Certainly. My child isn't a centipede. Considering the way they move us about in those horrid jungle stations, without a decent bungalow to set one's foot in, I consider I've got a hearthless child, rather than a childless hearth. Thank you for your sympathy all the same. I dare say it was well meant. Impertinence often is.
Dear Mrs. Paget, we were only feeling sorry for your sweet little girl when she grows older, you know. No little brothers and sisters to play with.
Mrs. Carew, this conversation strikes me as being indelicate, to say the least of it. I've only been married 2.5 years, and my family is naturally a small one.
Isn't it rather an exaggeration to talk of one little female child as a family? A family suggests numbers.
Really, Major, your language is extraordinary. I dare say I've only got a little female child, as you call it, at present.
Oh, it won't change into a boy later on, if that's what you're counting on. Take our word for it. We've had so much more experience in these affairs than you have. Once a female, always a female. Nature is not infallible, but she always abides by her mistakes.
Rising.
Major Dumbarton, these boats are uncomfortably small, but I trust we shall find ample accommodation for avoiding each other's society during the rest of the voyage. The same wish applies to you, Mrs. Carew.
Exit Mrs. Paget, left.
What an unnatural mother.
Sinks into a chair.
I wouldn't trust a child with anyone who had a temper like hers. Oh, Dickie, why did you go and have such a large family? You always said you wanted me to be the mother of your children.
I wasn't going to wait while you were founding and fostering dynasties in other directions. Why you couldn't be content to have children of your own without collecting them like batches of postage stamps, I can't think. The idea of marrying a man with 4 children.
Well, you're asking me to marry one with 5.
5?
Springing to his feet.
Did I say 5?
You certainly said 5.
Oh, Emily, supposing I've miscounted them. Listen now, keep count with me. Richard, that's after me, of course.
1.
Albert Victor, that must have been in coronation year.
2.
Maud, she's called after...
Never mind who she's called after. 3.
And Gerald.
4.
That's the lot.
Are you sure?
I swear that's the lot. I must have counted Albert Victor as 2.
Richard.
Emily.
They embrace. End of The Baker's Dozen. "12 Profitable Sonnets" by Archibald McMahon. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. A Young Bride, to Margaret Bingay. Slight, with the grace of lilies in the dew, pale golden hair, truth-telling lips, and eyes of the May heaven's softest, kindliest blue, winsome and tender, gravely sweet and wise. A nature fine, compact of harmonies, which, with the growing years in measure grew to a new depth, a richness ever new, and from which fuller melodies shall rise. Now those who love you, and have longest known your soft perfections in their sweetness all, pray that God's blessing on your head may fall in passing 'neath a roof-tree of your own, that small fair head, so comely and so bright, to be its centre and its guiding light. The Happy Mother, to Mabel Wesson Murray. A stooping lady, tall and finely made, in music skilled, in mother learning wise, moves through a mansion under English skies, in strangely trailing, glittering robes arrayed. She hath a secret which is soon betrayed. It may be read by all without disguise in those grey, kindly, understanding eyes, that ne'er for speech need call the lips to aid. Across the seas, that lady dear to greet, a whilom guest sends kindest thoughts to-day, seeing a picture where the sunlight falls upon a path by lavender made sweet, where happy children circle in their play the happy mother by the abbey walls. Halfway House. O little house of laughter and of tears, whose walls have known wed lovers whispering low, lips seeking lips beside the hearth fire's glow, wailing of birth pangs, nights of chilling fears, and babbling children's clamour, which endears even their bickering and short-lived woe, and hush of death, the triumph of the foe. Blessed be thy roof-tree through the coming years. What is to come I know not. To divine of doubtful joy, inevitable pain is never wisdom. But for what is mine beyond recall, the usual loss and gain, that on the steps of mortal man attend. Blessed be thy roof-tree till the very end. Any husband to any wife. Often as I have failed you in the past, by word of love kept back, defrauded you, by thought unshared, deprived you of your due, much more by overt fault, have seemed to cast doubt on the loyal bond that holds us fast. For all I ever did to make you rue, all ever left undone to prove me true, grant me the kiss of pardon at long last. Let us join hands once more, as old allies, to bind together the swift year's assault. Knowing they must o'ercome us, soon or late, there is yet time allotted to be wise. Repledge our faith, our love rededicate, haply more strong for failure and for fault. With the carcanet. In her excellent white bosom these. Christmas brings gifts, and here is mine to you, a linked trifle of the goldsmith's art, to lie on gaudy nights above your heart. The richest treasure were your simple due, and this poor toy is mean to outward view. Yet take it as a token on my part, of old, old vows, which, oft repeated, start the old, old love coursing in channels new. Think of it, dearest, as an amulet, with power to ward off harm from your white breast, and these strange pebbles gleaming with red fire, as thoughts of mine that constantly beset your heart in tender siege, and will not rest until they reach the goal of their desire. Absent Friends. To George Morby Acklam. Before the simple Christmas banquet ends, the happy faces round about the board, in their glad babble, turn with one accord, where on his feet the smiling host attends the pause for silence. Then his head he bends, raises on high the cup that he has poured, a loving cup, with memories crowned and stored, and gives the final pledge to absent friends. God bless them all, whether to east or west, across the ranges or beyond the sea. The dear old friends have vanished from our sight. Wherever they have found a place of rest, it is not possible that they should be beyond the reach of loving thoughts tonight. Christmas, 1913. Drear is our Yuletide. To Mabel Corey. Drear is our Yuletide. With a double gloom begins and ends the bleak December day. For darkly lowers the universal fray, and heaven high the storms of battle loom. The cold of winter, with its icy broom is doubly chill by the tyrannical sway of shivering fears that nothing can allay, freezing the blood with vapors from the tomb. Still, as the season of the wondrous birth draws on once more, and each beloved name stirs in the recollection, let us haste to light o'er all this cold and darkened earth the little fire of friendship mid the waste, and warm our hearts before the sacred flame. Christmas, 1914. The floodgates burst. To the memory of George Henderson Campbell. The floodgates burst, and forth the deluge tore of blood in seas, torrents of widowed tears, high billowing anguish, overwhelming fears, outrage and cruelty unknown before, and such black shame as devils might deplore, and storms of lamentation smote all ears for ravage past the cure of coming years. The deluge drowned the world. Men call it war. One thing remains. Ever about this time the Christian legend tells of love made flesh, of God himself to this low world come down, there being need to teach the world afresh, that many waters quench not love sublime, nor all the floods from broken floodgates drown. Hope and Fear. To Dr. John Stuart. Fear spake to Hope, "My neighbour and my foe, in every breast it is our lot to dwell, waging, through doubtful years, a conflict fell, nor truce nor treaty can we ever know. But now I glory in thine overflow. My brother Hate and I have cast our spell o'er all the earth, and turned it into hell. Therefore be thou despair, thy very name forego." "My hour comes quickly," steadfast Hope replied. "Soon all the bells of earth for joy shall ring, to greet the birth of him who came to bring me to the earth, with triumph at his side. Poor was the roof above his manger bed, but wise men followed where his birth star led." Christmas, 1916. Eloquence. To Kathleen Burke. Erect, you faced the assembly, all in white, yourself a clear and vibrant silver flame of eager human feeling, set alight by human suffering and by human shame, and by the courage and the enduring will of those brave women who in distant lands tend broken soldiers with God-gifted skill, and carry comfort in their healing hands. You told your moving story with strange power, swaying all hearts with winged words and warm, while flashing countless glimpses in an hour on the sad wreckage of the war's wild storm. You came and went, intent on highest ends. Strangers you met, and left behind you friends. Loss and Gain. To James Metcalf McCollum. The 4 dire years, forever marked blood red in time's dark calendar of human woe, are now with agonies of long ago. And we are free to miss and mourn our dead, and faintly breathe relief from torturing dread, to count our losses, and at length to know ourselves as henceforth poor here below. The worst of life draws on, the best is fled. Yet in despite of all the spoiler years, old friends, and true, and tested, still remain, who know our faults and love us none the less. And in this Christmas peace that heals and cheers, we clearly see their love as life's chief gain, and bless their names, and call on God to bless. Christmas, 1919. The Canadians at Ypres, April 22nd to 24th, 1915. To the memory of George William Stairs. They did all men could do. The smoke of hell caught at their throats, but could not force them back. The grey-coat foe charged hotly in the track swept by his iron hurricane of shell. resolved to win the sea-gate. None may tell the force he poured, attack on mad attack, on our brave few, as in the direst lack of every aid 3 days they fought and fell. But they endured. They held their blood-soaked ground. Between the sea-gate and the desperate foe, their thin, worn lines were adamantine bars. Therefore their names with honor shall be crowned, in their dear land's fair story, not with woe, and in the record they shall shine like stars. End of 12 Profitable Sonnets by Archibald McMahon.
A Robin's Nest, from 12 Months with the Birds and Poets by Samuel A. Harper. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. With what alert and expectant ear do we await the first spring robin's call? With what a thrill of ecstasy do we hear his first spring song? I never find it necessary to record in my notebook the date of the arrival of my first spring robin. I know the dates for years back. His cheery call means for me the beginning of a new year and forgetfulness of winter, as Thomas S. Jones so happily expresses it. You hold my winter in forgetfulness. Without my window lilac branches swing. Within my gate I hear a robin sing. And while the bluebird shares with the robin the glory of being our most common and most beloved April bird, when mid the budding elms the bluebird flits, as if a bit of sky had taken wings, he less often announces his arrival at our back door. He makes an occasional welcome visit to our lawn, or to a neighboring shrub or tree, but for the most part prefers the more open country, yet not too far removed from man and his habitations. But the robin seems to love the intimate companionship of man. He feeds in our home yards and sings in our trees and shrubs. He often builds his nest on a projecting timber of house or barn. The attitude of the bird towards man is a sweet and singular mixture of friendliness and timidity. The natural instinct and art of all birds is to conceal their nests, both as to position and material. Yet the love of the robin for man's society has so far overcome his natural instinctive fear that he sometimes builds his nest on a window ledge or over the door of our dwelling. Why should we not return this affection, which on the part of the bird represents a conquest over its fear for man? This year of which I write, 1916, on April 1st, a pair of robins began bringing grass and mud to the ledge of a south second-story window of my suburban home, for the purpose of making a nest. It need hardly be said that they were not disturbed. I considered the house worth an extra $1,000 at least with this addition. Joyce Kilmer suggests the added glory that comes to a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair. The window shade was carefully drawn so that the birds would not be disconcerted. While robins are usually not easily frightened out of their determination to build a nest in a particular place, and often fight for their right to choose the location of their domicile, we did not intend to run any risks of the birds changing their plans. All day, Saturday and Sunday, they were busy with their weaving and their masonry. The female, after depositing a circle of mud on the inside of the nest, would nestle into it and softly mold it into a cup by turning her breast round and round against its rim and churning her wings up and down to smooth its edges. I observed after one such process that she flew into a neighbor's yard and bathed herself in a basin of water on the lawn, washing the mud from her breast. My young son, who was greatly excited during these building operations, and who was with difficulty restrained from frightening and annoying the birds, asked if we could finish the nest if the birds became frightened and deserted it. And I know I answered him truly when I said that no one but a bird can build a nest. The birds are the oldest miners, masons, carpenters and builders, weavers and basket makers. What nice hand, with every implement and means of art, and 20 years' apprenticeship to boot, could make us such another. By Sunday night the nest was apparently finished and ready for its eggs, and then for 4 days no robin was seen to come near it. Our household, from young son to grandmother, took on a worried look. Had the nest been abandoned? My explanation to an anxious family was that the robins, being experienced masons, knew that the wet mud of the nest was no fit receptacle for the eggs, and therefore the birds would wait until it dried. A more probable explanation for the 4 days' desertion of the new-built nest, however, is that the egg of Mother Robin was not yet ripe, and that the nest was therefore prepared too soon. Nature lovers, in their enthusiasm, are all too likely to attribute to birds and animals a wisdom and intelligence which they do not possess. Just as the beauty of the bird and its song is largely subjective, born of the spirit of the bird lover, so its acts, prompted solely by instinct, sense communications, and kindred influences, are often, in the subjective imagination of the enthusiastic nature student, mistaken for and miscalled judgment. If the mother robin really waited for the nest to become dry, it is more reasonable to assume that she waited from mere instinct, resulting from the sum total of the experience of herself and her ancestors in nest building, rather than that she had any conscious knowledge that a wet nest was not a good place for her eggs. Both the barn swallow and the phoebe, who employ mud in their nest building, frequently wait a day or two after the nest is finished before laying their eggs, which action might be attributed to instinctive solicitude for the future family. But this practice is not peculiar to birds who use mud in their nests, so that the delay is more likely due in each case to the fact that the egg is not mature. Mr. Burroughs relates a story of a creeping warbler whose egg became ripe before the nest was finished. After excavating the site for the nest, the bird laid the egg, and then finished the nest over it, so that if instinct sometimes errs upon the one side, and fails to prompt the bird to build its nest in time, it may easily err on the other side, and urge nest building too soon. But to return to our nest on the window ledge, whatever the reason may have been for her 4 days' absence, at the expiration of that time the female robin returned to the nest, and then laid 1 egg a day until 4 were in the nest. And as I write, she is faithfully warming the nest and its eggs, and clamorously protesting when anyone appears at the window, or at any window in the vicinity. End of A Robin's Nest, from 12 Months with the Birds and Poets, by Samuel A. Harper. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Chapter 12 of the Book of the 12 Beguines by Jan van Ruysbroek. 1293 to 1381. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12 showeth forth the third mode of true contemplation. Hereafter followeth the third mode, which belongeth to the life of contemplation. This mode is called speculatio, that is to say, a seeing in a mirror. For indeed the understanding of him who is contemplating is as a living mirror, whereupon the Father and the Son breathe their spirit of truth, so that the reason may be enlightened, and may realize in modes, forms, images, and similitudes all truth that can be realized. But to that mode whereby we see the face of God beyond and without reason, in bare understanding, and in thoughts stripped of all images, neither consideration nor reasoning can attain. For just as the eagle, king of birds, can with his powerful sight gaze steadfastly upon the brightness of the sun, so do the weaker eyes of the bat fail and falter in the same. The pure and single eye of the soul, uplifted beyond and without reason, in a bare and simple vision, seeth always the face of the Father, as do the angels who are our ministers, for it hath before it no other image than that of God himself. In that moment it beholdeth God, and all things, so far as they are one with God, in a simple seeing, and therewith it is content, and the name thereof is contemplatio. That is, the seeing of God in all simplicity. And so, in like manner, the intellectual power of the soul is a living mirror, wherein God dwelleth in grace, and whereto he hath given his Spirit of truth. And by his light the eye of reason is enlightened, to recognize God and all his creatures in their forms and images and similitudes, so far as he is pleased to manifest them. And the Spirit of God commandeth the reason, which it hath enlightened, to order and govern the life of the senses after his law and the ordinances of his holy church, in love and true discretion. In the second place, he who hath understanding, and who hath received from God the Spirit of truth, shall walk before the face of our Lord, ruling and adorning his inward life with every virtue, according to the beloved will of God. And so may he hear the gentle voice of the Father speaking in his spirit, and saying, Look unto me, know me as I know thee, behold me from very close, what I am, and who I am. At this invitation the soul and all the inward powers rejoice, and she desireth at the urging and inviting of God to see with the eyes of her understanding opened and enlightened. And then he showeth himself to the soul of the living mirror in her intelligence, not as he is in his nature, but in images and similitudes, and in the degree in which the enlightened reason can grasp and understand him. And the wise reason, enlightened by God, seeth clearly and without error, in images of the understanding, all that which she hath heard of God, of faith, and of all truth, according to her desiring. But that image which is God himself, although it is held before her, she cannot comprehend, for the eyes of her understanding must fail before that incomparable light. Yet, because she is made wise by the Spirit of truth, so doth she see God in the images of her understanding as power, truth, justice, goodness, and mercy, compassion, abundance, and loving kindness, living faithfulness, consolation, and sweetness. She seeth also the distinction of the persons, that each is God, and each alike almighty in natural power, unity in Trinity, and Trinity in unity, in their nature fruitfulness, and in their essence pure repose, each person God, and the Godhead in their common substance. For the reason, which is enlightened by the Spirit of truth, seeth God in her mirror in as many modes, forms, and images as she can imagine, and in all the ways that she desireth. And now this power of the understanding is invited and urged by God to see what and who he is. And therefore crieth the contemplating soul, Lord, show us thy face above images and similitudes, uncovered and unveiled. So shall we be blessed indeed, and it shall be sufficient for us. And as the Spirit of the Lord answereth the enlightened reason, and saith, Behold me, who and what I am, the eye of the understanding is strengthened to see all that it desireth, whereto it hath been urged of God. That simple eye, with clear gaze in the divine light, seeth plainly all that is God, and followeth after him in her desire to know and to conceive therein what and who God is. But before the face of our Lord, the reason with all her considerations and distinctions faileth, and this power of the understanding is uplifted into that which is beyond all modes, and its seeing is modeless, being without manner, and it is neither thus nor thus, neither here nor there, for that which hath no mode hath enveloped all, and the vision is made high and wide. It knoweth not itself where that is which it seeth, and it cannot come thereat, for its seeing is modeless, and passeth on beyond forever and without return. That which it apprehendeth it cannot realize in full, nor wholly attain, for its apprehension is modeless and without manner, and therefore is it apprehended of God in a higher way than it can apprehend him. Lo, such a following of the way which is modeless is intermediary between contemplation in images and similitudes of the understanding, and unveiled contemplation beyond all images in the light of God. End of chapter 12 of the Book of the 12 Beguines by Jan van Ruysbroek, 1293 to 1381.
The 12 Anathematisms of St. Cyril against Nestorius by St. Cyril of Alexandria. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. If anyone will not confess that the Emmanuel is very God, and that therefore the Holy Virgin is the Mother of God, Theotokos, inasmuch as in the flesh she bore the Word of God made flesh, as it is written, the Word was made flesh, let him be anathema. 2. If any one shall not confess that the Word of God the Father is united hypostatically to flesh, and that with that flesh of his own he is one only Christ, both God and man, at the same time, let him be anathema. 3. If any one shall after the hypostatic union divide the hypostases in the one Christ, joining them by that connection alone, which happens according to worthiness, or even authority and power, and not rather by a coming together, synodo, which is made by natural union, enousin physikin, let him be anathema. 4. If any one shall divide between two persons or subsistences those expressions, phonas, which are contained in the evangelical and apostolical writings, or which have been said concerning Christ by the saints, or by himself, and shall apply some to him as to a man separate from the Word of God, and shall apply others to the only Word of God the Father, on the ground that they are fit to be applied to God, let him be anathema. 5. If any one shall dare to say that the Christ is a Theophorus, that is, God-bearing, man, and not rather that he is very God, as an only Son through nature, because the Word was made flesh, and hath a share in flesh and blood as we do, let him be anathema. 6. If any one shall dare say that the Word of God the Father is the God of Christ, or the Lord of Christ, and shall not rather confess him as at the same time both God and man, since according to the Scriptures the Word was made flesh, let him be anathema. 7. If any one shall say that Jesus as man is only energized by the Word of God, and that the glory of the only begotten is attributed to him as something not properly his, let him be anathema. 8. If any one shall dare to say that the assumed man, analephthenta, ought to be worshipped together with God the Word, and glorified together with him, and recognized together with him as God, and yet as two different things, the one with the other, for this together with is added, that is to say, by the Nestorians, to convey this meaning, and shall not rather with one adoration worship the Emmanuel, and pay to him one glorification, as it is written, the Lord was made flesh, let him be anathema. 9. If any man shall say that the one Lord Jesus Christ was glorified by the Holy Ghost, so that he used through him a power not his own, and from him received power against unclean spirits, and power to work miracles before men, and shall not rather confess that it was his own Spirit through which he worked these divine signs, let him be anathema. 10. Whosoever shall say that it is not the divine Word himself, when he was made flesh and had become man as we are, but another than he, a man born of a woman, yet different from him, ethikos anthropon, who is become our great high priest and apostle, or if any man shall say that he offered himself in sacrifice for himself, and not rather for us, whereas, being without sin, he had no need of offering or sacrifice, let him be anathema. 11. Whosoever shall not confess that the flesh of the Lord giveth life, and that it pertains to the Word of God the Father as his very own, but shall pretend that it belongs to another person who is united to him, that is to say, the Word, only according to honor, and who has served as a dwelling for the divinity, and shall not rather confess, as we say, that that flesh giveth life, because it is that of the Word who giveth life to all, let him be anathema. 12. Whosoever shall not recognize that the Word of God suffered in the flesh, that he was crucified in the flesh, and that likewise in that same flesh he tasted death, and that he is become the first begotten of the dead, for as he is God, he is the life, and it is he that giveth life, let him be anathema. End of the 12 anathematisms of St. Cyril against Nestorius.
Rhapsody on a Windy Night by T.S. Eliot. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rhapsody on a Windy Night by T.S. Eliot. 12 o'clock. Along the reaches of the street, held in a lunar synthesis, whispering lunar incantations dissolve the floors of memory and all its clear relations, its divisions and precisions. Every street lamp that I pass beats like a fatalistic drum, and through the spaces of the dark, midnight shakes the memory as a madman shakes a dead geranium. 1:30. The street lamp sputtered, the street lamp muttered, the street lamp said,
Regard that woman who hesitates toward you in the light of the door, which opens on her like a grin. You see the border of her dress is torn and stained with sand, and you see the corner of her eye twists like a crooked pin. The memory throws up high and dry a crowd of twisted things, a twisted branch upon the beach, eaten smooth and polished, as if the world gave up the secret of its skeleton, stiff and white. A broken spring in a factory yard, rust that clings to the form that the strength has left, hard and curled and ready to snap. 2:30. The street lamp said, "Remark the cat, which flattens itself in the gutter, slips out its tongue, and devours a morsel of rancid butter." So the hand of the child, automatic, slipped out and pocketed a toy that was running along the quay. I could see nothing behind that child's eye. I have seen eyes in the street, trying to peer through lighted shutters, and a crab one afternoon in a pool, an old crab with barnacles on his back, gripped the end of a stick which I held him. 3:30. The lamp sputtered, the lamp muttered in the dark, the lamp hummed, "Regarde the moon, la lune, ne garde aucune rancune." She winks a feeble eye, she smiles into corners, she smooths the hair of the grass. The moon has lost her memory. A washed-out smallpox cracks her face. Her hand twists a paper rose that smells of dust and eau de cologne. She is alone, with all the old nocturnal smells that cross and cross across her brain. The reminiscence comes of sunless dry geraniums, and dust in crevices, smells of chestnuts in the street, and female smells in shuttered rooms, and cigarettes in corridors, and cocktail smells in bars. The lamp said, 4 o'clock. Here is the number on the door. Memory. You have the key. The little lamp spreads a ring on the stair. Mount. The bed is open. The toothbrush hangs on the wall. Put your shoes at the door. Sleep. Prepare for life. The last twist of the knife. End of Rhapsody on a Windy Night by T.S. Eliot. Read by Eva Davis.
The 12 Dancing Princesses, from The Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording read in honour of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 12 Dancing-Princesses. Once upon a time there lived in the village of Montigny-sur-Roc a little cowboy without either father or mother. His real name was Michael, but he was always called the Stargazer, because when he drove his cows over the commons to seek for pasture, he went along with his head in the air, gaping at nothing. As he had a white skin, blue eyes, and hair that curled all over his head, the village girls used to cry after him, "Well, Stargazer, what are you doing?" And Michael would answer, "Oh, nothing," and go on his way without even turning to look at them. The fact was, he thought them very ugly, with their sunburnt necks, their great red hands, their coarse petticoats, and their wooden shoes. He had heard that somewhere in the world there were girls whose necks were white and whose hands were small, who were always dressed in the finest silks and laces, and were called princesses. And while his companions round the fire saw nothing in the flames but common everyday fancies, he dreamed that he had the happiness to marry a princess. One morning, about the middle of August, just at midday when the sun was hottest, Michael ate his dinner of a piece of dry bread and went to sleep under an oak. And while he slept, he dreamt that there appeared before him a beautiful lady dressed in a robe of cloth of gold, who said to him, "Go to the castle of Belle-Isle, and there you shall marry a princess." That evening the little cowboy, who had been thinking a great deal about the advice of the lady in the gold dress, told his dream to the farm people, but, as was natural, they only laughed at the stargazer. The next day at the same hour he went to sleep again under the same tree. The lady appeared to him a second time and said, "Go to the castle of Belial, and you shall marry a princess." In the evening Michael told his friends that he had dreamed the same dream again, but they only laughed at him more than before. "Never mind," he thought to himself. "If the lady appears to me a third time, I will do as she tells me." The following day, to the great astonishment of all the village, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a voice was heard singing, "Raleo, raleo, how the cattle go." It was the little cowboy driving his herd back to the byre. The farmer began to scold him furiously, but he answered quietly, "I am going away," made his clothes into a bundle, said good-bye to all his friends, and boldly set out to seek his fortunes. There was great excitement through all the village, and on the top of the hill the people stood holding their sides with laughing as they watched the stargazer trudging bravely along the valley with his bundle at the end of his stick. It was enough to make anyone laugh, certainly. It was well known for full 20 miles round that there lived in the castle of Belial 12 princesses of wonderful beauty, and as proud as they were beautiful, and who were besides so very sensitive and of such truly royal blood that they would have felt at once the presence of a pea in their beds, even if the mattresses had been laid over it. It was whispered that they led exactly the lives that princesses ought to lead, sleeping far into the morning and never getting up till midday. They had 12 beds, all in the same room, but what was very extraordinary was the fact that though they were locked in by triple bolts, every morning their satin shoes were found worn into holes. When they were asked what they had been doing all night, they always answered that they had been asleep, and indeed no noise was ever heard in the room, yet the shoes could not wear themselves out alone. At last the Duke of Belial ordered the trumpet to be sounded, and a proclamation to be made that whoever could discover how his daughters wore out their shoes should choose one of them for his wife. On hearing the proclamation, a number of princes arrived at the castle to try their luck. They watched all night behind the open door of the princesses, but when the morning came they had all disappeared, and no one could tell what had become of them. When he reached the castle, Michael went straight to the gardener and offered his services. Now it happened that the garden boy had just been sent away, and though the stargazer did not look very sturdy, the gardener agreed to take him, as he thought that his pretty face and golden curls would please the princesses. The first thing he was told was that when the princesses got up, he was to present each one with a bouquet, and Michael thought that if he had nothing more unpleasant to do than that, he should get on very well. Accordingly, he placed himself behind the door of the princess's room with the 12 bouquets in a basket. He gave one to each of the sisters, and they took them without even deigning to look at the lad, except Lynne, the youngest, who fixed her large black eyes as soft as velvet on him, and exclaimed, "Oh, how pretty he is, our new flower boy!" The rest all burst out laughing, and the eldest pointed out that a princess ought never to lower herself by looking at a garden boy. Now Michael knew quite well what had happened to the princes, but notwithstanding, the beautiful eyes of Princess Lynne inspired him with a violent longing to try his fate. Unhappily, he did not dare to come forward, being afraid that he should only be jeered at, or even turned away from the castle on account of his impudence. Nevertheless, the stargazer had another dream. The lady in the golden dress appeared to him once more, holding in one hand 2 young laurel trees, a cherry laurel and a rose laurel, and in the other hand a little golden rake, a little golden bucket, and a silken towel. She thus addressed him: "Plant these 2 laurels in 2 large pots, rake them over with the rake, water them with the bucket, and wipe them with the towel. When they have grown as tall as a girl of 15, say to each of them, 'My beautiful laurel, with the golden rake I have raked you, and with the golden bucket I have watered you, with the silken towel I have wiped you.' Then after that ask anything you choose, and the laurels will give it to you." Michael thanked the lady in the golden dress, and when he woke he found the 2 laurel bushes beside him. So he carefully obeyed the orders he had been given by the lady. The trees grew very fast, and when they were as tall as a girl of 15, he said to the cherry laurel, My lovely cherry laurel, with the golden rake I have raked thee, and with the golden bucket I have watered thee, and with the silken towel I have wiped thee. Teach me how to become invisible." Then there instantly appeared on the laurel a pretty white flower, which Michael gathered and stuck into his buttonhole. That evening, when the princesses went upstairs to bed, he followed them barefoot so that he might make no noise, and hid himself under one of the 12 beds, so as not to take up much room. The princesses began at once to open their wardrobes and boxes. They took out of them the most magnificent dresses, which they put on before their mirrors, and when they had finished, turned themselves all around to admire their appearances. Michael could see nothing from his hiding-place, but he could hear everything, and he listened to the princesses laughing and jumping with pleasure. At last the eldest said, "Be quick, my sisters, our partners will be impatient." At the end of an hour, when the stargazer heard no more noise, he peeped out and saw the 12 sisters in splendid garments, with their satin shoes on their feet, and in their hands the bouquets he had brought them. "Are you ready?" asked the eldest. "Yes," replied the other 11 in chorus, and they took their places one by one behind her. Then the eldest princess clapped her hands 3 times, and a trapdoor opened. All the princesses disappeared down a secret staircase, and Michael hastily followed them. As he was following on the steps of the Princess Lina, he carelessly trod on her dress. "There is somebody behind me!" cried the princess. "They are holding my dress!" "You foolish thing!" said her eldest sister. "You are always afraid of something. It is only a nail which caught you." They went down, 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 till at last they came to a passage with a door at one end, which was only fastened with a latch. The eldest princess opened it, and they found themselves immediately in a lovely little wood, where the leaves were spangled with drops of silver which shone in the brilliant light of the moon. They next crossed another wood, where the leaves were sprinkled with gold, and after another still, where the leaves glittered with diamonds. At last the stargazer perceived a large lake, and on the shores of the lake 12 little boats with awnings, in which were seated 12 princes, who, grasping their oars, awaited the princesses. Each princess entered one of the boats, and Michael slipped into that which held the youngest. The boats glided along rapidly, but Lina's, from being heavier, was always behind the rest. "We never went so slowly before," said the princess. "What can be the reason?" "I don't know," answered the prince. "I assure you I am rowing as hard as I can." On the other side of the lake, the garden boy saw a beautiful castle splendidly illuminated, whence came the lively music of fiddles, kettledrums, and trumpets. In a moment they touched land, and the company jumped out of the boats, and the princes, having securely fastened their barks, gave their arms to the princesses and conducted them to the castle. Michael followed, and entered the ballroom in their train. Everywhere were mirrors, lights, flowers, and damask hangings. The stargazer was quite bewildered at the magnificence of the sight. He placed himself out of the way in a corner, admiring the grace and beauty of the princesses. Their loveliness was of every kind. Some were fair and some were dark. Some had chestnut hair, or curls darker still, and some had golden locks. Never were so many beautiful princesses seen together at one time. But the one whom the cowboy thought the most beautiful and the most fascinating was the little princess with the velvet eyes. With what eagerness she danced! Leaning on her partner's shoulder, she swept by like a whirlwind. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled, and it was plain that she loved dancing better than anything else. The poor boy envied those handsome young men with whom she danced so gracefully, but he did not know how little reason he had to be jealous of them. The young men were really the princes who, to the number of 50 at least, had tried to steal the princess's secret. The princesses had made them drink something of a philtre, which froze the heart, and left nothing but the love of dancing. They danced on till the shoes of the princesses were worn into holes. When the cock crowed the 3rd time, the fiddles stopped, and a delicious supper was served by negro boys, consisting of sugared orange flowers, crystallized rose leaves, powdered violets, cracknels, wafers, and other dishes which are, as everyone knows, the favourite food of princesses. After supper, the dancers all went back to their boats, and this time the stargazer entered that of the eldest princess. They crossed again the wood with the diamond-spangled leaves, the wood with the gold-sprinkled leaves, and the wood whose leaves glittered with drops of silver. And as a proof of what he had seen, the boy broke a small branch from a tree in the last wood. Lena turned as she heard the noise made by the breaking of the branch. "What was that noise?" she said. "It was nothing," replied her eldest sister. "It was only the screech of a barn owl that roosts in one of the turrets of the castle." While she was speaking, Michael managed to slip in front, and running up the staircase, he reached the princess's room first. He flung open the window, and sliding down the vine which climbed up the wall, found himself in the garden just as the sun was beginning to rise, and it was time for him to set to his work. That day, when he made up the bouquets, Michael hid the branch with the silver drops in the nosegay intended for the youngest princess. When Lena discovered it, she was much surprised. However, she said nothing to her sisters, but as she met the boy by accident while she was walking under the shade of the elms, she suddenly stopped as if to speak to him, then, altering her mind, went on her way. The same evening the 12 sisters went again to the ball, and the stargazer again followed them and crossed the lake in Lena's boat. This time it was the prince who complained that the boat seemed very heavy. "It is the heat," replied the princess. "I too have been feeling very warm." During the ball she looked everywhere for the gardener's boy, but she never saw him. As they came back, Michael gathered a branch from the wood with the gold-spangled leaves, and now it was the eldest princess who heard the noise that it made in breaking. "It is nothing," said Lena, "only the cry of the owl which roosts in the turrets of the castle." As soon as she got up, she found the branch in her bouquet. When the sisters went down, she stayed a little behind and said to the cowboy, "Where does this branch come from?" "Your Royal Highness knows well enough," answered Michael. "So you have followed us?" "Yes, Princess." "How did you manage it? We never saw you." "I hid myself," replied the stargazer quietly. The princess was silent a moment and then said, "You know our secret? Keep it. Here is the reward of your discretion." And she flung the boy a purse of gold. "I do not sell my silence," answered Michael, and he went away without picking up the purse. For 3 nights Lena neither saw nor heard anything extraordinary. On the 4th she heard a rustling among the diamond-spangled leaves of the wood. That day there was a branch of the trees in her bouquet. She took the stargazer aside and said to him in a harsh voice, "You know what price my father has promised to pay for our secret?" "I know, Princess," answered Michael. "Don't you mean to tell him?" "That is not my intention." "Are you afraid?" "No, Princess." "What makes you so discreet, then?" But Michael was silent. Lena's sisters had seen her talking to the little garden boy and jeered at her for it. "What prevents you marrying him?" asked the eldest. "You would become a gardener too. It is a charming profession. You could live in a cottage at the end of the park and help your husband to draw up water from the well, and when we get up you could bring us our bouquets." The Princess Lena was very angry, and when the stargazer presented her bouquet, she received it in a disdainful manner. Michael behaved most respectfully. He never raised his eyes to her, but nearly all day she felt him at her side without ever seeing him. One day she made up her mind to tell everything to her eldest sister. "What?" said she. "This rogue knows our secret, and you never told me? I must lose no time in getting rid of him." "But how?" "Why, by having him taken to the tower with the dungeons, of course." For this was the way that in old times beautiful princesses got rid of people who knew too much. But the astonishing part of it was that the younger sister did not seem at all to relish this method of stopping the mouth of the gardener's boy, who, after all, had said nothing to their father. It was agreed that the question should be submitted to the other 10 sisters. All were on the side of the eldest. Then the younger sister declared that if they laid a finger on the little garden boy, she would herself go and tell their father the secret of the holes in their shoes. At last it was decided that Michael should be put to the test, that they would take him to the ball, and at the end of supper would give him the philtre which was to enchant him like the rest. They sent for the stargazer and asked him how he had contrived to learn their secret, but still he remained silent. Then, in commanding tones, the elder sister gave him the order they had agreed upon. He only answered, "I will obey." He had really been present, invisible, at the council of princesses, and had heard all, but he had made up his mind to drink of the philtre and sacrifice himself to the happiness of her he loved. Not wishing, however, to cut a poor figure at the ball by the side of the other dancers, he went at once to the laurels and said, My lovely rose laurel, with the golden rake I have raked thee, with the golden bucket I have watered thee, with a silken towel I have dried thee. Dress me like a prince. A beautiful pink flower appeared. Michael gathered it, and found himself in a moment clothed in velvet, which was as black as the eyes of the little princess, with a cap to match, a diamond aigrette, and a blossom of the rose laurel in his buttonhole. Thus dressed, he presented himself that evening before the Duke of Belle-Isle, and obtained leave to try and discover his daughter's secret. He looked so distinguished that hardly anyone would have known who he was. The 12 princesses went upstairs to bed. Michael followed them, and waited behind the open door till they gave the signal for departure. This time he did not cross in Lena's boat. He gave his arm to the eldest sister, danced with each in turn, and was so graceful that everyone was delighted with him. At last the time came for him to dance with the little princess. She found him the best partner in the world, but he did not dare to speak a single word to her. When he was taking her back to her place, she said to him in a mocking voice, "Here you are at the summit of your wishes. You are being treated like a prince." "Don't be afraid," replied the star-gazer gently. "You shall never be a gardener's wife." The little princess stared at him with a frightened face, and he left her without waiting for an answer. When the satin slippers were worn through, the fiddles stopped, and the negro boys set the table. Michael was placed next to the eldest sister, and opposite to the youngest. They gave him the most exquisite dishes to eat, and the most delicate wines to drink, and in order to turn his head more completely, compliments and flattery were heaped upon him from every side. But he took care not to be intoxicated, either by the wine or the compliments. At last the eldest sister made a sign, and one of the black pages brought in a large golden cup. "The enchanted castle has no more secrets for you," she said to the star-gazer. "Let us drink to your triumph." He cast a lingering glance at the little princess, and without hesitation lifted the cup. "Don't drink!" suddenly cried out the little princess. "I would rather marry a gardener." And she burst into tears. Michael flung the contents of the cup behind him, sprang over the table, and fell at Lena's feet. The rest of the princes fell likewise at the knees of the princesses, each of whom chose a husband and raised him to her side. The charm was broken. The 12 couples embarked in the boats, which crossed back many times in order to carry over the other princes. Then they all went through the 3 woods, and when they had passed the door of the underground passage, a great noise was heard, as if the enchanted castle was crumbling to the earth. They went straight to the room of the Duke of Belle-Isle, who had just awoken. Michael held in his hand the golden cup, and he revealed the secret of the holes in the shoes. "Choose then," said the Duke, "whichever you prefer." "My choice is already made," replied the garden boy, and he offered his hand to the youngest princess, who blushed and lowered her eyes. The Princess Lina did not become a gardener's wife. On the contrary, it was the star-gazer who became a prince. But before the marriage ceremony, the princess insisted that her lover should tell her how he came to discover the secret. So he showed her the 2 laurels which had helped him, and she, like a prudent girl, thinking they gave him too much advantage over his wife, cut them off at the root and threw them in the fire. And this is why the country girls go about singing "Nous n'irons plus boire, les lauriers sont coupés," and dancing in summer by the light of the moon. End of the 12 Dancing Princesses.
"12 Causes of Dishonesty" by Reverend Henry Ward Beecher. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 12 Causes of Dishonesty. Only extraordinary circumstances can give the appearance of dishonesty to an honest man. Usually, not to seem honest is not to be so. The quality must not be doubtful, like twilight, lingering between night and day and taking hues from both. It must be daylight, clear and effulgent. This is the doctrine of the Bible, providing for honest things not only in the sight of the Lord, but also in the sight of men. In general, it may be said that no one has honesty without dross, until he has honesty without suspicion. We are passing through times upon which the seeds of dishonesty have been sown broadcast, and they have brought forth 100-fold. These times will pass away, but like ones will come again. As physicians study the causes and record the phenomena of plagues and pestilences to draw from them an antidote against their recurrence, so should we leave to another generation a history of moral plagues, as the best antidote to their recurring malignity. Upon a land, capacious beyond measure, whose prodigal soil rewards labor with an unharvestable abundance of exuberant fruits, occupied by a people signalized by enterprise and industry, there came a summer of prosperity which lingered so long and shone so brightly that men forgot that winter could ever come. Each day grew brighter. No reins were put upon the imagination. Its dreams passed for realities. Even sober men, touched with wildness, seemed to expect a realization of Oriental tales. Upon this bright day came sudden frosts, storms, and blight. Men awoke from gorgeous dreams in the midst of desolation. The harvests of years were swept away in a day. The strongest forms were rent as easily as the oak by lightning. Speculating companies were dispersed as seared leaves from a tree in autumn. Merchants were ruined by thousands. Clerks turned adrift by 10,000s. Mechanics were left in idleness. Farmers sighed over flocks and wheat, as useless as the stones and dirt. The wide sea of commerce was stagnant. Upon the realm of industry settled down a sullen lethargy. Out of this reverse swarmed an unnumbered host of dishonest men, like vermin from a carcass. Banks were exploded, or robbed, or fleeced by astounding forgeries. Mighty companies, without cohesion, went to pieces, and hordes of wretches snatched up every bale that came ashore. Cities were ransacked by troops of villains. The unparalleled frauds, which sprung like mines on every hand, set every man to trembling lest the next explosion should be under his own feet. Fidelity seemed to have forsaken men. Many that had earned a reputation for sterling honesty were cast so suddenly headlong into wickedness that man shrank from man. Suspicion overgrew confidence, and the heart bristled with the nettles and thorns of fear and jealousy. Then had almost come to pass the divine delineation of ancient wickedness: "The good man is perished out of the earth, and there is none upright among men. They all lie in wait for blood. They hunt every man his brother with a net. That they may do evil with both hands earnestly, the prince and the judge ask for a reward. And the great man uttereth his mischievous desire. So they wrap it up. The best of them is a briar, the most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge." The world looked upon a continent of inexhaustible fertility, whose harvest had glutted the markets and rotted in disuse, filled with lamentation, and its inhabitants wandering like bereaved citizens among the ruins of an earthquake, mourning for children, for houses crushed, and property buried forever. That no measure might be put to the calamity, the Church of God, which rises a stately tower of refuge to desponding men, seemed now to have lost its power of protection. When the solemn voice of religion should have gone over the land, as the call of God to guilty man to seek in him their strength, in this time when religion should have restored sight to the blind, made the lame to walk, and bound up the broken-hearted, she was herself mourning in sackcloth. Out of her courts came the noise of warring sects, some contending against others with bitter warfare, and some, possessed of a demon, wallowed upon the ground, foaming and rending themselves. In a time of panic, and disaster, and distress, and crime, the fountain which should have been for the healing of men cast up its sediments, and gave out a bitter stream of pollution. In every age, an universal pestilence has hushed the clamor of contention, and cooled the heats of parties. but the greatness of our national calamity seemed only to enkindle the fury of political parties. Contentions never ran with such deep streams and impetuous currents as amidst the ruin of our industry and prosperity. States were greater debtors to foreign nations than their citizens were to each other. Both states and citizens shrunk back from their debts, and yet more dishonestly from the taxes necessary to discharge them. The general government did not escape, but lay becalmed, or pursued its course, like a ship, at every furlong touching the rocks or beating against the sands. The capital trembled with the first waves of a question which is yet to shake the whole land. New questions of exciting qualities perplexed the realm of legislation and of morals. To all this must be added a manifest decline of family government, an increase of the ratio of popular ignorance, a decrease of reverence for law, and an effeminate administration of it. Popular tumults have been as frequent as freshets in our rivers, and like them have swept over the land with desolation, and left their filthy slime in the highest places. Upon the press, upon the legislature, in the halls of our courts, and even upon the sacred bench of justice. If unsettled times foster dishonesty, it should have flourished among us, and it has. Our nation must expect a periodical return of such convulsions, but experience should steadily curtail their ravages, and remedy their immoral tendencies. Young men have before them lessons of manifold wisdom taught by the severest of masters, experience. They should be studied, and that they may be, I shall, from this general survey, turn to a specific enumeration of the causes of dishonesty. 1. Some men find in their bosom from the first a vehement inclination to dishonest ways. Knavish propensities are inherent, born with the child, and transmissible from parent to son. The children of a sturdy thief, if taken from him at birth and reared by honest men, would, doubtless, have to contend against a strongly dishonest inclination. Foundlings and orphans under public charitable charge are more apt to become vicious than other children. They are usually born of low and vicious parents, and inherit their parents' propensities. Only the most thorough moral training can overrule this innate depravity. 2. A child naturally fair-minded may become dishonest by parental example. He is early taught to be sharp in bargains, and vigilant for every advantage. Little is said about honesty, and much upon shrewd traffic. A dexterous trick becomes a family anecdote. Visitors are regaled with the boy's precocious keenness. Hearing the praise of his exploits, he studies craft, and seeks parental admiration by adroit knaveries. He is taught, for his safety, that he must not range beyond the law. That would be unprofitable. He calculates his morality thus: legal honesty is the best policy. Dishonesty, then, is a bad bargain, and therefore wrong. Everything is wrong which is unthrifty. Whatever profit breaks no legal statute, though it is gained by falsehood, by unfairness, by gloss, through dishonor, unkindness, and an unscrupulous conscience, he considers fair, and says, the law allows it. Men may spend a long life without an indictable action, and without an honest one. No law can reach the insidious ways of subtle craft. The law allows, and religion forbids men to profit by others' misfortunes, to prowl for prey among the ignorant, to overreach the simple, to suck the vast life-drops from the bleeding, to hover over men as a vulture over herds, swooping down upon the weak, the straggling, and the weary. The infernal craft of cunning men turns the law itself to piracy, and works outrageous fraud in the hall of courts, by the decision of judges, and is under the seal of justice. 3. Dishonesty is learned from one's employers. The boy of honest parents and honestly bred goes to a trade or a store where the employer practices legal frauds. The plain honesty of the boy excites roars of laughter among the better taught clerks. The master tells them that such blundering truthfulness must be pitied. The boy evidently has been neglected, and is not to be ridiculed for what he could not help. At first it verily pains the youth's scruples, and tinges his face to frame a deliberate dishonesty, to finish and to polish it. His tongue stammers at a lie, but the example of a rich master, the jeers and jibes of shopmates, with gradual practice, cure all this. He becomes adroit in fleecing customers for his master's sake, and equally dexterous in fleecing his master for his own sake. 4. Extravagance is a prolific source of dishonesty. Extravagance, which is foolish expense, or expense disproportionate to one's means, may be found in all grades of society, but it is chiefly apparent among the rich, those aspiring to wealth, and those wishing to be thought affluent. Many a young man cheats his business by transferring his means to theatres, race-courses, expensive parties, and to the nameless and numberless projects of pleasure. The enterprise of others is baffled by the extravagance of their family, for few men can make as much in a year as an extravagant woman can carry on her back in one winter. Some are ambitious of fashionable society, and will gratify their vanity at any expense. This disproportion between means and expense soon brings on a crisis. The victim is straitened for money. Without it, he must abandon his rank. For fashionable society remorselessly rejects all butterflies which have lost their brilliant colors. Which shall he choose, honesty and mortifying exclusion, or gaiety purchased by dishonesty? The severity of this choice sometimes sobers the intoxicated brain, and a young man shrinks from the gulf, appalled at the darkness of dishonesty. But to excessive vanity, high life with or without fraud, is paradise, and any other life purgatory. Here many resort to dishonesty without a scruple. It is at this point that public sentiment half sustains dishonesty. It scourges the thief of necessity, and pities the thief of fashion. The struggle with others is on the very ground of honor. A wife led from affluence to frigid penury and neglect, from leisure and luxury to toil and want, daughters, once courted as rich, to be disesteemed when poor, this is the gloomy prospect, seen through a magic haze of despondency. Honor, love, and generosity, strangely bewitched, plead for dishonesty as the only alternative to such suffering. But go, young man, to your wife. Tell her the alternative. If she is worthy of you, she will face your poverty with a courage which shall shame your fears, and lead you into its wilderness, and through it, all unshrinking. Many there be who went weeping into this desert, and ere long, having found in it the fountains of the purest peace, have thanked God for the pleasures of poverty. But if your wife unmans your resolution, imploring dishonor rather than penury, may God pity and help you. You dwell with a sorceress, and few can resist her wiles. 5. Debt is an inexhaustible fountain of dishonesty. The royal preacher tells us, the borrower is servant to the lender. Debt is a rigorous servitude. The debtor learns the cunning tricks, delays, concealments, and frauds by which slaves evade or cheat their master. He is tempted to make ambiguous statements, pledges with secret passages of escape, contracts with fraudulent constructions, lying excuses, and more mendacious promises. He is tempted to elude responsibility, to delay settlements, to prevaricate upon the terms, to resist equity, and devise specious fraud. When the eager creditor would restrain such vagrancy by law, the debtor often thinks himself released from moral obligation and brought to a legal game, in which it is lawful for the best player to win. He disputes true accounts, he studies subterfuges, extorts provocatous delays, and harbors in every nook and corner and passage of the law's labyrinth. At length the measure is filled up, and the malignant power of debt is known. It has opened in the heart every fountain of iniquity. It has besoiled the conscience. It has tarnished the honor. It has made the man a deliberate student of knavery, a systematic practitioner of fraud. It has dragged him through all the sewers of petty passions, anger, hate, revenge, malicious folly, or malignant shame. When a debtor is beaten at every point, and the law will put her screws upon him, there is no depth in the gulf of dishonesty into which he will not boldly plunge. Some men put their property to the flames, assassinate the detested creditor, and end the frantic tragedy by suicide or the gallows. Others, in view of the catastrophe, have converted all property to cash, and concealed it. The law's utmost skill and the creditor's fury are alike powerless now. The tree is green and thrifty, its roots drawing a copious supply from some hidden fountain. Craft has another harbor of resort for the piratical crew of dishonesty, that is, putting the property out of the law's reach by a fraudulent conveyance. Whoever runs in debt, and consumes the equivalent of his indebtedness, whoever is fairly liable to damage for broken contracts, whoever by folly has incurred debts and lost the benefit of his outlay, whoever is legally obliged to pay for his malice or carelessness, whoever by infidelity to public trusts has made his property a just remuneration for his defaults, whoever of all these, or whoever, under any circumstances, puts out of his hands property, morally or legally due to creditors, is a dishonest man. The crazy excuses which men render to their consciences are only such as every villain makes who is unwilling to look upon the black face of his crimes. He who will receive a conveyance of property, knowing it to be elusive and fraudulent, is as wicked as the principal, and as such meaner, as the tool and subordinate of villainy is meaner than the master who uses him. If a church, knowing all these facts, or wilfully ignorant of them, allows a member to nestle in the security of the sanctuary, then the act of this robber and the connivance of the church are but two parts of one crime. 6. Bankruptcy, although a branch of debt, deserves a separate mention. It sometimes crushes a man's spirit, and sometimes exasperates it. The poignancy of the evil depends much upon the disposition of the creditors, and as much upon the disposition of the victim. Should they act with the lenity of Christian men, and he with manly honesty, promptly rendering up whatever satisfaction of debt he has, he may visit the lowest places of human adversity, and find there the light of good men's esteem, the support of conscience, and the sustenance of religion. A bankrupt may fall into the hands of men whose tender mercies are cruel, or his dishonest equivocations may exasperate their temper and provoke every thorn and briar of the law. When men's passions are let loose, especially their avarice whetted by real or imaginary wrong, when there is a rivalry among creditors, lest any one should feast upon the victim more than his share, and they all rush upon him like wolves upon a wounded deer, dragging him down, ripping him open, breast and flank, plunging deep their bloody muzzles to reach the heart and taste blood at the very fountain, is it strange that resistance is desperate and unscrupulous? At length the sufferer drags his mutilated carcass aside, every nerve and muscle wrung with pain, and his whole body an instrument of agony. He curses the whole inhuman crew with envenomed imprecations, and thenceforth a brooding misanthrope, he pays back to society, by studied villainies, the legal wrongs which the relentless justice of a few, or his own knavery, have brought upon him. 7. There is a circle of moral dishonesties practiced because the law allows them. The very anxiety of law to reach the devices of cunning So perplexes its statutes with exceptions, limitations, and supplements, that like a castle gradually enlarged for centuries, it has its crevices, dark corners, secret holes, and winding passages, an endless harbor for rats and vermin, where no trap can catch them. We are villainously infested with legal rats and rascals, who are able to commit the most flagrant dishonesties with impunity. They can do all of wrong which is profitable, without that part which is actionable. The very ingenuity of these miscreants excites such admiration of their skill that their life is gilded with a specious respectability. Men profess little esteem for blunt, necessitous thieves, who rob and run away, but for a gentleman who can break the whole of God's law so adroitly as to leave man's law unbroken, who can indulge in such conservative stealing that his fellow men award him a rank among honest men for the excessive skill of his dishonesty, for such a one, I fear, there is almost universal sympathy. 8. Political dishonesty breeds dishonesty of every kind. It is possible for good men to permit single sins to coexist with general integrity, where the evil is indulged through ignorance. Once, undoubted, Christians were slave traders. They might be while unenlightened, but not in our times. A state of mind which will intend one fraud will, upon occasions, intend 1,000. He that upon one emergency will lie will be supplied with emergencies. He that will perjure himself to save a friend will do it, in a desperate juncture, to save himself. The highest wisdom has informed us that he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. Circumstances may withdraw a politician from temptation to any but political dishonesty, but under temptation a dishonest politician would be a dishonest cashier, would be dishonest anywhere, in anything. The fury which destroys an opponent's character would stop at nothing if barriers were thrown down. That which is true of the leaders in politics is true of subordinates. Political dishonesty in voters runs into general dishonesty, as the rotten speck taints the whole apple. A community whose politics are conducted by a perpetual breach of honesty on both sides will be tainted by immorality throughout. Men will play the same game in their private affairs which they have learned to play in public matters. The guile, the crafty vigilance, the dishonest advantage, the cunning sharpness, the tricks and traps and sly evasions, the equivocal promises and unequivocal neglect of them, which characterize political action, will equally characterize private action. The mind has no kitchen to do its dirty work in while the parlor remains clean. Dishonesty is an atmosphere. If it comes into one apartment, it penetrates into every one. Whoever will lie in politics will lie in traffic. Whoever will slander in politics will slander in personal squabbles. A professor of religion who is a dishonest politician is a dishonest Christian. His creed is a perpetual index of his hypocrisy. The genius of our government directs the attention of every citizen to politics. Its spirit reaches the uttermost bound of society and pervades the whole mass. If its channels are slimy with corruption, what limit can be set to its malign influence? The turbulence of elections, the virulence of the press, the desperation of bad men, the hopelessness of efforts which are not cunning but only honest, have driven many conscientious men from any concern with politics. This is suicidal. Thus the tempest will grow blacker and fiercer. Our youth will be caught up in its whirling bosom and dashed to pieces, and its hail will break down every green thing. At God's house the cure should begin. Let the hand of discipline smite the leprous lips which shall utter the profane heresy, all is fair in politics. If any hoary professor, drunk with the mingled wine of excitement, shall tell our youth that a Christian man may act in politics by any other rule of morality than that of the Bible, and that wickedness performed for a party is not as abominable as if done for a man, or that any necessity justifies or palliates dishonesty in word or deed, let such a one go out of the camp, and his pestilent breath no longer spread contagion among our youth. No man who loves his country should shrink from her side when she groans with raging distempers. Let every Christian man stand in his place, rebuke every dishonest practice, scorn a political as well as a personal lie, and refuse with indignation to be insulted by the solicitation of an immoral man. Let good men of all parties require honesty, integrity, veracity, and morality in politics, as there, as powerfully as anywhere else. The requisitions of public sentiment will ultimately be felt. 9. A corrupt public sentiment produces dishonesty. A public sentiment, in which dishonesty is not disgraceful, in which bad men are respectable, are trusted, are honored, are exalted, is a curse to the young. The fever of speculation, the universal derangement of business, the growing laxness of morals is, to an alarming extent, introducing such a state of things. Men of notorious immorality, whose dishonesty is flagrant, whose private habits would disgrace the ditch, are powerful and popular. I have seen a man stained with every sin, except those which required courage, into whose head I do not think a pure thought has entered for 40 years, in whose heart an honorable feeling would droop for very loneliness. In evil he was ripe and rotten, hoary and depraved in deed, in word, in his present life, and in all his past. Evil when by himself, and viler among men, corrupting to the young, to domestic fidelity a recreant, to common honor a traitor, to honesty an outlaw, to religion a hypocrite, base in all that is worthy of man, and accomplished in whatever is disgraceful. And yet this wretch could go where he would, enter good men's dwellings, and purloin their votes. Men would curse him, yet obey him, hate him, and assist him, warn their sons against him, and lead them to the polls for him. A public sentiment which produces ignominious knaves cannot breed honest men. Any calamity, civil or commercial, which checks the administration of justice between man and man, is ruinous to honesty. The violent fluctuations of business cover the ground with rubbish over which men stumble, and fill the air with dust, in which all the shapes of honesty appear distorted. Men are thrown upon unusual expedients, dishonesties are unobserved, those who have been reckless and profuse stave off the legitimate fruits of their folly by desperate shifts. We have not yet emerged from a period in which debts were insecure, the debtor legally protected against the rights of the creditor, taxes laid not by the requirements of justice, but for political effect, and lowered to a dishonest insufficiency, and when thus diminished, not collected, the citizens resisting their own officers, officers resigning at the bidding of the electors, the laws of property paralyzed, bankrupt laws built up, and stay laws unconstitutionally enacted, upon which the courts look with aversion, yet fear to deny them, lest the wildness of popular opinion should roll back disdainfully upon the bench, to despoil its dignity and to prostrate its power. General suffering has made us tolerant of general dishonesty, and the gloom of our commercial disaster threatens to become the pall of our morals. If the shocking stupidity of the public mind to atrocious dishonesties is not aroused, if good men do not bestir themselves to drag the young from this foul sorcery, if the relaxed bands of honesty are not tightened, and conscience intoned to a severer morality, our night is at hand, our midnight not far off. Woe to that guilty people who sit down upon broken laws and wealth saved by injustice! Woe to a generation fed upon the bread of fraud, whose children's inheritance shall be a perpetual memento of their fathers' unrighteousness! to whom dishonesty shall be made pleasant by association with the revered memories of father, brother, and friend. But when a whole people, united by a common disregard of justice, conspire to defraud public creditors, and states vie with states in an infamous repudiation of just debts by open or sinister methods, and nations exert their sovereignty to protect and dignify the knavery of a commonwealth, then the confusion of domestic affairs has bred a fiend, before whose flight honor fades away, and under whose feet the sanctity of truth and the religion of solemn compacts are stamped down and ground into the dirt. Need we ask the causes of growing dishonesty among the young, and the increasing untrustworthiness of all agents, when states are seen clothed with the panoply of dishonesty, and nations put on fraud for their garments? Absconding agents, swindling schemes, and defalcations, occurring in such melancholy abundance, have at length ceased to be wonders, and rank with the common accidents of fire and flood. The budget of each week is incomplete without its mob and runaway cashier, its duel and defaulter, and as waves which roll to the shore are lost in those which follow on, so the villainies of each week obliterate the record of the last. The mania of dishonesty cannot arise from local causes. It is the result of disease in the whole community, an eruption betokening foulness of the blood, blotches symptomatic of a disordered system. 10. Financial agents are especially liable to the temptations of dishonesty. Safe merchants and visionary schemers, sagacious adventurers and rash speculators, frugal beginners and retired millionaires are constantly around them. Every word, every act, every entry, every letter suggests only wealth, its germ, its bud, its blossom, its golden harvest. Its brilliance dazzles the sight. Its seductions stir the appetites. Its power fires the ambition, and the soul concentrates its energies to obtain wealth as life's highest and only joy. Besides the influence of such associations, direct dealing in money as a commodity has a peculiar effect upon the heart. There is no property between it and the mind, no medium to mellow its light. The mind is diverted and refreshed by no thoughts upon the quality of soils, the durability of structures, the advantages of sites, the beauty of fabrics. It is not invigorated by the necessity of labor and ingenuity which the mechanic feels, by the invention of the artisan or the taste of the artist. The whole attention falls directly upon naked money. The hourly sight of it whets the appetite and sharpens it to avarice. Thus, with an intense regard of riches, steals in also the miser's relish of coin, that insatiate gazing and fondling, by which seductive metal wins to itself all the blandishments of love. Those who mean to be rich often begin by imitating the expensive courses of those who are rich. They are also tempted to venture, before they have means of their own, in brilliant speculations. How can a young cashier pay the drafts of his illicit pleasures, or procure the seed for the harvest of speculation out of his narrow salary? Here first begins to work the leaven of death. The mind wanders in dreams of gain, it broods over projects of unlawful riches, stealthily at first, and then with less reserve. At last it boldly meditates the possibility of being dishonest and safe. When a man can seriously reflect upon dishonesty as a possible and profitable thing, he is already deeply dishonest. To a mind so tainted will flock stories of consummate craft, of effective knavery, of fraud covered by its brilliant success. At times the mind shrinks from its own thoughts, and trembles to look down the giddy cliff on whose edge they poise, or over which they fling themselves like sporting sea-birds. But these imaginations will not be driven from the heart where they have once nested. They hunt a man's business, visit him in his dreams, and, vampire-like, fan the slumbers of the victim whom they will destroy. In some feverish hour, vibrating between conscience and avarice, the man staggers to a compromise. To satisfy his conscience, he refuses to steal, and, to gratify his avarice, he borrows the funds, not openly, not of owners, not of men, but of the till, the safe, the vault. He resolves to restore the money before discovery can ensue, and pocket the profits. Meanwhile, false entries are made, perjured oaths are sworn, forged papers are filed. His expenses grow profuse, and men wonder from what fountain so copious a stream can flow. Let us stop here to survey his condition. He flourishes, is called prosperous, thinks himself safe. Is he safe or honest? He has stolen, and embarked the amount upon the sea, over which wander perpetual storms, whose wreck is the common fate, and escape the accident. And now all his chance for the semblance of honesty is staked upon the return of his embezzlements from among the sands, the rocks and currents, the winds and waves, and darkness of tumultuous speculation. At length dawns the day of discovery. His guilty dreams have long foretokened it. As he confronts the disgrace almost face to face, how changed is the hideous aspect of his deed from that fair face of promise with which it tempted him. Conscience and honor and plain honesty, which left him when they could not restrain, now come back to sharpen his anguish. Overawed by the prospect of open shame, of his wife's disgrace and his children's beggary, he cows down and slinks out of life a frantic suicide. Some there be, however, less supple to shame. They meet their fate with cool impudence, defy their employers, brave the court, and too often with success. The delusion of the public mind, or the confusion of affairs, is such that, while petty culprits are tumbled into prison, a cool, calculating, and immense scoundrel is pitied, dandled, and nursed by a sympathizing community. In the broad road slanting to the rogue's retreat are seen the officer of the bank, the agent of the state, the officer of the church, in indiscriminate haste outrunning a lazy justice, and bearing off the gains of astounding frauds. Avarice and pleasure seem to have dissolved the conscience. It is a day of trouble and of perplexity from the Lord. We tremble to think that our children must leave the covert of the family and go out upon that dark and yeasty sea, from whose wrath so many wrecks are cast up at our feet. Of one thing I am certain, if the Church of Christ is silent to such deeds, and makes her altar a refuge to such dishonesty, the day is coming when she shall have no altar, the light shall go out from her candlestick, her walls shall be desolate, and the fox look out at her windows. 11. Executive clemency, by its frequency, has been a temptation to dishonesty. Who will fear to be a culprit when a legal sentence is the argument of pity and the prelude of pardon? What can the community expect but growing dishonesty, when juries connive at acquittals and judges condemn only to petition a pardon? When honest men and officers fly before a mob? When jails are besieged and threatened, if felons are not relinquished? When the executive, consulting the spirit of the community, receives the demands of the mob, and humbly complies, throwing down the fences of the law that base rioters may walk unimpeded to their work of vengeance or unjust mercy. A sickly sentimentality too often enervates the administration of justice, and the pardoning power becomes the master key to let out unwashed, unrepentant criminals. They have fleeced us, robbed us, and are ulcerous sores to the body politic. Yet our heart turns to water over their merited punishment. A fine young fellow, by accident, writes another's name for his own. By a mistake equally unfortunate, he presents it at the bank, innocently draws out the large amount, generously spends a part, and absent-mindedly hides the rest. Hard-hearted wretches there are who would punish him for this. Young men, admiring the neatness of the affair, pity his misfortune, and curse a stupid jury that knew no better than to send to the penitentiary him whose skill deserved a cashiership. He goes to his cell, the pity of a whole metropolis. Bulletins from Sing Sing inform us daily what Edwards is doing. (Footnote: Monroe Edwards, a notorious forger. Editor.) As if he were Napoleon at St. Helena. At length pardoned, he will go forth again to a renowned liberty. If there be one way quicker than another, by which the executive shall assist crime, and our laws foster it, it is that course which assures every dishonest man that it is easy to defraud, easy to avoid arrest, easy to escape punishment, and easiest of all to obtain a pardon. 12. Commercial speculations are prolific of dishonesty. Speculation is the risking of capital in enterprises greater than we can control, or in enterprises whose elements are not at all calculable. All calculations of the future are uncertain, but those which are based upon long experience approximate certainty, while those which are drawn by sagacity from probable events are notoriously unsafe. Unless, however, some venture, we shall forever tread an old and dull path. Therefore, enterprise is allowed to pioneer new ways. The safe enterpriser explores cautiously, ventures at first a little, and increases the venture with the ratio of experience. A speculator looks out upon the new region, as upon a faraway landscape whose features are softened to beauty by distance. Upon a hope he stakes that, which if it wins will make him, and if it loses will ruin him. When the alternatives are victory or utter destruction, a battle may, sometimes, still be necessary. But commerce has no such alternatives, only speculation proceeds upon them. If the capital is borrowed, it is as dishonest upon such ventures to risk as to lose it. Should a man borrow a noble steed, and ride among incitements which he knew would rouse up his fiery spirit to an uncontrollable height, and borne away with wild speed, be plunged over a precipice, his destruction might excite our pity, but could not alter our opinion of his dishonesty. He borrowed property, and endangered it where he knew that it would be uncontrollable. If the capital be one's own, it can scarcely be risked and lost without the ruin of other men. No man could blow up his store in a compact street and destroy only his own. Men of business are, like threads of a fabric, woven together, and subject to a great extent to a common fate of prosperity or adversity. I have no right to cut off my hand. I defraud myself, my family, my community, and God. For all these have an interest in that hand. Neither has a man the right to throw away his property. He defrauds himself, his family, the community in which he dwells, for all these have an interest in that property. If waste is dishonesty, then every risk, in proportion as it approaches it, is dishonest. To venture, without that foresight which experience gives, is wrong. And if we cannot foresee, then we must not venture. Scheming speculation demoralizes honesty, and almost necessitates dishonesty. He who puts his own interests to rash ventures will scarcely do better for others. The speculator regards the weightiest affair as only a splendid game. Indeed, a speculator on the exchange, and a gambler at his table, follow one vocation, only with different instruments. One employs cards or dice, the other property. The one can no more foresee the result of his schemes than the other what spots will come up on his dice. The calculations of both are only the chances of luck. Both burn with unhealthy excitement. Both are avaricious of gains, but careless of what they win. Both depend more upon fortune than skill. They have a common distaste for labor. With each, right and wrong are only the accidents of a game. Neither would scruple in any hour to set his whole being on the edge of ruin, and, going over, to pull down, if possible, 100 others. The wreck of such men leaves them with a drunkard's appetite and a fiend's desperation. The revulsion from extravagant hopes to a certainty of midnight darkness, the sensations of poverty to him who was in fancy just stepping upon a princely estate, the humiliation of gleaning for cents where he has been profuse of dollars, the chagrin of seeing old competitors now above him, grinning down upon his poverty a malignant triumph, the pity of pitiful men and the neglect of such as should have been his friends, and who were, while the sunshine lay upon his path, all these things, like so many strong winds, sweep across the soul so that it cannot rest in the cheerless tranquillity of honesty, but casts up mire and dirt. How stately the balloon rises and sails over the continents, as over petty landscapes. The slightest slit in its frail covering sends it tumbling down, swaying widely, whirling and pitching hither and thither, until it plunges into some dark glen, out of the path of honest men, and too shattered to tempt even a robber. So have we seen 1,000 men pitched down. So now in 1,000 places may their wrecks be seen. But still other balloons are framing, and the air is full of victim venturers. If our young men are introduced to life with distaste for safe ways, because the sure profits are slow, if the opinion becomes prevalent that all business is great only as it tends to the uncertain, the extravagant, and the romantic, then we may stay our hand at once, nor waste labor in absurd expostulations of honesty. I had as lief preach humanity to a battle of eagles, as to urge honesty and integrity upon those who have determined to be rich, and to gain it by gambling stakes and madmen's ventures. All the bankruptcies of commerce are harmless compared with the bankruptcy of public morals. Should the Atlantic Ocean break over our shores, and roll sheer across to the Pacific, sweeping every vestige of cultivation, and burying our wealth, it would be a mercy compared with that ocean deluge of dishonesty and crime, which, sweeping over the whole land, has spared our wealth and taken our virtue. What are the cornfields and vineyards, what are stones and manufactures, what are gold and silver, and all the precious commodities of the earth, among beasts? And what are men, bereft of conscience and honor, but beasts? We will forget those things which are behind, and hope a more cheerful future. We turn to you, young men. All good men, all patriots, turn to watch your advance upon the stage, and to implore you to be worthy of yourselves and of your revered ancestry. O ye favorite of heaven! With a free land, a noble inheritance of wise laws, and a prodigality of wealth in prospect, advance to your possessions. May you settle down, as did Israel of old, a people of God in a promised and protected land, true to yourselves, true to your country, and true to your God. End of 12 Causes of Dishonesty by Rev. Henry Ward Beecher.
The 12 Wild Ducks by Sir George Webb Dasent. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 12 Wild Ducks. Once on a time there was a queen who was out driving, when there had been a new fall of snow in the winter, but when she had gone a little way, she began to bleed at the nose and had to get out of her sledge. And so, as she stood there, leaning against the fence and saw the red blood on the white snow, she fell a-thinking how she had 12 sons and no daughter, and she said to herself, "If only I had a daughter as white as snow and as red as blood, I shouldn't care what became of all my sons." But the words were scarce out of her mouth before an old witch of the trolls came up to her. "A daughter you shall have," she said, "and she shall be as white as snow and as red as blood, and your sons shall be mine. But you may keep them till the babe is christened." So when the time came, the queen had a daughter, and she was white as snow and as red as blood, just as the troll had promised. And so they called her Snow White and Rosy Red. Well, there was great joy at the king's court, and the queen was as glad could be. But when what she had promised to the old witch came into her mind, she sent for a silversmith and bade them make 12 silver spoons, one for each prince, and after that she bade him make one more, and that she gave to Snow White and Rosy Red. But as soon as ever the princess was christened, the princes were turned into 12 wild ducks and flew away. They never saw them again. Away they went, and away they stayed. So the princess grew up, and she was both tall and fair, but she was often so strange and sorrowful, and no one could understand what it was that failed her. But one evening the queen was also sorrowful, for she had many strange thoughts when she thought of her sons. She said to Snow White and Rosy Red, "Why are you so sorrowful, my daughter? Is there anything you want? If so, only say the word, and you shall have it." "Oh, it seems so dull and lonely here," said Snow White and Rosy Red. "Everyone else has brothers and sisters, but I am all alone. I have none, and that's why I'm so sorrowful." "But you had brothers, my daughter," said the queen. "I had 12 sons who were your brothers, but I gave them all away to get you." And so she told her the whole story. So when the princess heard that, she had no rest, for in spite of all the queen could say or do, and all she wept and prayed, the lassie would set off to seek her brothers. For she thought it was all her fault, and at last she got leave to go away from the palace. On and on she walked into the wide world. So far, you would never have thought a young lady could have strength to walk so far. So once, when she was walking through a great, great wood, one day she felt tired, and sat down on a mossy tuft and fell asleep. Then she dreamt that she went deeper and deeper into the wood, till she came to a little wooden hut, and there she found her brothers. Just then she woke, and straight before her she saw a worn path in the green moss, and this path went deeper into the wood. So she followed it, and after a long time she came to just such a little wooden house as that she had seen in her dream. Now when she went into the room there was no one at home, but there stood 12 beds, and 12 chairs, and 12 spoons, a dozen of everything in short. So when she saw that, she was so glad she hadn't been so glad for many a long year, for she could guess at once that her brothers lived here, and that they owned the beds and chairs and spoons. So she began to make up the fire, and sweep the room, and make the beds, and cook the dinner, and to make the house as tidy as she could. And when she had done all the cooking and work, she ate her own dinner, and crept under her youngest brother's bed, and lay down there. But she forgot her spoon upon the table. So she had scarcely laid herself down before she heard something flapping and whirring in the air. And so all the 12 wild ducks came sweeping in. But as soon as ever they crossed the threshold, they became princes. "Oh, how nice and warm it is in here," they said. "Heaven bless him who made up the fire, and cooked such a good dinner for us." And so each took up his silver spoon and was going to eat. But when each had taken his own, there was one still left lying on the table, and it was so like the rest that they couldn't tell it from them. "This is our sister's spoon," they said, "and if her spoon be here, she can't be very far off herself." "If this be our sister's spoon and she be here," said the eldest, "she shall be killed, for she is to blame for all the ill we suffer." And this she lay under the bed and listened to. "No," said the youngest, "'twere a shame to kill her for that. She has nothing to do with our suffering ill, for if anyone's to blame it's our own mother." So they set to work hunting for her both high and low, and at last they looked under all the beds. And so when they came to the youngest prince's bed, they found her and dragged her out. Then the eldest prince wished again to have her killed, but she begged and prayed so prettily for herself. "Oh, gracious goodness, don't kill me, for I've gone about seeking you these 3 years, and if I could only set you free, I'd willingly lose my life." "Well," said they, "if you will set us free, you may keep your life, for you can if you choose." "Yes, only tell me," said the princess, "how it can be done, and I'll do it, whatever it be." "You must pick thistledown," said the princes, "and you must card it and spin it and weave it. And after you have done that, you must cut out and make 12 coats and 12 shirts and 12 neckerchiefs, one for each of us. And while you do that, you must neither talk, nor laugh, nor weep. If you can do that, we are free. But where shall I ever get thistledown enough for so many neckerchiefs and shirts and coats? Asked Snow White and Rosy Red. We'll soon show you, said the princes. And so they took her with them to a great wide moor, where there stood such a crop of thistles, all nodding and nodding in the breeze, and the down all floating and glistening like gossamers through the air in the sunbeams. The princess had never seen such a quantity of thistledown in her life, and she began to pluck and gather it as fast and as well as she could, and when she got home at night she set to work carding and spinning yarn from the down. So she went on a long, long time, picking and carding and spinning, and all the while keeping the prince's house, cooking and making their beds. At evening home they came, flapping and whirring like wild ducks, and all night they were princes, but in the morning off they flew again, and were wild ducks the whole day. But now it happened once, when she was out on the moor to pick thistledown, and if I don't mistake, it was the very last time she was to go thither, it happened that the young king who ruled that land was out hunting, and came riding across the moor, and saw her. So he stopped there, and wondered who the lovely lady could be that walked along the moor picking thistledown, and he asked her her name, and when he could get no answer he was still more astonished. And at last he liked her so much that nothing would do but he must take her home to his castle and marry her. So he ordered his servants to take her and put her up on his horse. Snow White and Rosy Red, she wrung her hands and made signs to them, and pointed to the bags in which her work was, and when the king saw she wished to have them with her, he told his men to take up the bags behind them. When they had done that, the princess came to herself little by little, for the king was both a wise man and a handsome man too, and he was as soft and kind to her as a doctor. But when they got home to the palace, and the old queen, who was his stepmother, set eyes on Snow White and Rosy Red, she got so cross and jealous of her because she was so lovely, that she said to the king, "Can't you see now that this thing whom you have picked up, and whom you are going to marry, is a witch? Why, she can't either talk or laugh or weep." But the king didn't care a pin for what she said, but held on with the wedding, and married Snow White and Rosy Red, and they lived in great joy and glory. But she didn't forget to go on sewing at her shirts. So when the year was almost out, Snow White and Rosy Red brought a prince into the world, and then the old queen was more spiteful and jealous than ever, and at dead of night she stole in to Snow White and Rosy Red while she slept, and took away her babe and threw it into a pit full of snakes. After that she cut Snow White and Rosy Red in her finger, and smeared the blood over her mouth, and went straight to the king. "Now come and see," she said, "what sort of a thing you have taken for your queen. Here she has eaten up her own babe." Then the king was so downcast he almost burst into tears, and said, "Yes, it must be true, since I see it with my own eyes. But she'll not do it again, I'm sure, and so this time I'll spare her life." So before the next year was out, she had another son, and the same thing happened. The king's stepmother got more and more jealous and spiteful. She stole into the young queen at night while she slept, took away the babe, and threw it into a pit full of snakes, cut the young queen's finger, and smeared the blood over her mouth, and then went and told the king she'd eaten up her own child. Then the king was so sorrowful, you can't think how sorry he was, and he said, "Yes, it must be true, since I see it with my own eyes. But she'll not do it again, I'm sure, and so this time too I'll spare her life." Well, before the next year was out, Snow White and Rosy Red brought a daughter into the world, and her, too, the old queen took and threw into the pit full of snakes while the young queen slept. Then she cut her finger, smeared the blood over her mouth, and went again to the king and said, "Now you may come and see if it isn't as I say. She's a wicked, wicked witch, for here she is gone, and eaten up her third babe, too." Then the king was so sad there was no end to it, for now he couldn't spare her any longer, but had to order her to be burnt alive on a pile of wood. But just when the pile was all ablaze, and they were going to put her on it, she made signs to them to take 12 boards and lay them round the pile, and on these she laid the neckerchiefs and the shirts and the coats for her brothers. But the youngest brother's shirt wanted its left arm, for she hadn't had time to finish it. And as soon as ever she had done that, they heard such a flapping and whirring in the air, and down came 12 wild ducks flying over the forest, and each of them snapped up his clothes and his bill and flew off with them. "See now," said the old queen to the king, "wasn't I right when I told you she was a witch? But make haste and burn her before the pile burns low." "Oh," said the king, "we've wood enough and to spare, and so I'll wait a bit, for I've a mind to see what the end of all this will be." As he spoke, up came the 12 princes riding along, as handsome, well-grown lads as you'd wish to see, but the young prince had a wild duck's wing instead of his left arm. "What's all this about?" asked the princes. "My queen is to be burnt," said the king, "because she's a witch, and because she's eaten up her own babes." "She hasn't eaten them at all," said the princes. "Speak now, sister. You have set us free and saved us. Now save yourself." Then Snow White and Rosy Red spoke, and told the whole story, how every time she was brought to bed, the old queen, the king's stepmother, had stolen into her at night, had taken her babes away, and cut her little finger, and smeared the blood over her mouth. And then the princes took the king and shewed him the snake pit where 3 babes lay playing with adders and toads, and lovelier children you never saw. So the king had them taken out at once, and went on to his stepmother, and asked her what punishment she thought that woman deserved who could find it in her heart to betray a guiltless queen and 3 such blessed little babes. "She deserves to be fast bound between 12 unbroken steeds, so that each may take his share of her," said the old queen. "You have spoken your own doom," said the king, "and you shall suffer it at once." So the wicked old queen was fast bound between 12 unbroken steeds, and each got his share of her. But the king took Snow White and Rosy Red and their 3 children, and the 12 princes, and so they all went home to their father and mother, and told all that had befallen them, and there was joy and gladness over the whole kingdom, because the princess was saved and set free, and because she had set free her 12 brothers. End of The 12 Wild Ducks by Sir George Webb Dasent, read by Colleen McMahon.
A dozen dainty recipes for preparing War Department canned meats by Mrs. Anna B. Scott. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. For more than 10 years, Mrs. Scott has been the cooking expert and food economist of the Philadelphia North American. She has had phenomenal success in producing highly palatable and nutritious meals at a very low cost, over a period of many years during which she was engaged in the business of operating public eating houses. She is now devoting her entire time in teaching the American housewife to produce for the family better food at a lower cost in labor and money. During her connection with the North American, Mrs. Scott has written many special articles, including menus for commercial concerns interested in introducing new kinds of prepared food. She also has been employed by government agencies to prepare menus for new foods introduced in this country, and to instruct the public in the use of foods placed on sale by the government since the close of the war. Mrs. Scott has organized a cooking club which comprises more than 20,000 members. Those members call upon her for personal direction. The recipes included in this book under her name are the result of a series of tests made in her laboratory and kitchen, every one of which was carefully analyzed and tried out. They represent a dozen of the best dishes Mrs. Scott could suggest from something like a score which she tested and found tasty. Forward. War Department canned meats, corned beef hash, roast beef, and bacon are being offered to the American public by the Quartermaster Department at prices considerably below existing market quotations. These meats are not being retailed by the government. For more than a year, 77 Army Quartermaster retail stores and branches sold them in small quantities across the counter. Recently, however, when the Army reorganization was accomplished and the needs of the new military forces definitely ascertained several $1 million worth were declared surplus, made available for sale, and offered to the public. Because of the large amount and the desire of the Secretary of War to throw all the force of the War Department into the campaign to reduce the cost of living, the meats were offered to the wholesale and retail trades at prices which will permit them to be resold at figures much below those obtaining elsewhere and still realize a reasonable profit. There is no question as to the high quality of War Department meats, packed by the leading packing houses of North and South America. From the choicest cuts, they were prepared under special supervision, not only from the packers, but from the United States government. The American army at home and abroad found these meats in their daily rations. A healthier or brawnier set of men than these returning from overseas never has been seen. They thrived on War Department canned meats, often going for weeks with nothing to eat except these products. They tasted good in France. That same flavor, that same high nutritive value and quality is found in them today. Recipes all tested. On the following pages will be found an even dozen of recipes selected from among a score of excellent ones which show the possibilities of these products. These meats should form a part of the menu in every home. They are much cheaper than other canned meats, although both were packed by the same packing house. They are nutritive and they are appetizing. The War Department already has sold millions of dollars worth of these meats. Thousands of persons who have until now known canned meats only as a name recognize them as valuable additions to their daily rations. If the dealers of the United States have not taken advantage of the War Department offerings, it is their own fault. The consuming public is urged to ask its dealers to lay in a supply of these meats as long as they last. If the dealer hasn't them, he can get them. 6 Army supply bases, located in reasonable halls of every section of the country, will accept orders for as little as $250 worth of meats. The War Department gives its guarantee to stand behind every can that is sold. If the American public is desirous of reducing its cost of living, it will avail itself of the opportunity offered by the government. If the dealers in any locality have failed to place orders, it is to the advantage of their patrons to insist that they do so. War Department canned meats are tasty, they are nutritious, they are cheap. Serve them in your home. Ask for them in cafes, restaurants, hotels, on dining cars, steamships, and wherever food is served. And ask for them by name. War Department canned meats. Talk to your dealer. Look for the dealer who carries War Department canned meats. Unless he is laid in a stock, he is not doing himself justice or you. Look for the red, white, and blue posters in store windows. Until the consumers in general are determined to reduce the cost of living and effect a saving for themselves, prices cannot be reduced. In offering these meats to the public, the government is doing its utmost to place them in American pantries and kitchens in the most direct way. Labels do not appear on all the cans. Order the meats by name. War Department, however. Very few, if any, dealers will decline to carry them once they understand the advantages to both themselves and their customers. Every dealer should take advantage of the offer. You should see that he does. Order from your dealer, and if he cannot supply, you ask your depot quartermaster for the name of a dealer who can. Unless there is cooperation, the public will not derive as great a benefit from the sale as is otherwise possible. A Dozen Dainty Recipes by Mrs. Anna B. Scott. Canned beef croquettes with tomato sauce. 2 cups canned roast beef. 2 cups cold boiled rice. 1 cup cream sauce. 1 teaspoon salt. Pepper to taste. 1/2 teaspoon grated nutmeg. 1 tablespoon finely chopped parsley, breadcrumbs, and 1 egg. Put meat and rice through food chopper. Add sauce and other ingredients. Mix well. Spread on plate. Put in cold place. When cold and firm, take a tablespoon into floured hands and mold into cones or oblong shapes. After all are molded, dip in well-beaten egg, which has been mixed with 1 tablespoon of milk. Then in fine breadcrumbs. Fry in very hot fat or cooking oil. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Baked meat pie No. 2, made from canned beef. 2 cups canned roast beef. 1 cup rice. 1 cup tomatoes. 1 tablespoon grated onion. 1 teaspoon salt. Dash paprika and chopped parsley. Wash the rice and put on to boil in 3 cups of boiling water. When thick, add the tomato, onion, and seasoning. Cook again until thick, add the meat, brush deep bake dish, pudding pan or casserole with a little butter. Put in mixture and cover top with crust, made as follows. Sift 1 cup flour with 1 rounded teaspoon baking powder, a few grains of salt, rub in 1 teaspoon shortening lightly, and add enough cold milk to make a stiff dough. Put on floured board and roll out 1/4 inch thick. Cover pie, brush top with milk. Bake 20 to 25 minutes in a moderate oven. This makes a substantial dish. This recipe is enough for a family of 4. Canned corned beef with creamed cabbage. 2 1/2 cups canned corned beef, 1 head of cabbage, about 1 pound, 1 teaspoon salt, pepper and paprika, 1 cup cream sauce. Cut the cabbage into small pieces and cover with cold water for 30 minutes. Drain and cover with boiling water and boil 30 to 35 minutes in uncovered vessel. Drain and cover with cream sauce, seasoned to taste. Mix well and boil 3 minutes. While the cabbage is cooking, the canned corned beef is heated in the can. The canned corned beef is put in center of platter and the creamed cabbage around the edge. Sprinkle all with paprika and garnish with parsley. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Baked meatloaf with peas. 2 cups canned roast beef, 2 cups stale bread, 1 cup cold boiled potatoes, 1 tablespoon grated onion or 1/2 teaspoon nutmeg, 1 tablespoon drippings or oil, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/8 teaspoon paprika, 2 tablespoons finely chopped parsley. Soak the bread in cold water a few minutes. Press between the hands until dry. Put in pan with the potatoes, which have been put through fruit press or potato ricer, with the drippings and onions. Cook until heated through. Add the meat, which has been put through the food chopper, the seasoning and flavoring. Mix well, put into small well-greased pan, bake 30 minutes. Put in center of chop plate with small boiled potatoes around. Cover with white sauce and the green peas around the potatoes. This makes a most attractive dish. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Canned roast beef with brown sauce. 2 cups canned roast beef, 1 tablespoon butter or substitute, 1 tablespoon flour, 1 tablespoon grated onion or 1/2 teaspoon grated nutmeg, 2 tablespoons raw carrot, 2 tablespoons finely chopped parsley, 1 tablespoon caramel, 1 teaspoon salt, dashed paprika, 1 cup lamb stock or milk. Put the butter, onion, and carrot into saucepan. Cook until onion is tender but not brown. Remove from fire. Add flour and stir until smooth. Return to fire. Add cold stock or milk slowly. Stir until smooth and boil 5 minutes. Add seasoning, pour over the meat, and place on stove to heat through. Serve on toast or toast points sprinkled with the parsley. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Baked beef pie made from canned roast beef. 2 cups canned roast beef, 2 cups boiled potatoes, 1 tablespoon fat or oil, 3 tablespoons chopped onion, 2 tablespoons chopped green pepper, 1 teaspoon salt, 2 cups rice stock. Place the fat, onion, and pepper in saucepan. Cook until tender but not brown. Add rice stock. Pour over the meat and potatoes. Mix well and place in baking dish, which has been lined with dough made as follows: 1 1/2 cups flour, 1 teaspoon baking powder, 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon shortening. Sift the flour, baking powder, and salt in bowl. Add shortening and rub in very lightly. Add sufficient milk to make dough that will roll out. Line the baking dish and make cover for pie. Bake 35 minutes. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Canned corned beef hash on toast. 2 cups canned corned beef, 1 cup strained tomatoes, 1 teaspoon scraped onion, salt and pepper to taste, 2 tablespoons finely chopped parsley or celery top. Chop the canned corned beef fine, put into saucepan, add tomatoes, flavoring, and seasoning. Put over fire and heat. Cover platter with toasted bread. Cover bread with corned beef hash and sprinkle with parsley and celery top. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Canned corned beef with cabbage salad. 1 can of corned beef, 1 tablespoon mustard, 1 quart of cabbage salad, 1 hard-boiled egg, 2 tablespoons chopped parsley or celery top. Put the canned corned beef through food chopper, add mustard and mix well. Take a spoonful of mixture and form into balls or cone shapes and roll in finely chopped hard-boiled egg. Place the meat in center of chop plate and put the cabbage salad around. Sprinkle with chopped parsley. Cabbage salad is made as follows: 1 green pepper, 4 cups finely cut cabbage, 1 cup French dressing or salad dressing of choice, 2 tablespoons dried celery leaves or fresh chopped celery. Put the pepper through the food chopper and add to the cabbage. Add the dressing and celery leaves or 1 tablespoon of celery seed. Mix well. The seasoning is put in the dressing: 1 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon pepper, 1 teaspoon of dried mustard, 2 teaspoons sugar. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Canned corned beef for sandwiches. 2 cups canned corned beef, 1 tablespoon made mustard, 2 tablespoons finely chopped stuffed olives or pickles. Put the meat through food chopper. Add mustard and olives. Mix well. Spread between bread. This mixture can be made and put into jelly glasses and will keep 8 to 10 days in a cold place. Canned corned beef made into cakes with sauce of choice. 2 cups canned corned beef, 2 cups cold boiled oat meat, stiff, 2 tablespoons scraped onion, 2 tablespoons finely chopped parsley, 1 tablespoon Worcestershire sauce, 1 teaspoon salt, 1/8 teaspoon paprika, 1 egg. Put the meat through food chopper, add the stiff cold boiled oatmeal, seasoning, and well beaten egg. Mix well together. Form into small cakes. Roll in flour and fry in cooking oil until a nice brown. If there is a hot oven, put a little drippings or butter substitute on top and bake 20 to 25 minutes. Serve with sauce of choice. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. Minced canned beef on toast. 2 cups canned roast beef, 1 cup cream sauce, 1 tablespoon chopped green peppers or celery, 2 tablespoons tomato ketchup, 2 tablespoons finely chopped parsley or celery top. Chop the meat quite fine and add to the cream sauce. Let it come to a boil, then add the pepper or celery and ketchup, salt and pepper to taste. Cover platter with nicely toasted bread, then cover with the minced meat. Sprinkle with parsley or celery top and garnish with sprigs of parsley. This recipe is sufficient for the family of 4. Fricadella made from canned roast beef. 2 cups canned roast beef, 2 cups breadcrumbs, 1 egg, 1 teaspoon salt, dashed pepper, 2 tablespoons grated or scraped onion, 1 tablespoon chopped parsley. Put the meat through food chopper, add salt, pepper, breadcrumbs that have been wet with a little cold water, the well-beaten egg, onion juice, and parsley. Mix well and form into flat cakes. Sprinkle with flour. Brush bake pan with a little drippings. Put in the fricadella and place in a hot oven 15 to 18 minutes. After removing fricadella from pan, add 1 tablespoon flour wet with a little cold water and 1 tablespoon caramel, seasoning to taste, and enough rice stock or water to make 1 cupful of gravy. This recipe is sufficient for a family of 4. How to prepare army bacon by an Army ex-cook. Fried bacon. Place strips of thinly cut bacon on a board, and with a broad-bladed knife cut the strips into narrow slices. Put in hot frying pan and cook until bacon is crisp and brown, occasionally pouring off fat from pan, turning often. Drain on brown paper. Broiled bacon. Place thin slices of bacon, from which rind has been removed, closely together in a fine wire broiler. Place broiler over dripping pan and bake in hot oven until bacon is crisp and brown, turning once. Drain on brown paper. Fat which is dripped into pan can be used for frying liver, eggs, and potatoes. Liver and bacon. Cover with boiling water slice of liver cut 1/2 inch thick. Let stand 5 minutes to draw out the blood. Drain, wipe, and remove the thin outside skin and veins. Add small strips of bacon, sprinkle with salt and pepper, place in a greased wire broiler 5 minutes, turning often. To obtain the best results from War Department bacon, it is recommended that the meat, when taken from can, be immersed in cold water, placed upon a heater, and allowed to remain until the water nears the boiling point. Then remove it and rinse it in cold water. Where to buy? Look for the red, white, and blue poster describing War Department canned meats. The dealer who displays this poster in his store is doing his bit to help this campaign along. He is the dealer from whom you should buy. You not only will save money on every can bought, but you too will be doing your part in lowering living costs. Details of sale. These are the wholesale prices and terms of sale to your dealer. The corned beef hash, and roast beef are packed mainly in 1 and 2 pound cans, some in 6 pound cans. The bacon is packed in 12 pound cans. Prices are as follows. FOB storage point, subject to the discounts named for quantity purchases. Corned beef, number 1 can, 15 cents per can. Number 2 can, 27 cents per can. 1 pound cans, 18 cents per can. 6 pound cans, $1 per can. Bacon, 12 pound cans per can, $2.50. Crates, approximating 100 pounds, in slabs per pound, 19 cents. Corned beef hash, 1 pound cans, 15 cents per can. 2 pound cans, 38 cents per can. Roast beef, number 1 cans, 9 cents per can. Number 2 cans, 18 cents per can. 1 pound cans, 12 cents per can. 2 pound cans, 24 cents per can. 6 pound cans, 70 cents per can. Sausage, number 2 cans, Park, 25 cents per can. Number 2 cans, Vienna, 25 cents per can. Table of discounts for quantity purchases made at one time. $250 to $1,000 net. $1,001 to $2,500, 5%. $2,501 to $4,000, 10%. $4,001 and over, 20%. Or full carload lot shipped at government expense if value of full carload is less than $4,001. Terms: 10% with order and the remainder in 90 days on banker's acceptance. Further discounts as follows are authorized to customers ordering or reordering in carload lots. The value of all purchases of canned meats made on or after November 15th, 1920 only, to be considered with this scale of discounts. When purchases reach $50,000, 24% net to prevail. When purchases reach $100,001, 28% net to prevail. When purchases reach $500,001, 32% net to prevail. When purchases reach $1,001,001 and over, 35% net to prevail. This means that the total purchase by a customer in carload lots from time to time will be taken into consideration and the proper discount applied on the sum of all the purchases, including the first carload lot. The government reserves the right to deliver meats approximating the amount ordered if for any reason it cannot deliver the order complete. All goods offered subject to prior sale. Prices are subject to change without notice. Order at once from your nearest depot quartermaster. Depot quartermasters, Brooklyn, New York, 59th Street and 1st Avenue. Chicago, 1819 West 39th Street. Atlanta, Georgia, Transportation Building. Boston, Army Supply Base. San Antonio, Texas. San Francisco, California. Chief, Surplus Property Branch, Office of the Quartermaster General, Munitions Building, Washington, D.C. End of A Dozen Dainty Recipes for Preparing War Department Canned Meats by Mrs. Anna B. Scott.
Silent Noon by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nemo. Silent Noon. Your hands lie open in the long, fresh grass. The finger points look through like rosy blooms. Your eyes smile peace. The pasture gleams and glooms 'neath billowing skies that scatter and amass. All round our nest, far as the eye can pass, are golden kingcup fields with silver edge. Where the cow parsley skirts the hawthorn hedge, 'tis visible silence, still as the hourglass. Deep in the sun-searched growths the dragonfly hangs like a blue thread loosened from the sky. So this winged hour is dropped to us from above. Oh, clasp we to our hearts, for deathless dower, this close companioned, inarticulate hour, when twofold silence was the song of love. End of Silent Noon by Dante Gabriel Rossetti.
"12 Years in the Saddle for Law and Order on the Frontiers of Texas" by Sergeant W.J.L. Sullivan, a Texas Ranger.
This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
12 Years in the Saddle. Prefatory. In offering this book to the public, I have not undertaken to present a history of my life. I do not consider my life of enough importance to warrant making a book about it. What I have undertaken to do is to tell some of the exciting experiences that have fallen to the lot of that noble band, the Texas Ranger Force, of which I had the honor to be a member for 12 years. I had the leading part, it is true, in the incidents related, but the reader will see that I was not the whole show. There were others. I have prefixed some brief notes concerning my ancestry and some incidents of my youth, and have followed with true accounts, written in my own plain way, of the principal events of my career as a sergeant of the Rangers. I have introduced plates herein, made from photographs, showing the faces of some of the most noted criminals in the annals of Texas. Also photo illustrations of some of my dear comrades, all of them, in fact, that I could procure for this edition of my book. In a future edition, I will probably be able to add the likenesses of others. For valuable assistance in the preparation of these pages, I am indebted to numerous friends, who I will not enumerate by name, but whose kindness will ever be remembered by me. I solicit their continued help, and will appreciate suggestions that may be made by these and other friends, and patriotic Texans in general, for use in a contemplated future edition of this work. With a respectful bow to my audience, the public, and a plea for their indulgence instead of their exacting criticism, I am, very cordially, the author, W.J.L. Sullivan. Errata. Page 79, third line from bottom of first paragraph, should read, quote, "when I heard him make this remark," unquote, instead of, quote, "when I made him make this remark," unquote. Page 110, seventh line on the page, should read, quote, "just after we entered the house," quote, instead of, quote, "just before we entered the house," unquote. My ancestry. My father, Tom Sullivan, was born and raised at number 99 Broome Street, New York City, where he engaged in business as a master mechanic. My grandfather, John Sullivan, was born in Ireland. He and my grandmother moved to New York City and settled on Broome Street when my father, who was an only child, was born. My grandfather was a mason by order and also by occupation. Just before my father's death, my grandfather wrote him that he was coming to him to bring him $1,500 that he had collected from the rents of my father's property, which was in the city of New York. He started out with the money, as he said he would, and has never been heard of up to 7 years ago, when a bank book of his was found in a savings bank in New York. My father went to Perry County, Alabama, and met and married my mother, Summer McFarland, and they moved to Winston County, Mississippi, where my father engaged in farming until his death. End of prefatory.
Across the Atlantic in a 12-foot boat by Frederick A. Talbot. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The majority of travelers nowadays, when their peregrinations necessitate an ocean journey, invariably seek out the largest vessel afloat, since by this means the inconvenience and discomfort of mal de mer, if not entirely obviated, are at least considerably reduced. Yet there are one or two intrepid adventurers for whom the sea possesses no terrors, and who apparently court fate by crossing the Atlantic in small boats, no larger than the emergency boats carried upon our ocean liners. The doyen of these solitary voyagers is Captain William A. Andrews, who, owing to his curious propensity for crossing the Atlantic in a small boat, has earned the sobriquet of the Lonely Skipper. He holds the record, both for having crossed the Atlantic in the smallest boat and in the quickest time by a craft of these diminutive dimensions. It was at Atlantic City, the Black Pool of New York and Philadelphia, that I encountered this interesting and daring navigator. Although bordering on his 60th year, Captain Andrews is still hale and virile, and his weather-beaten face is a telling index of his sea-roving experiences. When I met him, he was busily engaged in fashioning a small model of the collapsible boat in which he intends to cross to England this year. "Surely such an enterprise is fraught with considerable danger," I ventured to remark, as he explained the principles of the construction of the frail Argo, having an indelible impression of the fury of the Atlantic in a hurricane and the havoc it had wrought upon the Greyhound upon which I was traveling. "By no means," he replied. "Personally, I feel far safer in my little boats than I do upon the deck of a steamer. You see, you have plenty of sea room, and should unfavorable weather be encountered, you can let the boat run before it. The only real danger is incurred from passing vessels, especially from the liners. I always endeavor to keep out of the track of the latter. I never carry lights at night, but simply trust to Providence. On one or two of my journeys, I did display a white light at my masthead, and from what I subsequently learned, from the reports of vessels which passed me during the night, my solitary will-o'-the-wisp light occasioned considerable speculation among the superstitious sailors as to its origin. Captain Andrews is not, as his name might imply, a captain in the strict sense of the word. He holds no certificate, and in fact has never had a lesson in navigation in his life. He was originally engaged in a piano factory at Boston, but the trade became indifferent, and he decided to establish a business of his own. That was in 1878. Before proceeding to this step, however, he desired a holiday, and to see the old country. The Exposition Universelle was being celebrated in Paris in that year, and so he determined to visit it with a view to extending his knowledge. The chief point I had to consider, however, he continued, was how to get across. I was not in a position to pay for my passage in the ordinary way, but I had heard that a man named Johnson had crossed the ferry in 1875 in a small boat, 20 feet in length, and since success had crowned his effort, I saw no reason why I should not emulate his achievement. I mentioned the matter to my brother Walter, who immediately approved of the idea, and we at once completed our arrangements for our novel journey. I went down to Gloucester to the shipbuilder who had constructed Johnson's boat, and ordered a similar craft, 16 feet in length. But the boat builder refused to build it less than 20 feet in length, as he was apprehensive of its being sufficiently safe. Seeing argument was useless, I let him have his own way, and in 5 days the boat, which we called the Nautilus, was delivered to us. We set out from Boston, Massachusetts, on June 8, 1878. A huge crowd gathered to wish us bon voyage, and a large fleet of boats accompanied us for a short distance. We did not get far before we encountered our first disaster in the shape of a broken compass. We put back into Beverly, and I seized the opportunity of waiting for the readjustment of the compass to have the sleeping accommodation rendered more comfortable. My bunk was only 11 inches in width and 8 inches high, and I had to lie upon my side with the hatch open. This was due to the centerboard of the boat. The advantage of having such a small bunk is that one can brace oneself securely therein, so that when the vessel pitches and rolls there is no danger of being hurled out of the berth. The boat was not ballasted, and is the only craft that has accomplished such a journey under such conditions. When the alterations had been made and the compass rearranged, we made a fresh start. The weather was frightful, the wind blowing from the northeast, and no vessel would put to sea. Nothing daunted, and chafing at the delay already caused, we decided to put off, although everything augured an unsuccessful passage. Fortunately, however, the weather moderated when we got well out to sea. When we dropped out of sight of land that night, we vaguely wondered whether we should ever see it again. I had never been to sea before. I had no idea of navigation, and naturally had never taken an observation of the sun. Our plight seemed hopeless and the attempt foolhardy, but we resolved to continue the journey, come what might. We took the observation of the sun whenever possible, and settled upon our course as well as we could. During the trip we spoke 37 vessels, and by their aid we could rectify any errors we had made in our calculations regarding longitude and latitude. In spite of our deficient knowledge in this respect, we struck the Bishop's Rock off the Scilly Islands, and for which we had been making our way dead in a fog, so that we had not erred much in our observations. We made up to the Scilly Islands, and the following day entered the English Channel, and ran into Penzance, being under the impression that it was Falmouth. We experienced a difficult time in these waters. A northeast gale was blowing, and we got into the Lizard Race, the terror of all mariners. The sea was running high, and the tide was sweeping us along backwards against the wind at a speed of 9 miles an hour. We finally landed at Mullion Cove, and right glad we were for the opportunity to get ashore to stretch our limbs, after being cramped up in the narrow confines of our little boat for 45 days. We subsequently made our way to Havre, thence to Paris. After the exhibition we returned to England, where we stayed for several months exhibiting our boat, since the episode had aroused considerable attention. We then returned to the States, and shortly after our arrival home my brother was taken ill, and succumbed to the malady. Since the death of his brother, Captain Andrews has always entered upon his various expeditions alone. Although his first trip had been so uniformly successful, it was not until 10 years later that he decided to undertake another similar excursion. Curiously enough, on this occasion, as with the former, the incentive was the Paris exhibition. But this time he determined to reap some pecuniary benefit from the undertaking, owing to the public interest that had been created by the accomplishment of his former trip. He thereupon set to work to construct another vessel. The Nautilus had been considered small, but this next craft was still more diminutive, being only 15 feet in length overall. He originally intended to christen it the Mermaid, but when his projected trip was noised abroad, an enterprising showman, scenting dollars in such a sideshow, induced Captain Andrews to take his boat upon a short tour, and to call it the Dark Secret. At first, commented the captain, I was not in favor of calling her by such a name. It sounded ominous. But he was adamant. At last I told him I would only consent to do so for £100, thinking that the mention of such a high figure would preclude further insistence upon his part. To my surprise, however, he closed with me immediately. He also made another contract with me that I should tour with him with my boat for 47 weeks, at a weekly remuneration of £20 and expenses. I started from the pier at Point of Pines near Boston on June 17th. The advantage of starting from Boston is that the journey is some 250 miles shorter, and one enters the Gulf Stream much earlier, the warmth of which is very appreciable, while it carries you along at a splendid pace. More than 28,000 people witnessed my departure, and as I had contracted to receive a percentage of the pier receipts for this event, I netted a further £280. On this occasion I had the boat constructed with a hollow keel, in which I intended to carry my water, but before I sailed I was supplied with Hygeia water in bottles. I then admitted sea water into the keel to ballast the boat. I had scarcely got clear of the land, however, when I experienced rough weather. A strong headwind was blowing, and the seas were running very high. Still, I pushed on steadily, hoping that the elements would become more propitious. But my anticipations were doomed to disappointment, for the weather became worse. I was buffeted about for 62 days and made no progress. In fact, I was driven back. After I had been out for a month, I spoke a vessel which informed me that I was only 150 miles off Boston. This news depressed me. But at the end of another fortnight, when I spoke another vessel, I was informed that I was only 100 miles out. To aggravate matters, my water gave out, and when I spoke a Norwegian bark a few days later, I was glad in one sense of the word to get on board and to sit down to a hearty meal in the captain's room after 2 months' subsistence upon canned food. When I reached America, I learned that a Mr. J. Lawler had successfully crossed over to England in a small boat, and had created a tremendous sensation. This put me upon my mettle, and I resolved to make another try. I ordered another boat, the Mermaid, the same dimensions as the Dark Secret. While the boat was being built, I met Lawler, and we agreed to race across the Atlantic for £1,000 and a silver cup. This was the first transatlantic race with small boats, and it aroused widespread interest. We started together from the Ocean Pier near Boston on June 17, 1891, just before nightfall, amid the huzzas of a large concourse of people. The weather was extremely rough. When we got away from land, we decided upon our respective courses. Lawler went north and I went south. Lawler, however, must have changed his course soon after leaving me, since I passed his sprit which he had cast adrift. By this I saw that he was taking the same course as I projected. My theories in this direction were further substantiated when I spoke a vessel which informed me that they had passed Lawler, all well, 3 days before, about 1,000 miles ahead of me. As for myself, I encountered successive disasters. My boat capsized 7 times, and on one occasion I was clinging to her bottom for half an hour. She was wrongly constructed. Lawler had fitted his boat with a lead keel, so that if she capsized she would right herself immediately. My boat would not do this. I had to right her the best way I could. To make matters worse, 5 days after we set out, I ran into a cyclone. The seas were so heavy that my boat was practically crippled. All my stores were damaged, and my water was lost. Under these circumstances, I decided to seek assistance from a passing steamer. I sighted the Elbrus of Antwerp and was taken on board. I proceeded with her to Antwerp and sold my boat, for a handsome sum, to a syndicate of showmen. I then went to London and met Lawler, who had safely made a place near Land's End, and then went to Portsmouth, having accomplished the journey in about 43 days. Although these last 2 attempts to cross the ferry had resulted in failure, Captain Andrews was by no means daunted, and he wagered Lawler that he would cross in 30 days. Lawler also decided to endeavor to lower his own record, and for this purpose both competitors set to work to construct special vessels. Captain Andrews christened his the Flying Dutchman, an auspicious name. Lawler called his the Christopher Columbus. While my vessel was being built, I was commissioned by the manufacturers of a well-known domestic commodity to name the vessel the Sapolio and to undertake the trip on their behalf. I communicated to Lawler my projected course, which was to be from Cape Race to Queenstown, a distance of only 1,800 miles. Lawler replied that his designs were precisely the same. But I suddenly learned that a celebration was to be held in Spain in honor of Columbus, since the year was the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America. It then suddenly occurred to me that it would create a sensation if I were to sail for the very town from which Columbus had set out on his expedition. The Sapolio was 14 feet overall, with a beam of 5 feet and a depth of 2 feet 3 inches. She was collapsible. I had 39 square feet in the sails. Lawler, anxious to reap primary honors, had started on his trip before I was ready, but he never reached his destination, for he was never heard of again. His tragic end did not deter me from my purpose, and so I set out on July 20th, 1892. On this occasion fortune was kind to me. The weather was all that could be desired, and the wind was so favorable that I reached the Azores in 30 days, a distance of 2,500 miles. Profiting by my previous experience with the Mermaid, I had a lead keel provided to the Sapolio, and it was a gigantic success. From the Azores I proceeded to Portugal, made my way up the coast, and finally reached the Spanish towns of Huelva and Palos. Upon his arrival in Spain, the population became demented with delight. A large crowd met him at the landing stage, and the air was filled with vigorous cheering. The ladies, with their courtly Spanish grace, waved their handkerchiefs and greeted him with flowers as he was paraded round the streets upon the shoulders of some of the swarthier citizens. Distinguished celebrities entertained him upon every side. The streets were thronged with enthusiastic sightseers. One old lady was heard to remark by the captain that the event ought to be recorded in natural history. The papers published glowing and lengthy accounts of his wonderful voyage. The government paid his expenses until his departure, making him a guest of the crown. The Queen herself sent him an invitation, of which the captain cherishes pleasant memories. Photographers besieged him upon every side. He distributed no fewer than 560 photos of himself and boat to interested and curious sightseers. One enthusiast requested a piece of the American flag which had flown at the masthead of the Sapolio, but as his request was not complied with, he satisfied himself by taking the whole flag. Another gentleman was anxious to secure a photograph of the captain. The latter, desirous to oblige, withdrew 5 photographs from his pocket in order to let the gentleman make his own selection, but the Spaniard excitedly grabbed the whole 5 photographs and decamped exultingly. "I thought he not only took the cake," remarked the captain when relating this incident, "but the wind out of me at the same time." "Surely the monotony of traveling alone for so long must exert a depressing influence?" I queried. "I do not notice it. You see, I have a regular routine of work to perform during the day. In addition to attending to the boat, I keep a log, and also write an account of my experiences as I progress, for the American papers. These packages of manuscript, together with letters, I hand to the captains of the various ships I meet, with the request that they will kindly post them when they get ashore. I sleep when I feel so inclined. Formerly, at night time, I used to heave to while I slept, but now I have fitted a device by which I am able to set the vessel's course before I turn in, and she will steer herself during the few hours I am asleep. I average in fair weather about 100 miles every 24 hours, which is by no means a despicable daily run considering the size of the boat. Since Captain Andrews completed his memorable trip to Spain in 35 days, he has made 2 other attempts to cross the Atlantic, but on neither occasion has he achieved his purpose. The first of these 2 trips was made in 1898 in the Phantom ship, an unlucky name according to marine traditions, 13 feet in length and carrying 12 square yards of sail. Curiously enough, the boom of this craft was longer than the boat itself. From the very commencement this voyage was unfortunate. Owing to unforeseen circumstances, I could not take my departure until August 24th, and as a consequence I encountered the full force of the September gales. I started from Atlantic City. I had not got far out when my first trouble overtook me. My boat leaked like a sieve, and I had to work might and main bailing the water out, otherwise she would have foundered. The sea was rough, and the boat constantly heeled over and lay upon her side, with the result that the water swamped her. The tins containing my provisions were knocked about and punctured, so that their contents were spoiled and rendered unfit to eat. By September 20th I found I had no food. I had been 27 days at sea, and was now progressing very favourably, making about 100 miles a day. But I could not subsist upon nothing, and I soon realized that unless I fell in with the ship it would go hard with me. On September 27th I espied a vessel. I hailed her, but she took no notice. I put on all sail and sped after her. They did not observe me, for the reason that they were busily engaged in taking in their sails, which had been damaged by the storms. I presently attracted their attention, and they hove to. When I came alongside, they hauled me aboard and my boat after me, which they stowed away. You can form a comprehensive idea of the diminutive size of this boat when I tell you that when folded up she was only 4 inches thick. Curiously enough, this vessel fulfilled the superstitious traditions of the sea, which is that any vessel which speaks a phantom ship is eventually lost. This ship subsequently went down off Dunkirk. No doubt had the sailors observed the name of my boat, they would have refused to take me aboard, so strong are their superstitious natures. When I again reached Atlantic City, I could not rest, but immediately set about making preparations for another voyage. I had the phantom ship dismembered and rebuilt, only on this occasion she measured but 12 feet in length, and is the smallest vessel that ever essayed to cross the Atlantic. I christened her the Dory. Captain Andrews was to be accompanied on this expedition by Professor Miller, who created a tremendous sensation by stating that he was going to cross the herring pond by means of Shank's pony. He interviewed the captain on the subject, and although the intrepid lonely voyager was naturally very skeptical of Miller's ability to achieve the feat, he consented to construct the necessary walking shoes, in which the latter anticipated accomplishing the journey. In our illustration, Professor Miller is seen with his special walking shoes under either arm. They each measured about 5 feet in length. As will be seen, they resembled miniature canoes in design, with a small orifice in the center to admit the foot, and were furnished with corrugated soles. Being manufactured of wood, they were of course buoyant, so that Miller had little fear of being dragged under water. But the absolute impracticability of his being able to withstand the enormous potency of the waves in mid-Atlantic never appealed to the professor. Confident of unqualified success, he started upon his foolhardy trip. But it was not long before the folly of the scheme dawned upon him very forcibly. He could not maintain his equilibrium, and was to be naturally expected. He was simply drifted about at the mercy of the waves. After vainly endeavoring to make headway, Miller was at last reluctantly compelled to abandon the idea of walking from Atlantic City to England. I think this was the most remarkable trip I have undertaken, since, although I did not accomplish my object, I passed through a succession of experiences such as I never wish to meet with again. I was supplied with a large stock of Saratoga water, a natural effervescent drink. I sailed on June 17th from Atlantic City and made very fair progress. The weather was hot, and for some inexplicable reason I felt peculiarly drowsy. I had never experienced that sensation before. When I first commenced writing my log, for the first few minutes the writing was quite bold and distinct, but it soon resolved itself into an unintelligible scrawl, and I would fall asleep. At first I attributed this peculiarity to the heat. I took my observations in the usual manner, and conjectured that I was keeping a good course. One day, when I fell in with a vessel, wishing to rectify any errors that I might possibly have made, I asked the captain for the longitude. He gave it to me, and you can judge of my surprise when I found that his observation was 3 days ahead of mine. That is to say, I had travelled 3 days farther than I imagined. I thought he must be in error. I asked him the date of the month. July 1st, he retorted. You must be wrong, I replied. It is only June 27th. He quickly dissipated my doubts upon this point, and I was at my wits' end to account for such a flagrant error in my calculations. I continued my journey in a dazed condition. One day, when it was abnormally hot, I laid down in my bunk. Immediately I experienced a strange feeling of asphyxiation. I jumped up in alarm. Thinking it must be fancy on my part, I once more lay down, and the same curious sensation overtook me. I thereupon sought to discover the reason for this peculiarity. It was not a difficult search, for I found that the cork stoppers of my bottles of Saratoga water had shrunk under the influence of the intense heat, and that the carbonic acid gas had escaped and had collected in the bottom of the boat. This was the solution of my curious drowsy feeling. I could now account for my error in longitude. I must have been unconscious for those 3 days, since I never had the slightest recollection of them. Since I had now discarded my water, I kept a sharp lookout for a vessel to replenish my supply. The first ship I spoke was bound for Liverpool, where I was eventually landed. The trip Captain Andrews is going to make this year is in reply to a challenge issued by Captain Blackburn of Gloucester, Massachusetts, who a short time ago successfully crossed to England from his town. It is to be a race similar to that organized by Andrews and Lawler. The stipulations are that the boat must not exceed 20 feet in length. Captain Andrews proposes to make his attempt in a boat 12 feet long, since his experience with the dory convinced him that a craft of this dimension is splendidly adapted to such an expedition. End of Across the Atlantic in a 12-Foot Boat by Frederick A. Talbot. Read by Maria Kasper.
King George III and Hannah Lightfoot by J. A. Brendan. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The reputed marriage of King George III and Hannah Lightfoot is one of the most profound and fascinating mysteries in all the annals of romance. Nothing can be proved with certainty concerning it. It is as traditional as the story of King Alfred burning the cakes. For this reason, some people cleverly maintain that Hannah Lightfoot was a myth. But this is ridiculous. Undoubtedly she existed. Undoubtedly King George III, as Prince of Wales, met her, loved her, and eloped with her. But what happened after this, no man can tell. The veil of mystery is impenetrable. Did the prince marry her? Did he have children by her? Where did she live? When did she die? One can only conjecture. Documentary evidence is scant and unreliable. Still, there are countless legends, and legend invariably is based at least on fact. Besides, so many are the legends, and from such different sources do they spring, that it would be absurd to regard them all as fiction. In detail, they may be false. In substance, they must be true. And it is from this tangled mass of legend and tradition that the story of the romance, as printed on these pages, has been woven into a consecutive narrative. Of course, it cannot claim to be authentic. Nonetheless, it approaches surely very near the truth. Perhaps the very mystery which surrounds the facts supports this argument. Secrets are not kept without good reason. The love affairs of most royal personages are common knowledge. King George IV's entanglement with Mrs. Fitzherbert, for example, was recognized even in public. But in that case there was no need for mystery. the Hanoverian dynasty being then firmly established on the throne. Besides, the Royal Marriage Act of 1772, which made it impossible for a member of the royal family to marry without the king's consent, ipso facto, rendered the union legally invalid. When George III, on the other hand, is alleged to have married Hannah Lightfoot, this bill had not been passed. By right, therefore, the Quaker bride would, in due course, have become queen, her descendants heirs to the throne, and the king himself, after his subsequent marriage to Prince Charlotte, guilty of an offence no less than bigamy. Hence the need for secrecy. Yet how that secret came to be preserved is a truth utterly mysterious, though one, it may be, which throws a not ungracious light both upon George and Hannah. The woman, at any rate, be this story more than idle fable, clearly did not marry for position. She married because she loved, and she asked only for love in return for the love she gave. Unlike the court ladies of her day, Hannah was not an ambitious, self-seeking woman, but, in reality, the dear, sweet, simple little Quaker girl of legend. And, as such, George loved her dearly. Of this there can be no doubt. Not until he became king did he desert her and take to himself a royal consort, and he hated himself even then for doing so. Indeed, and this is the truth, he yielded to the advice of his ministers only in obedience to that real sense of public duty which was his, and which singles him out, despite his faults, as at least the most sincere and noble-hearted man among the Hanoverian kings. What Hannah Lightfoot meant to him he told to no man. This stands greatly to his credit, for he lived, it must be remembered, in an age when a man was esteemed among his fellows in proportion to the number and the daring of his love affairs. It was fashionable to be a cad. The status of women, in fact, and the ideal of womanhood, never have been lower than they were during the days of George's boyhood. Marriage was a mere name, a farce, a convenience, and, at any rate, prior to the passing of the Act for the Preventing of Clandestine Marriages in 1753, an act, incidentally, which met with unqualified opposition from almost every section of the community, the holy state of matrimony was literally an odious commodity, bought and sold in an open market. Between October 19, 1704, and February 12, 1705, no fewer than 2,942 marriages were solemnized at the Fleet alone, without the publication of banns, even without license, whilst at his chapel in Brookfield Market Place, now Curzon Street, the notorious Alexander Keith united in a single day as many as 100 couples. This amazing gentleman readily dispensed with all formality. He asked no awkward questions. He made no inquiries. The presence of witnesses provided. Of course, that he received his fees he regarded as quite unnecessary. He did not even insist upon the signing of the register. And, on more than one occasion, he is said to have married a woman to another woman in order to enable her thereby to evade her debts by saying that she had a husband somewhere who could be held responsible for them. Now, Keith was but one among many. The Church, in fact, had fallen into a lamentable state of debasement, and her servants, especially the lower clergy, tempted, no doubt, by the wretched smallness of their stipends, instead of acting as the guardians of morality, grew fat and rich and profligate by legalizing vice. On several occasions, Pennant declared, writing in 1778, while walking in the neighborhood of the Fleet prison, he had been accosted by the parson, who prowled up and down outside, and tempted with this question, "Sir, will you be pleased to walk in and be married?" And there were countless so-called clergymen willing to perform such ceremonies. a dram of gin or a roll of tobacco often proved reward enough. Yet, according to the law, bigamy was a crime punishable with death. Now this state of affairs, incredible though it may seem, has an important bearing on the story of Hannah Lightfoot. Perhaps, too, it helps further to account for the mystery which surrounds her life. At any rate, as king, George gave ample proof of his good endeavors to preserve the sanctity of marriage in this country, and to promote the dignity of women. During his reign, in fact, more was done by legislation to achieve this end than during any other age in history. Perhaps, then, one is justified in saying that, as Prince of Wales, he had the good taste to rise above the meanness of his environment, and to be so foolish as to entertain a pure and noble passion for a pure and noble woman. George loved Hannah Lightfoot, loved her as a woman should be loved, and reverenced her, so he kept his love a secret. It was much too precious to be paraded before the vulgar gaze, much too sacred to be corroded by the breath of scandal. Is this an unreasonable theory? As a king, George III has been much maligned, and there still is a tendency to scoff at and belittle his talents. Still, in spite of all, it was while he sat on the throne that Britain rose at last triumphant amid her enemies, and established the mightiest empire in the world. The work of great ministers, you say. True, but he is a great king who knows how to use to the full the genius of his servants. Surely, then, one may at least credit him with ideals, both as a monarch and a man. These ideals his mother implanted in him. She was a really good woman. Perhaps this explains her intense unpopularity in the country, and from the very outset determined to prevent her son from being tainted by the profligacy of the court. And the court of his grandfather, King George II, was notorious even among the notorious courts of Europe. But the heir to the throne, thanks to a mother's wisdom, passed his childhood in comparative seclusion at Leicester House. There he lived in an atmosphere of almost suburban respectability. Nor did he suffer through it. On the contrary, although a son of the disreputable Frederick Lewis, Prince of Wales, he grew to become a clean, healthy-minded young Englishman. A nice boy, one writer calls him. It is a fitting description. Brilliant he may not have been, but he possessed a goodly store of common sense, and to a prince this is a quality perhaps of greater value even than our brains. What is more, unlike his forebears, he was gifted with imagination, and something approaching a real love for beauty. Thus he became a patron of the arts, not merely because he happened to have been born a prince, but because he appreciated lovely things, and liked to associate with and use his power of honoring those who made them. Is it to be wondered at, then, that he became a sentimentalist? Surely it is only the natural corollary. At any rate, he did become a sentimentalist, and this is the only answer that can be given to those who laugh at the suggestion that, at the age of 15½ he could have fallen seriously in love. This, and the fact that at the age of 15½ he did fall seriously in love, and needless to say, with a woman much older than himself. But in those days it was only fit and proper for a boy to fall in love. One could not begin too young. Besides, there is such a thing as calf love. What does Calverley say? The people say that she was blue, but I was green, and loved her dearly. She was approaching 32, and I was 11, nearly. Some authorities, incidentally, declare that George was only 11 years of age when first he met Hannah Lightfoot. This, it would seem, is doubtful. None the less, there is a delightful picture of the boy prince dallying, during a stay at Hampton Court, with the object of his youthful passion. On Richmond Hill there lives a lass, more bright than May day morn, whose charms all other maids surpass, a rose without a thorn. This lass so neat, with smile so sweet, hath won my right good will. I crowns resign to call thee mine, sweet lass of Richmond Hill. Still, one must pass the story by as fable. Besides, there is no need to burden Hannah Lightfoot with the onerous role of the sweet lass of Richmond Hill. She is sufficiently fascinating alone as the fair Quaker, and as George first saw her some time later, in fact one evening when going to the opera with his parents. 2. Now the Opera House then occupied the site at present filled by His Majesty's Theatre, and apparently at the back of the building was an entrance specially reserved for the use of the royal family. This door opened into Market Street, a narrow passage which ran from Pall Mall to Jermyn Street. Now at the Pall Mall corner of Market Street stood the shop of a certain Mr. Wheeler, a linen draper, and, it would seem, a successful one, perhaps because he always kept a cask of good ale with which to regale his customers. Now it was there, sitting in the shop window to watch the royal procession pass, that Prince George first saw Hannah Lightfoot. At the time he could have had but a fleeting glance of her, for the royal party were as usual proceeding to the opera in chairs, attended only by footmen, and perhaps a dozen yeomen of the guard. But that one glance was enough. George had seen, and had been conquered. Nor later did the vision of the blushing maiden's beauty prove to have been a sweet illusion. But how came Hannah to be at Mr. Wheeler's shop? Well, partly because Mr. Wheeler was a Quaker, and therefore a man given to good works, but chiefly because he had need of somebody to assist him in the management of his business, and, incidentally, of his large and growing family. As a matter of fact, Hannah was his niece, the only daughter, it would seem, of his sister Mary, whose husband Matthew Lightfoot, shoemaker, of Wapping, had died in 1732, leaving his family in desperate poverty. Perhaps, then, the girl had been fortunate to find a home in her uncle's house. But she had to work there. Indeed, every moment of her day was occupied. Not that she objected, for being a Quaker, work came to her as second nature. Still, despite her Quaker training, perhaps because of it, she took a very live interest in the grand world and in people of high degree. So it happened that on the evening in question she came to be sitting in the shop window, after closing hour, a demure and charming little figure. Now perhaps it was this, her very simplicity, which won Prince George's fancy. In her sombre but dainty Quaker dress, unpainted, unpatched, quite free from artificiality, she must have appeared in delightfully refreshing contrast to the ladies with whom normally he came in contact. For, as already has been said, George was a nice boy, and without a doubt the little shop girl was very beautiful. Indeed, an unknown writer has declared, quote, "With her dainty little head running over with golden curls, large blue eyes dancing with merriment or mischief, dimpled cheeks with a bloom as delicate as any peach, and with as petite a figure as that of a sylph, we cannot wonder that Hannah, whose charms were enhanced by her demure Quaker dress, set going pit-a-pat the hearts of every gallant whose eyes fell on so fair a vision." End quote. Unfortunately, this dainty description does not tally with the only known portrait of Hannah, a painting by Sir Joshua Reynolds. And why did Sir Joshua paint her, if this story be all a myth? Here she is seen as a dark-eyed girl, with an expression hauntingly sad and pensive. But this picture belongs to a later date, when sorrow had already told its tale upon her face. Still petite, Hannah most certainly could not have been. Short, it is true, she was, but short and plump, rather disposed to embonpoint, one critic tactfully remarks, and as, quote, "the possessor of a fair, unsullied face," end quote, she could not fail, we are told, to attract attention at a time when smallpox had left but few women unmarked. Be this as it may, Hannah was pretty. Fact and legend are unanimous, bewitchingly pretty. She enslaved the prince immediately. One glance was enough. Henceforth he found frequent occasion to attend the opera. Market Street came invariably to be included in the itinerary of his daily walks and daily rides, and, it is said, he used often to visit Mr. Wheeler's shop, and there, for I suspect that Mr. Wheeler dealt mainly in ladies' underclothing, buy the most useless and absurd apparel. Now could Hannah have been so innocent as not to guess the reason of this patronage? She may have been a simple little maid, but still she was a woman, and somewhere within her woman's soul she must have entertained a woman's hopes, ambitions, and love for admiration. And the admiration of Prince George, it was not a gift lightly to be waved aside. He was an attractive boy, taller than most of the Hanoverian princes, strong, well-made, and dignified, with a clear complexion, regular features, twinkling eyes, and the very whitest of white teeth. In fact, he was just what an English prince should be. And his smile, it even turned the hearts of the blasé ladies about court. But they never saw the ardent love glances which Hannah saw. Surely then, although he was 6 or 7 years her junior, clad in his princely clothes, his hair powdered, a jewelled sword at his side, he must have appeared to Hannah a veritable god. What a contrast to the men she was accustomed to meet in her uncle's parlour! Yet that he would ever deign to speak to her, she hardly ventured to imagine, even in her dreams. But the prince, for his part, soon began to see that it would be quite impossible for him to rest content for ever, worshipping from afar, with only an occasional stolen word upon which to feed his love. Something must be done, and done immediately. That became very clear. So he set about forthwith to find a someone in whom he could confide, and who would help him to gain the entree to that mysterious inner room in Mr. Wheeler's house. But whom could he seek? That was his difficulty. The problem certainly was one which called for very discreet and serious consideration. 3. Now George was no fool, and in selecting that someone he displayed a wisdom worthy of a more mature, experienced man. In short, his choice fell upon Elizabeth Chudleigh, the arch adventuress of the day, the very woman to do what he required of her. She had begun life in quite a humble way, but owing partly to her own determination and partly to her beauty, had secured, at an absurdly early age, the appointment of maid of honour to George's mother, the Princess of Wales. And at court, despite the princess's strict notions on decorum, she contrived to lead a life of reckless gaiety, until, after playing havoc with the hearts of every available and eligible member of the peerage, she condescended eventually to bestow her hand upon the youthful Duke of Hamilton. While he was abroad, however, completing his education, she carried on a violent flirtation with a young naval officer, called Hervey, of course, merely pour passer le temps, for Hervey, being only a nephew to the Earl of Bristol, was, in Elizabeth's eyes, hardly worth worrying about, although, it is true, he stood a very fair chance of succeeding to the barony of Howard de Walden, and a half of the estates of the Earl of Portsmouth. Still, what was this in comparison to a dukedom? A mere nothing. But alas, contrary to the old adage about fond hearts in absence, her ducal lover, while abroad, seemed to forget completely the existence of the fair enchantress awaiting him at home. Never a word did she hear from him, and, as perhaps was only natural, piqued by this seeming indifference, she allowed her affair with the other man to become more serious, until at last, partly because she could see no other means of satisfying Hervey's adoration, but mainly because the idea struck her as being romantic and bizarre, she eloped with him. What she had done in haste she began immediately to repent at leisure. Indeed, the folly of her act was only too apparent, and to make matters worse, she did not even like the man whom she had married. How could she then have been so silly, she angrily demanded of herself, as to endanger her position at court by contracting such an alliance. Fortunately, Hervey had gone to sea soon after the ceremony. For the present, then, her secret was safe. Of course, many people must have guessed the truth, but this did not perturb Elizabeth greatly. She made a point of knowing so many of other people's secrets that nobody dared retail her own. She knew this, and so, when it suited her convenience, she had no compunction in herself declaring the marriage null and void. Nor did she even trouble to secure a judicial confirmation of her own decree. It was absurd, she thought, to regard so haphazard and slipshod a contract as legally binding. In 1769, therefore, when the opportunity presented itself, she allowed herself duly, and without a single twinge of conscience, to be wedded to the Duke of Kingston. The wedding was the most brilliant social function of the season. For days it was the talk of London, and King George III, accompanied by his queen, attended the ceremony in person. No sooner had she become Duchess of Kingston than Hervey, quite unexpectedly, succeeded to a vast fortune and the earldom of Bristol. Such a contingency Elizabeth never for a moment had anticipated. She had no idea that even fate could be so whimsical. Still, she did not allow the humour of the situation to be wasted on her, and found much comfort in the thought that it was certainly more interesting to be a duchess and a bigamist than merely a humdrum, respectable countess. Still, she was somewhat worried. Her present position, to say the least of it, was dangerous. But for a while everything went well, so well, in fact, that Elizabeth was just beginning to think she needlessly alarmed herself, when, with a paralyzing suddenness, the bomb of her own creation burst. She found herself called upon to answer to a charge of bigamy. At the time she was abroad, in Rome, I believe, where she had just been received with almost regal honours by the Pope, and nothing was further from her mind than the publicity of the law courts. At any rate, so she consoled herself, the inevitable must happen sooner or later. Undaunted, therefore, she claimed her rights as Countess of Bristol, and insisted on the case being heard in the House of Lords. Of course she lost it, but defeat did not drain her resources. England had become impossible to her, that was all. So she set about to find fresh worlds to conquer, and, what is more, she conquered them, first the court of Russia, then that of Frederick the Great. Such, then, was the woman whom Prince George chose as his confidant, and how could he have made a wiser choice? One surely can picture Elizabeth listening to the shy story of his love, caressing him with her voice, sympathizing with his chivalry, promising her help, and all the while wondering how much she stood to make out of the transaction. For in these, the early days of her career, money was essential to her. She had none save what she earned by her wits. But George, no doubt, cared nothing for the expense. At any rate, when he found that his agent arranged everything to perfection, and enabled him to keep safe and secret trysts with his little Quaker girl at the house of a certain Mr. Perrin, who lived in the village of Knightsbridge. These meetings were very bliss indeed. They amply justified the cost. And, since Mr. Perrin was one of Hannah's uncles, his house, of course, was an eminently proper place of meeting. Elizabeth Chudleigh must have wheedled the man very cleverly. Indeed, despite his austere Quakerism, she made him quite romantic, and when he died, he left Hannah an annuity of £40. But before long, news of these secret meetings reached the ears of the prince's mother and his tutor, the Earl of Bute. They very easily put one and one together, and although they thought the affair to be merely a youthful infatuation, decided that it must be stopped immediately. But how? To whom could so delicate a mission be entrusted? Why not to Elizabeth Chudleigh? Bute hated the woman. She knew too much about him. None the less, he admitted her qualifications. In his opinion, he said, the princess could not make a better choice, and so the matter was settled, for Elizabeth, needless to say, accepted the task readily. The situation appealed to her, It seemed to provide infinite possibilities of artistic treatment. Besides, with careful management, her dual duties should prove highly remunerative. First, then, she set to work to pacify the prince's mother. There was nothing to worry about, she said. A husband must be found for Hannah, that was all. Probably she would live very happily with him, and King Cophetua would very soon forget his little beggar maid. What could be simpler? Then, no doubt, she spun a similar story to Mr. Wheeler, appealing to his Quaker conscience to assist her in removing the girl from danger. Now Mr. Wheeler, thoroughly alarmed by Mistress Chudleigh's words, until then he had no idea that the blight of royal favour had fallen on one of the daughters of his house, readily agreed to every proposition that she made. In fact, he knew not how to be grateful enough to this dazzling lady who had come from court most graciously to help him in his hour of need, and to avert from his Quaker home so unthinkable a tragedy as scandal. Together, the two of them, the anxious draper and the arch-adventuress, set about to find a mate for Hannah. Eventually they chose a man named Axford, the son of a grocer who lived on Ludgate Hill. Why they selected him, it is not easy to understand, for he was much younger than Hannah, and apparently one of the very few men who did not want to marry her. But fortunately he was poor, and the promise of a handsome dower served admirably as a bribe. And indeed it should have. A handsome dower, a handsome wife, grocers' assistants do not meet with such offers every day. Immediately, therefore, a ceremony was arranged. It took place on December 11, 1753, at Keith's celebrated chapel. But Hannah! Cannot one picture her feelings and pity her as she stood before the altar by the side of this mean little grocer's assistant? Demure, obedient little girl, she had not courage to resist. None the less, sorrow and disappointment surged through her pulses. Quote, "Place not your trust in princes, place not your trust in princes." End quote. The saying echoed and re-echoed through her mind. Now, at last, she realized its truth. And yet, was not her prince, her George, the very pattern of all chivalry? Oh, why then, she prayed, as mechanically she swore, to love, cherish, and to obey a man whom she disliked intensely, could he not come and, like the princes of her fairy tales, save her from her hideous fate? That love's young dream should end thus abruptly was more than she could bear. Place and power, she cared for neither. Love was all she wanted, the love of her gay young cavalier. Tears, bitter tears, aught but bride-like, welled to her eyes as, leaning on her husband's arm, she walked slowly down the chancel steps, down the aisle, and so out of the church. At that very moment a coach dashed up, drawn by 4 steaming horses. It stopped before the church. A man jumped out. A moment later Hannah was lying helpless in his arms, being lifted bodily into the carriage. A postilion slammed the door. A whip cracked, and before the poor startled little bride had time to realize what was happening, the heavy carriage rolled away, leaving the new-fledged bridegroom standing, amazed and helpless, in the doorway of the church. Just then a woman slipped away unnoticed through the curious little crowd which had assembled. She had come purposely to witness this comedy, and her eyes sparkled with merriment. The woman was Elizabeth Chudleigh. And presently, when Hannah dared open her eyes again, she found herself seated in a coach by the side of George, Prince of Wales. Until that dramatic moment when he arrived before the church, the prince of course had been sublimely ignorant as to Hannah's intended marriage. But surely he must have realized that something was wrong. Perhaps Elizabeth had told him that his mother was watching him, and that for the present, therefore, he must neither communicate with nor expect to hear from Hannah. No doubt, this explanation satisfied, he trusted his agent implicitly. Then suddenly one morning, the morning of December 11, he received word from her, bidding him hasten to Keith's chapel with all speed, prepared for any emergency. Forthwith he summoned his coach, By some strange chance he found it ready, waiting, jumped in, and set out for Mayfair. Not a moment had been wasted, and he arrived before Keith's chapel just as the bride and bridegroom were emerging. At a glance he realized the situation. To delay obviously would be fatal. With scant courtesy, therefore, as already has been shown, he pushed Master Axford on one side, his body quivering with emotion, his eyes aflame with love and anger, seized Hannah in his arms, and bundled her into the coach, shouting to the postilions to drive anywhere. They had already received their orders, and the coach rumbled off. But Master Axford, what of him? What did he do? For a moment, dazed and bewildered by the suddenness of the unexpected, he knew not what to think, or how to act. At this one cannot wonder. Romance with a big R, very, very rarely penetrated the small world in which he lived. He was merely a grocer's assistant, quite dull, very respectable. And really, the situation in which he found himself might have surprised a man very much more experienced in such matters. Yet Master Axford, for all that, was a man of spirit. It is true he cared but little for Hannah. He had married mainly for her dower, and that he had received already. None the less, he could not stand tamely by and allow her to be kidnapped on her wedding day before his very eyes. No man can tolerate being fooled. So he called bravely for a horse. Someone lent him one. He mounted in haste, and perhaps none too gracefully, gathered the reins in his hands, and set out in hot pursuit. But a long start had been secured by the prince's coach, and now it appeared no more than a speck in the far distance. Still, the untrammeled horseman gained ground rapidly, and soon approached within hailing distance. At yonder turnpike, surely he could not fail to overtake the fugitives. He dared even to rein in his horse a little, and summoning all the courage and dignity at his command, schooled himself for the great moment. But then, "Royal family! Royal family!" He could hear the voice of the postilion clearly. Instantly the gate swung open, and the coach passed through without being checked, even for a moment, in its mad, reckless course. But before the horseman could follow, the heavy barrier had closed again with a clang of triumph. Zounds! Utterly exasperated, and indeed not without reason, Master Axford waxed angry, and fumbled in his pockets for a coin. Haste made him clumsy, and his indignation, instead of hurrying the turnpike man, only provoked him to ribald merriment. Thus several precious minutes were wasted before the outraged husband found himself again upon the road, and by that time the coach had already disappeared from sight. Still he hastened forward, and now with a renewed determination, until at length he arrived at Cross Roads. Here his troubles began in very earnest. Which way had the fugitives taken? He could only guess. So he tried each road in turn, but without success. He had lost them utterly, and from then until the day of his death, he neither saw nor heard again from Hannah Lightfoot. She vanished completely. Nor can posterity even trace her wanderings. What remains to be told of her history is pure conjecture. That on April 17, 1759, she went through some form of marriage with the Prince of Wales, this may be accepted as tolerably authentic. What happened subsequently is all mysterious. It would seem, however, that after he had successfully eluded Master Axford, the prince drove Hannah to some safe place of refuge, either at Kew or Richmond. Perhaps ultimately he took her to the house of his old friend, Mr. Perrin of Knightsbridge. There, at any rate, he could continue his rudely interrupted wooing without further danger, and without offending the proprieties, while making definite arrangement for the future. Something of this sort must have happened, since, for a while, Hannah continued to communicate regularly with her mother. These letters, though not available for reproduction, are, it is said, still in existence, and in them frequent reference is made to a person, a certain person, the person. Now, who could this person have been? Master Axford? No, surely not. Hannah had no occasion to allude to him so guardedly. Then the prince? Ah, who else? and in her letters Hannah makes it clear how much she loved him, and how implicitly she trusted him. So long as it was in his keeping, she had no fear for the future. At this time, then, George must have had, at any rate, free and easy access to her. But quite suddenly those letters ceased, and thenceforth it is impossible to find anywhere an authentic reference to Hannah Lightfoot. What happened no man can tell. Even legend is silent. Perhaps someone betrayed the lovers, or perhaps, this is the most likely theory, Bute and the prince's mother for a second time surprised their secret, and forthwith took steps, possibly again with Elizabeth Chudley's connivance, to whisk the girl away to some place where George could not even hope to find her. But this as it may, in some way the secret leaked out, or something happened which made it necessary for the prince and Hannah temporarily, at any rate, to separate. And it is a significant fact that, at about this same time, the Society of Friends should solemnly have expelled Hannah from their order. It would be ridiculous to maintain that so severe a step was taken simply because she married Isaac Axford. He was an eminently respectable young man, quite eligible, and although not himself a Quaker, certainly came of a Quaker family. Moreover, although the Society of Friends discussed the affairs of Hannah Lightfoot at several meetings, not once is her husband mentioned by name in the minute book. Surely, then, it was not to the Oxford marriage that the good Quakers took exception, but to Hannah's subsequent entanglement with the prince. The Quakers certainly knew something which they dared not voice in public, or in that plain-spoken language which is the proud boast of their order. But George was far too ardent a young wooer to be baffled by so small an obstacle as the disappearance of his lady love. Find her he would. He swore to himself that he would never rest until he had. Mystery only whetted his determination, and find her he did eventually. Where or when or how is not on record. All that can be said is that he found her, and that, on April 17, 1759, he married her. But how could he marry her? Was she not already wedded to Isaac Axford? Footnote. According to one theory, the prince really was married to Hannah Lightfoot at Keith's Chapel on December 11, 1753, Axford acting merely as proxy at the ceremony. This is an ingenious belief, and by no means unromantic, nor does it disprove the story as narrated in these pages. On the contrary, it merely makes it necessary to regard the subsequent elopement as a splendid piece of bluff, magnificently stage-managed, perfectly acted, and this, perhaps, is not at all improbable. End of footnote. Of course she was, but according to the terms of the Act for Preventing Clandestine Marriages, the marriage would certainly have been held invalid. Now, although it did not come into force until Lady Day, 1754, the bill had been passed by Parliament in June, 1753, 6 months prior to the Axford-Lightfoot wedding. From its provisions, moreover, Jews, Quakers, both sects have strict ceremonials of their own, and members of the royal family were deliberately excluded. It might have been passed, then, directly to accommodate George and Hannah, for Axford, being neither Jew nor Quaker, was bound down to its terms, whilst Hannah, being a Quaker, and George, a member of the royal family, were left free to marry as they liked. The Society of Friends alone could take exception to Hannah's actions, and they had taken exception already, and emphatically. And then again, even the conscientious Master Axford eventually took the law into his own hands, and without troubling to have his former marriage rescinded, led another woman to the altar, this time the lady of his choice, a certain Mary Bartlett. Before taking the step, it is true, he waited 6 long years, and left no stone unturned which might reveal a clue to Hannah's whereabouts. So perhaps one cannot regard his action as unjustified, nor was it so rash as it may seem. At any rate, Master Axford had no occasion to fear a charge of bigamy, since a public inquiry into his affairs would clearly lead to undesirable disclosures. Even he was shrewd enough to realize this, and shrewd enough, moreover, to delay his marriage with Mary Bartlett until the summer of 1759. Now George is alleged to have married Hannah Lightfoot in the April of that self-same year. Certainly, then, it would seem that Axford had heard of that ceremony, heard enough at any rate to make him feel safe in following his future monarch's lead. But did George go through a form of marriage with Hannah Lightfoot? That is the important question. Officially, of course, the marriage has been denied repeatedly. Reasons of state have rendered such denials necessary. Nonetheless, a just and impartial consideration of the evidence can lead only to one verdict. In the first place, although hot-headed and impetuous, George, Prince of Wales, was not a rake. He was a nice boy, and it is most improbable that he would have been content merely with an irregular alliance. And it is surely still more improbable that Hannah ever would have sanctioned such a tie, even with the prince. She had been trained strictly as a Quaker, and is known to have been a girl with deep convictions. Nor did George escape their influence. He always took great interest in the Quaker movement. Again, there is the evidence of the marriage certificate. As a matter of fact, this probably is worthless, for 2 certificates have been produced. According to the one, the ceremony was performed at Kew, according to the other, at Peckham. But both agree as to the name of the officiating clergyman. Both, moreover, agree as to the date, and the contention that some sort of wedding did take place is perhaps supported by the following document. Quote, "This is to certify to all it may concern that I lawfully married George, Prince of Wales, to Hannah Lightfoot, April 17th, 1759, and that 2 sons and a daughter were their issue by such marriage. J. Wilmot, Chatham, J. Dunning." End quote. Now this and all other papers relating to the marriage were produced in court in 1866, during the hearing of the celebrated case of Ryves v. Attorney General. Of course they were condemned as forgeries. The judges had no alternative. But it is interesting to note that they gave this opinion in spite of the fact that the handwriting expert called in by the Crown, a certain Mr. Nethercliff, a man of standing and sure integrity, declared them to be genuine. A fiercely searching cross-examination could not shake his belief that George himself had signed the alleged certificates. Of Wilmot's signature he was absolutely certain, and he honestly believed those of Chatham and Dunham also to be genuine. All these documents, moreover, since have been impounded, and although kept at Somerset House, nobody may see them, not even by paying the customary shilling. Perhaps, then, in spite of everything, the story is not altogether mythical. 5. Be this as it may, the lovers' married happiness, at any rate, could not have lasted long. Indeed, barely had they been made man and wife, when a new and crushing misfortune befell them. George, Prince of Wales, found himself suddenly raised to the dignity of king, and in one moment love's castle, so laboriously constructed, fell to the ground, shattered like a house of cards. To be a king in fact as well as name, the prince had been born and nursed and trained. George be king. From earliest childhood, an adoring mother had preached this doctrine in his ears. To see him a great ruler, not merely a figurehead, was the summit of her ambitions. Nor was she to be disappointed. The seeds of her advice had not fallen upon barren ground. Indeed, from the moment that he became king, George III resolved to be king and to be a good king. The magic force of power seized hold of him, and held him spellbound, while within him dawned the consciousness of a great responsibility. Kingship eliminated his manhood, self became absorbed in duty, and before this, his duty to his country, his duty to the dynasty he represented, all other obligations faded into nothingness. Opportunity, in short, had made the man, not the man the opportunity. But as king, it behooved him, before all things, to ensure the Protestant succession. Hitherto the sage advice of counsellors who urged him to take a royal consort to himself had moved him only to anger. Now all was different. He needed an heir. His people demanded one of him. And so, after long and anxious communion with himself, what were his true feelings one can only imagine, he informed his astonished ministers that he had, quote, come to a resolution to demand in marriage the Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, a princess distinguished by every eminent virtue and amiable endowment. End quote. He had never seen the lady, but rumor declared her to be thoroughly domesticated and very simple. So George, perhaps, hoped to find in her a meek and worthy consort, who would be able to interest herself in the welfare of his poorer subjects, without demanding from him a love that he could never give. Forthwith, then, he sent Lord Harcourt to her with the formal offer of his hand. The princess was darning stockings when the ambassador arrived, nor did she consider the nature of his mission sufficiently important to justify her in ceasing work. In fact, she listened to the proposal with the most astonishing indifference, then expressed herself quite willing to comply with the King of England's wishes, and after submitting to the customary ordeal of a marriage by proxy, straightway set out to meet her husband. It was not a romantic scene, the meeting. Charlotte looked bored. George was absurdly nervous, though he assured his mother later in the evening that he already felt a great affection for the bride. This was very tactful for him. Although amiable, Charlotte could not lay claim to beauty. Quote, her person, according to Horace Walpole, was small and very lean, not well made, her face pale and homely, her nose somewhat flat and mouth very large. End quote. But, despite these personal defects, Queen Charlotte proved herself one of the best of the wives of the kings of England. Even Walpole was impressed by the beauty of her hair. The people adored her, and George at any rate respected and admired her always. She almost won his love. Perhaps she would have, had it not been bestowed already. But to Hannah this gift had brought little comfort, now that disgrace and contumely had been heaped upon it. George, he who had sworn eternal love and loyalty to her, had been faithless. It was this which stabbed her like a knife. She did not understand that duty could ever demand so big a sacrifice. A tender, clinging little wife, she was not a great adventuress, gambling with life, but just a woman, innocent and very human, a little shop girl who loved with all her simple soul. Position held no attractions for her. She cared not for place and power. Still, she was George's wife, and, if she could not be his queen, surely no other woman could be. They were tears of shame, not jealousy, which dimmed her eyes. To think that in return for all that she had given, she must go out into the world in exile, and be forced to wander, homeless and forlorn, from place to place, so that no man might know who or where she was. It seemed a cruel fate. All that was left to her was a memory, the memory of what might have been. And yet, brave little soul, for the sake of this memory, she cheerfully obeyed love's bidding. After all, then, this is a very human story, despite its complications and calamities, nor can even the glamour of romance deprive it of its sadness. There are no letters, it is true, no treasured relics to recall the anxious achings of Hannah's wounded heart, but this surely only makes her love the more pathetic, and the more noble, for not a single word of bitterness did she leave behind her, and only one of protest. Hannah Regina, thus proudly she signed her will. During her lifetime she made no endeavor to assert her rights. This she did for George's sake. She did not wish to make his task more difficult, and he was not ungrateful or unsympathetic. They who suffer in silence suffer most. He knew this, and, although he could not bring peace and happiness to the woman he had wronged, he did not forget her children and his. The daughter ultimately married an officer in the Indian Army, and of the sons, the elder settled eventually in America, after fighting bravely in the War of Independence for his father and his king. But the younger, it would seem, was sent to South Africa, and there given a large estate on condition that he would neither marry nor return to England. In his case precautions were necessary, for it is said he was the living image of his father. But what did Queen Charlotte know? Probably everything. George himself, it may be, told her the truth. At any rate, so long as Hannah lived, she did not believe herself to be the king's lawful wife, and after Hannah's death, insisted that he should marry her again. The ceremony was performed secretly at Kew in 1765. The exact date is not known, nor is the place of Hannah's burial. But she did not die unmourned. "My father would have been a happier man," King George IV. is reported to have said, "had he remained true to his marriage with Hannah Lightfoot." Perhaps he would, and maybe it was not merely the heavy crown of kingship which later deprived him of his reason. There are heavier burdens for the mind to bear even than the cares of state. End of King George III and Hannah Lightfoot by J. A. Brandon. Read by Greg Giordano.
The Love Story of Miss 12 and Captain 7 by Mrs. C. N. Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If only he cared about getting well, it would be such a help. But he doesn't seem to, one bit, thought the little nurse, gazing anxiously down at the closed eyes of her patient. He was a handsome patient, although he was so white and thin. Perhaps, if he had not been handsome, if he had been old and ugly and uninteresting and fat, instead of a brave young soldier, she might not have been quite so anxious. For she was young too, and human, very human. But she was not conscious that her sympathy for him depended upon anything more subtle than his suffering. He had long black eyelashes, almost too good to waste on a man, the little nurse had said to a companion when he first came under her care. But she did not think now that they were too good for him. She sat watching his face, reviewing the many days since he had come to the nursing home to have the bullet, which had hidden itself for so long, extracted, and to get well afterwards. But why didn't he get well? He ought to have shown signs of improvement a week ago. Suddenly the black lashes quivered, lifted, and his eyes looked straight up to hers. "What is it, nurse?" he asked. "It's time for you to take your medicine," she answered, with the soft, dimpled smile which seemed somehow to match well with the dove-grey uniform, the long white apron, and the little cap with the stiffly starched band and bow under the chin. "What's the good?" he muttered, while he resignedly drank the stuff she poured into a glass. "To make you well." "But what's the good of being made well? I've nothing particular to live for now. I don't grudge anything, of course, but it's hard lines, you know." She did know. She understood that, though the surgeons and doctors meant to turn him out of the nursing home cured, he would have to give up his promising career in the army. And he had suffered a good deal during all the 2 years since he had got his wound, and DSO, in West Africa. "There are other things," she suggested cheeringly. "I suppose there are. Only I don't see them yet." Somebody had said that there was a girl who had pretended to care for him, and then thrown him over, but that was gossip. Just then, before she had thought what answer to make, which might reveal to the poor, tired fellow 100 new interests in life, something fell on the floor of the room above. "I didn't know there was anybody up there," he said. "It's always been as quiet as the grave, night and day." "She only came this morning," replied the little nurse. For a moment she paused. Then a bright light flashed in her grey eyes. "Ah," she exclaimed, "if you were like her now, you would have something to complain of." "Why, what's the matter with her?" he inquired, more because he saw that the nurse expected him to be interested than because he really was. Not a question had he asked since his arrival about any other inmate of the house. There might be dozens, or there might be none except himself for all he knew. The nurse shook her head. "Poor girl," she sighed. "She's so young and so beautiful, and a little while ago she had everything on earth to live for. Now what has she? And yet you should see how brave she is. Why, it's wonderful." This time he did not have to feign interest. "Who is the girl you're talking about?" he asked. Nurse hesitated. "Oh, you know it's against the rules of the house for us to mention the name of one patient to another." "I didn't know." "Well, it is. But I'll call her Miss 12. Her room's number 12. "What am I then?" We always speak of you, when we do speak, as Captain Seven." He laughed a little. "Oh yes, I remember now. I've heard the pros in the corridor outside say to each other, 'When is Seven's breakfast coming up?' But you were going to tell me about Miss 12. Poor Miss 12. Well, she's perfectly beautiful, and she can't be more than 21. How any man could jilt her! But one did, on account of her eyes. And he's married another girl and gone on to the continent, leaving 12, to suffer. He doesn't care. She loved him, and besides, he was rich. Oh, very rich. And she's lost every penny she had in the world." "That's a bad lookout," said Captain Seven, sympathetically. "Yes. And her father and mother were both killed in a railway accident only a short time ago. That was when she learned that she wouldn't have any money. Her father had had great losses. He was a historian who wrote books and knew nothing about business, and had trusted to a friend to make his investments. They had all gone wrong, and the friend had deceived him. Now 12 is left alone in the world, with no father and mother, no lover, no money, and perhaps no eyesight." "By Jove, what a cruel story!" exclaimed Captain Seven, waking up to generous interest, and looking more alive than the nurse had seen him look since he knew the worst about himself. "But what a lot you've managed to find out about this poor girl who's only been in the house since this morning." The nurse blushed faintly, as if she had been accused of undue curiosity. "I knew some of the story beforehand," she explained. "The part about her father being a historian, and the railway accident, and the loss of the money. The other part I found out since. Not that she would tell such things about herself, but— well, you mustn't ask how I learned that." "No, I won't. But tell me more about her," he said. "Is there danger that she will be blind?" "I'm afraid there is," sighed the little nurse. "And she's got such glorious eyes. You never saw eyes as lovely, and you wouldn't dream anything was wrong with them." "What colour are they?" he asked. "Violet, with dark lashes." "You seem to be an admirer of beauty," said Captain Seven, smiling, and looking more critically at the little nurse than he had looked yet. He thought that she was a pretty girl, though nothing very wonderful, of course, and her voice was as soft as the notes of a flute. "Go on and describe Miss 12, he commanded. The nurse was delighted at her success in rousing her patient. "Well," she began, slowly, as if she were endeavouring to recall each detail. "Golden hair, all in great waves and quantities of it. It must come nearly down to her knees. It's such a bright colour it makes her eyes look dark. Good complexion? Exquisite, like a lily, but her lips are red. Dimples?" suggested Captain Seven, his eyes happening to light upon those of the nurse. She grew pink. "I believe so, and one in her chin. Her nose is perfect, quite Greek, and the loveliest mouth. It's the kind I've heard called a Cupid's bow." "Why, she must be a goddess," said Seven. "But perhaps her figure isn't good. She can't have everything, you know." "Oh, she has, everything except happiness and good fortune." The nurse broke the thread of her sentence hastily. "Her figure is beautiful too, just as beautiful as her face, slender and tall, and her hands and feet are the sweetest things." "And yet you say some brute of a fellow has jilted this heavenly creature!" exclaimed Captain Seven. "Yes, the monster, because she may be blind and need him all the more." "Ought to have his neck wrung," grumbled the young man. "But then we only know one side of the story, don't we? Maybe Miss 12 has a beast of a temper, or something." "Oh, if you saw her, you would be certain she couldn't have," the little nurse protested, quite indignantly. "Of course, she hasn't been here long enough for us to really know her yet, but she seems to have an angelic disposition. And you can generally tell a good deal about people's dispositions when they're suffering." "Poor girl. Is she suffering now?" "Dreadfully. Every minute. To say nothing of what all her grief and anxiety must be. But she laughs and says witty things through it all." "She's got twice my pluck," said Captain Seven with a sigh. "Well, she's certainly an example to everybody." "What are you going to do to her?" asked the young man apprehensively. "Will it be an operation?" The little nurse nodded, with pursed mouth. "It's against our rules to talk much about one patient to another," she said. "Still, as you are so interested, and don't know her name, it can't do any harm. There'll be an operation tomorrow. You'll smell the ether coming up from the theatre, I expect." "Heavens, how awful! And she's got no one with her? No friends to see her through, poor child?" "No one at all. You must wish her well." "Indeed I do, and will," said Captain Seven earnestly. He thought for a minute, and then went on rather shyly. "I'd like her to know that there's someone in the house who will be thinking about her, and hoping for the best, the very best." "She shall know," the little nurse answered. "I'll tell her myself. She isn't one of my patients. I have you and 5 and 6. She has a special, but I relieve special sometimes when she goes out, and I'll take the message. Only you had better not talk about 12 to any of the other nurses or the pros, because professionally I oughtn't to have told you about her." "Hang professionally, as if it mattered a rap!" exclaimed 7. "But of course I wouldn't get you into trouble for the world. You're a perfect little saint to me, and you may depend I won't breathe a word that I've ever heard of Miss 12. You'll give me news of her, though, won't you, whenever you can? Naturally, after all you've told me, I shall be anxious to know." The nurse assured him that he might depend upon her, and that same evening she had some news to give. Captain 7's message had been duly delivered, and Miss 12 thanked him very much. She had sent word that 7's kind thought would help her through tomorrow. It warmed the young man's heart to hear this, and when he remembered what tomorrow meant for that poor, lonely, lovely creature upstairs, a stinging sensation in the lids made him want to close his eyes. "I told 12 something about you," went on the little nurse, timidly. "Did you? What did you tell her? That I was a helpless wretch, who makes you lots of trouble and whose career is ruined?" "Indeed, I didn't tell her anything of the kind," almost snapped the nurse. "I said you were a soldier, a captain in the army, who had done splendidly brave things, and though you were going to leave the army, because for a few years you mightn't have quite your old strength in your right arm and hand, it wouldn't really matter to you so very much. You could be quite happy, for you had a place in the country and plenty of friends and enough money, and you could travel." "There, there," laughed 7. "That's a long enough list of my blessings, thank you. But compared to what that poor child seems to have to look forward to, I have everything left to be thankful for." "So 12 said, and she's so glad. She told me to say that she envied you, and yet she wouldn't rob you of one of those good things, even if she could change. She likes brave soldiers, and she feels sure you deserve every consolation you have, and more." "She really must be an angel," exclaimed the young man. "I told you she was," said the nurse. "I suppose I have got consolations, as she calls them," he soliloquized aloud. "By Jove, I must try and be more grateful. Tell Miss 12 I said so when you thank her for me, and say that, if she cares to hear it, she has done me good." "I will, and of course she'll care to hear it," said the little nurse. Next day Captain 7 was restless until he heard that the ordeal of Miss 12 was over. "It's uncertain for a week what the result will be," said the nurse, "but she has come through very well. She'll be conscious again in half an hour or so." "Has anybody got her flowers?" eagerly asked 7. No, nobody had, and he announced his intention of sending out for some, nor would he be dissuaded from the enterprise by certain timid protests from the nurse. A messenger boy was hastily dispatched with lavish orders, and came back laden with roses in time for 12 to wake up and find them in her room. Her eyes were bandaged, said the nurse, but though she could not see the flowers, their fragrance told her of their presence before she heard of Captain 7's kindness. After that, he insisted on ordering flowers every day, and the little nurse was kept busy with the exchange of messages between the rooms. So great was the fillip given by this new interest to the young man's health, that his appetite improved, and soon he was able to sit up in a chaise longue. That was on the day he was told that Miss 12 was not going to lose her eyesight, and by this time he felt that he knew her well enough to send up a short written note of congratulation. The nurse promised that she would be allowed to read it, but it was a delicious surprise to receive an answer, scribbled in pencil. Even the scribble was beautiful in his eyes, and the note was so charmingly expressed that it seemed to give Captain 7 a real glimpse of the character which had been so glowingly described to him. He replied, of course, within the hour, and after that a morning note and an afternoon note were invariably exchanged between rooms numbers 7 and 12. When nurse said that Miss 12 could read for an hour a day, Captain 7 shared his books with her, and she sent him 2 or 3 which kept, or he fancied it, a faint, adorable fragrance in their pages. He was sure that it must be Miss 12's favourite scent. One day, when the two had known each other in this way for nearly a fortnight, 7 summoned courage to write and ask for the goddess's photograph. It was the first and only request of his which she had denied. She was very sorry, but she had no photographs, and 7 was depressed by her refusal. He was afraid that she was angry with him for asking, and as he lay awake that night, thinking of the girl, he realized that he had fallen deeply in love with her. "It doesn't matter that I haven't seen her," he said to himself. "I know that she's beautiful, but it's her soul that I'm in love with, the exquisite soul that she has put into her precious little messages and letters without knowing it." Next morning he had a high temperature, and the little nurse was distressed. "I thought you were almost well," she sighed, "but now I'm afraid we must telephone for the doctor." "The only medicine I need is an answer to this, the right kind of an answer," said Captain Seven, slipping into the nurse's hand a note which he had contrived to write in the night, when he was at his worst. "Do take it up to Miss 12 at once, and beg her to let me have a word in return as soon as she can. Tell her I can hardly wait." The nurse looked frightened at these signs of impetuosity, but she went away with the letter, and did not come back again for half an hour. When she did come, it would have been evident to anyone but a man absorbed in thoughts of another woman that she had been crying. Probably she had been listening to confidences from 12. "Here is the answer," she said, in an odd voice, holding out one of the little 3-cornered folded-over notes which had grown so familiar, and so precious. Then she stole out of the room, but the man did not even see that she had gone. He was opening the 3-cornered note, and his brown hands, from which the sunburnt bronze had never worn off, were shaking a little. "Dear Captain Seven," he read, "I think I must go on calling you that, even though you have told me your real name, and I mustn't tell you mine because it is better for you to forget. These 2 weeks have been very happy for me, and it's you who have made them so, but they must be the end. I never dreamed of what you tell me in this last letter, which has just come. Do forgive me, dear Captain Seven, but you must not think of me any more. There is something in my life that I can't tell you, which will keep us apart. We mustn't even see each other. I do care, but all the more because I care, I must go out of your life. Though I want you to forget, I shall never forget. I shall think of you, and wish beautiful and happy things for you as long as you may live. Soon I shall be gone from here, but I shall leave my thoughts behind, and they will be saying to you, get well and strong. Be glad of all the blessings you have, and don't grieve for the few things you have lost. Your friend always, 12. Soon I shall be gone. Captain Seven said the words over to himself in alarm. She must not go. He must see her. That letter of his had been written when his feelings were at high tension, in the hour before the dawn when the whole silent room had seemed alive with thoughts of her. Of course he could not in cooler moments have expected her to answer it according to his wish. He had frightened her. But give him his chance to see the girl and plead his cause with lips and eyes. That was all he asked, and he meant to have it. He pressed the electric bell impatiently, and the little nurse came almost at once. This time he did notice that the soft, rosy face was pale. "Has 12 said anything to you about the letter you took up?" he inquired, almost sharply. "No, she hasn't said anything," the nurse answered, after a slight electric pause. "But you know something. I see by your face that you do. Please answer." The poor nurse blushed pitifully, until the tears were forced to her eyes. I can't help suspecting," she stammered. "But—" "There isn't any but. Surely you, who have been so good, aren't going to turn against me?" "Oh, no, but it's no use. I'm sorry now, dreadfully sorry that I ever told you about 12. I meant it for the best. I thought it would interest you to know about her, and that it would help you to get well, to hear how brave she was." "So it has. And because she is so brave and so adorable, and so everything that's good, I've fallen in love with her, that's all. I must see her, whatever happens." "You can't, possibly." "I don't mean now, while she's here, of course. That wouldn't do. But I shall be able to get out in a day or two, you know, and she says in her letter that she's going soon. Then—" "She has gone, already." "Gone? It's not possible. It's not an hour since she wrote to me." "But she was up and dressed then, and everything was ready. Please don't look like that, it will break my heart, because it's all my fault. I ought to have— Oh, don't think of her any more. You can never meet." Captain Seven flushed and paled. "Why? At least I have the right to know why," he broke out. "I can't tell you. She couldn't tell you. But there is a very, very good reason." "I don't believe it," he insisted obstinately. "After all that's passed, I can't think any reason could exist strong enough to make her so cruel to me. If she tells me that I mustn't, I won't speak of love. But surely, just to see her face to face— I told you she is gone." The little nurse cut him short, with a break in her voice. "But you, or someone in the house, surely have her address and can forward a letter. When she really understands that it's a matter of life and death to me—" No, it isn't. Don't say that." "It's the truth. Dear, kind little nurse, help me, won't you? I've only you to depend upon because she's gone away and I don't even know her name." "You know nothing. Nothing at all about her, really. Perhaps if you'd met—" "I know enough about her from her messages and letters, and the books and flowers she loves best, and your descriptions of her, to be sure she's the one woman in the world for me. Don't let me lose her without trying for my happiness." I'm afraid I can't do anything. But yes, I'll try, if only you won't look like that and excite yourself so much. I'll do my very best, but please let me go now. I must." She did not come back till some small duty called her to the room, and he had been for perhaps 2 hours alone, conscious that every minute his beloved 12 might be receding farther and farther from him into the unknown. When she appeared, it was with quite a bustling, professional air, as if nothing had happened. "Well?" he asked excitedly, but she answered that she must take his temperature. No, of course she had found out nothing yet. How could he expect it? She had 2 other patients to look after. The temperature was bad, and the doctor came, and there was cooling medicine to drink. The nurse hoped that her patient would be better in the morning, but instead he was worse, and in her guilty little soul she well knew why. "Oh, you mustn't worry," she said. "I shall, every minute," Captain 7 replied, "till you have news for me." "But supposing it were bad news?" "Even bad news would be better than none, better than suspense. Have you none? I believe you have. For heaven's sake tell me, or I must apply to the superintendent for Miss 12's real name and address." The little nurse walked over to the window and looked out silently for a minute. Then, without any warning, she burst into tears, trying to check her sobs. "I will tell you! I'll tell you everything!" she cried, turning suddenly upon the young man, sitting shocked and anxious in his chaise longue. "But when I've told you, you'll despise and hate me forever. Not that that will make any difference to you, because you'll be leaving in a few days. You'll never understand. No man could, but I did it for the best. You needed an interest so much. I... Go on." "There isn't any Miss 12. "What do you mean?" "There was just a poor, plain, fat old lady up there. It was true about the operation on her eyes, but nothing else was. I made all the rest up, like a kind of fairy story." Captain 7 sat aghast. He felt that he must be asleep and dreaming, and that in a moment more he would wake up. "Nothing else was true?" he echoed slowly. "Why, did you give the old lady the flowers and the notes?" No, she never had the notes. The flowers, yes, because I couldn't have disposed of them in any other way, without everybody suspecting something strange. The poor old thing thought you were so kind. But the books and the notes I kept." "Who answered them? You?" She hung her head. "Yes, it was for your sake, to keep up your interest. I know you can never forgive me, and now I see what a dreadful mistake I made, but I didn't think at first. I made up the description of Miss 12 according to my own ideal, and according to what I thought would please you most. There was some truth in the story I told you about her troubles. That is, it was true about another person." "What was true?" "Oh, only the part about her father being a historian, and losing his money and being killed in a railway accident. You see, you asked me so many questions I had to think quickly, so it came easily to tell my own story." "That was your story, then?" "Yes, but it happened years ago, just before I thought of being a nurse and went into a hospital for my training. It hasn't anything to do with this." "It has something to do with it. And the other part, about the lover who jilted her and all that?" "That was made up. Oh, it's awful to have to tell you this. I would rather have died. But just as I made up the story to save you at first, I must unmake it to save you now, for instead of getting better, you are worse." "Little nurse, please stop crying and come here," said Captain 7. "I want you." She came slowly. "I was in love with the woman who sent me those kind messages and sweet, dear little letters. It was the beautiful soul she showed to me in them, not your description of her beautiful face, that made me love her. So you see, after all, I haven't lost her. For the only difference is that instead of being in love with Miss 12, I'm in love with you." "No, you mustn't say that. You only imagine it," sobbed the nurse. "You hate me, really, and it's right you should." He caught her little soft hand. "I'll show you how I hate you," he said. So that was the way it ended. For, of course, she had loved him from the beginning. End of The Love Story of Miss 12 and Captain 7 by Mrs. C. N. Williamson.
The 12 Brothers, collected by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, and published in The Red Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honour of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 12 Brothers. There were, once upon a time, a king and a queen who lived happily together, and they had 12 children, all of whom were boys. One day the king said to his wife, "If our 13th child is a girl, all her 12 brothers must die, so that she may be very rich, and the kingdom hers alone." Then he ordered 12 coffins to be made, and filled them with shavings, and placed a little pillow in each. These he put away in an empty room, and giving the key to his wife, he bade her tell no one of it. The queen grieved over the sad fate of her sons, and refused to be comforted, so much so that the youngest boy, who was always with her, and whom she had christened Benjamin, said to her one day, "Dear mother, why are you so sad?" "My child," she answered, "I may not tell you the reason." But he left her no peace, till she went and unlocked the room and showed him the 12 coffins, filled with shavings, and with the little pillow laid in each. Then she said, "My dearest Benjamin, your father has had these coffins made for you, and for your 11 brothers, because if I bring a girl into the world, you are all to be killed and buried in them." She wept bitterly as she spoke, but her son comforted her and said, "Don't cry, dear mother. We'll manage to escape somehow, and will fly for our lives." "Yes," replied his mother, "that is what you must do. Go with your 11 brothers out into the wood, and let one of you always sit on the highest tree you can find, keeping watch on the tower of the castle. If I give birth to a little son, I will wave a white flag, and then you may safely return. But if I give birth to a little daughter, I will wave a red flag, which will warn you to fly away as quickly as you can, and may the kind heaven have pity on you. Every night I will get up and pray for you. In winter, that you may always have a fire to warm yourselves by, and in summer, that you may not languish in the heat." Then she blessed her sons, and they set out into the wood. They found a very high oak tree, and there they sat, turn about, keeping their eyes always fixed on the castle tower. On the 12th day, when the turn came to Benjamin, he noticed a flag waving in the air, but alas, it was not white, but blood red, the sign which told them that they must all die. When the brothers heard this, they were very angry and said, "Shall we forsooth suffer death for the sake of a wretched girl? Let us swear vengeance, and vow that wherever and whenever we shall meet one of her sex, she will die at our hands." Then they went their way deeper into the wood, and in the middle of it, where it was thickest and darkest, they came across a little enchanted house, which stood empty. "Here," they said, "let us take up our abode, And you, Benjamin, you are the youngest and weakest. You shall stay at home and keep house for us. We others will go out and fetch food." So they went forth into the wood, and shot hares and roe deer, birds and wood pigeons, and any other game they came across. They always brought their spoils home to Benjamin, who soon learnt to make them into dainty dishes. So they lived for 10 years in this little house, and time slipped merrily away. In the meantime, their little sister at home was growing up quickly. She was kind-hearted and of a fair conscience, and she had a gold star right in the middle of her forehead. One day a big washing was going on at the palace, and the girl, looking down from her window, saw 12 men's shirts hanging up to dry, and asked her mother, "Who in the world do those shirts belong to? Surely they are too small for my father." And the queen answered sadly, "Dear child, they belong to your 12 brothers." "But where are my 12 brothers?" said the girl. "I have never even heard of them." "Heaven alone knows in what part of the wild world they are wandering," replied her mother. Then she took the girl and opened the locked-up room. She showed her the 12 coffins filled with shavings, and with the little pillow laid in each. "These coffins," she said, "were intended for your brothers, but they stole away secretly before you were born." Then she to tell all that had happened, and when she had finished, her daughter said, "Do not cry, dearest mother. I will go and seek my brothers till I find them." So she took the 12 shirts and went on straight into the middle of the big wood. She walked all day long, and came in the evening to the little enchanted house. She stepped in, and found a youth who, marvelling at her beauty, at the royal robes she wore, and at the golden star on her forehead, asked her where she came from and whither she was going. "I am a princess," she answered, "and am seeking for my 12 brothers. I mean to wander as far as the blue sky stretches over the earth until I find them." Then she showed them the 12 shirts which she had taken with her, and Benjamin saw that it must be his sister, and said, "I am Benjamin, your youngest brother." So they wept for joy, and kissed and hugged each other again and again. After a time, Benjamin said, "Dear sister, there is still a little difficulty, for we had all agreed that any girl we met should die at our hands, because it was for the sake of a girl that we had to leave our kingdom." "But," she replied, "I will gladly die, if by that means I can restore my 12 brothers to their own." "No," he answered, "there is no need for that. Only go and hide under that tub till our 11 brothers come in, and I'll soon make matters right with them." She did as she was bid, and soon the others came home from the chase, and sat down to supper. "Well, Benjamin, what's the news?" they asked. But he replied, "I like that. Have you nothing to tell me?" "No," they answered. Then he said, "Well now, you've been out in the wood all the day, and I've stayed quietly at home, and all the same I know more than you do." "Then tell us," they cried. But he answered, "Only on condition that you promise faithfully that the first girl we meet shall not be killed." "She shall be spared," they promised. "Only tell us the news." Then Benjamin said, "Our sister is here," and he lifted up the tub, and the princess stepped forward, with her royal robes and with the golden star on her forehead, looking so lovely and sweet and charming that they all fell in love with her on the spot. They arranged that she should stay at home with Benjamin and help him in the housework, while the rest of the brothers went out into the wood and shot hares and roe deer, birds and wood pigeons. And Benjamin and his sister cooked their meals for them. She gathered herbs to cook the vegetables in, fetched the wood, and watched the pots on the fire. And always when her 11 brothers returned, she had their supper ready for them. Besides this, she kept the house in order, tidied all the rooms, and made herself so generally useful that her brothers were delighted, and they all lived happily together. One day, the two at home prepared a fine feast, and when they were all assembled, they sat down, and ate, and drank, and made merry. Now there was a little garden round the enchanted house, in which grew 12 tall lilies. The girl, wishing to please her brothers, plucked the 12 flowers, meaning to present one to each one of them as they sat at supper. But hardly had she plucked the flowers, when her brothers were turned into 12 ravens, who flew croaking over the wood, and the house and garden vanished also. So the poor girl found herself left all alone in the wood, and as she looked around her, she noticed an old woman standing close beside her, who said, "My child, what have you done? Why didn't you leave the flowers alone? They were your 12 brothers. Now they are changed for ever into ravens." The girl asked, sobbing, "Is there no means of setting them free?" "No," said the old woman. "There is only one way in the whole world, and that is so difficult that you won't free them by it, for you would have to be dumb and not laugh for 7 years, and if you spoke a single word, though but an hour were wanting to the time, your silence would all have been in vain, and that one word would slay your brothers." Then the girl said to herself, "If that is all, I'm quite sure I can free my brothers." So she searched for a high tree, and when she had found one, she climbed up it and spun all day long, never laughing or speaking one word. Now it happened one day that a king who was hunting in the wood had a large greyhound, who ran sniffing to the tree on which the girl sat, and jumped round it, yelping and barking furiously. The king's attention was attracted, and when he looked up and beheld the beautiful princess with the golden star on her forehead, he was so enchanted by her beauty that he asked her on the spot to be his wife. She gave no answer, but nodded slightly with her head. Then he climbed up the tree himself, lifted her down, put her on his horse, and bore her home to his palace. The marriage was celebrated with much pomp and ceremony, but the bride never spoke nor laughed. When they had lived a few years happily together, the king's mother, who was a wicked old woman, began to slander the young queen, and said to the king, "She is only a low-born beggar maid that you have married. Who knows what mischief she is up to? If she is deaf and can't speak, she might at least laugh. Depend upon it, those who don't laugh have a bad conscience." At first the king paid no heed to her words, but the old woman harped so long on the subject, and accused the young queen of so many things, that at last he let himself be talked over, and condemned his beautiful wife to death. So a great fire was lit in the courtyard of the palace, where she was to be burnt, and the king watched the proceedings from an upper window, crying bitterly all the while, for he still loved his wife dearly. But just as she had been bound to the stake, and the flames were licking her garments with their red tongues, the very last moment of the 7 years had come. Then a sudden rushing sound was heard in the air, and 12 ravens were seen flying overhead. They swooped downwards, and as soon as they touched the ground, they turned into her 12 brothers, and she knew she had freed them. They quenched the flames and put out the fire, and, unbinding their dear sister from the stake, they kissed and hugged her again and again. And now that she was able to open her mouth and speak, she told the king why she had been dumb and not able to laugh. The king rejoiced greatly when he heard she was innocent, and they all lived happily ever afterwards. End of The 12 Brothers, collected by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm.
Concerning the 12 Houses of Heaven and Their Powers, by Rosa Bourne. This is a LibriVox recording read in honour of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The ancient astrologers divided the heavens into 12 houses. The first house. This is called the ascendant, and the planet rising therein, whether well or ill dignified, will materially affect the mind, bodily appearance, and fate of the native through his whole existence. This house is masculine, and governs the head and face of man, and, if the planet Mars be in this house at the time of birth, there will always be some blemish or mole in the face of the native. If a few out of the degrees have ascended, the scar or blemish is, without fail, on the upper part of the head. If the middle part of the sign ascends, the mark is in the middle of the face. If the latter part of the sign is ascending, the mark is near the chin. This house represents the head, the tongue, and the memory, and it governs in colours white. The second house. This house has signification of the native's wealth and worldly goods. The house is feminine, ruling the neck, and the colour is green. The third house. This governs brothers and sisters, short journeys, neighbours, letters and writings. It is masculine and governs the hands, arms and shoulders. Its colours are red and yellow mixed. The fourth house. This rules the father, inheritances or property of the native, and shows his condition at the close of life. It is feminine and rules the stomach, breast and lungs. Its colour is red. The fifth house. This signifies the children of the native, also his success in speculation and hazardous games, the pleasures he enjoys, and the wealth of the father. It rules the heart, back and liver, is masculine, and represents in colour black and white mixed. The sixth house. This concerns the native servants, sheep, goats, and small cattle. It also signifies the father's kindred. This house is feminine. It rules the belly and intestines, and its colour is black. The seventh house gives judgment of marriage, and describes the man or woman in all love questions. It is masculine, it rules the haunches, and its colour is black. The eighth house argues of death, of legacies and wills, also of the kind of death a man shall die. It is a feminine house. It rules the lower parts of the trunk of the body. Its colours are green and black. The ninth house gives judgment on voyages and long journeys, and also on events happening to the wife's kindred. It rules the hips and thighs. It is a masculine house. Its colours are green and white. The 10th house is called the midheaven, and is feminine. This concerns the native's mother and also his calling. It rules the knees and hams, and its colours are red and white. The 11th house represents friends and friendship. It is masculine and rules the legs. the 12th house. This house is often called the evil demon, for it is the house of sorrow, self-undoing, enemies and imprisonment. It governs great cattle. It is feminine and rules the feet and toes, and in colour it governs green. The strongest houses are the first, the ascendant, and the 10th, the mid-heaven. The first, 4th, 7th, and 10th are called angular houses, and represent the 4 cardinal points of the compass. Thus the first is east, the 7th west, the 4th is north, and the 10th south. The 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 11th houses are called succedent houses. The 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th houses are termed cadent houses. Any planet posited in a cadent house is regarded as weak in its effects on the native. It is necessary to have thoroughly mastered the influences of the 12 houses, as well as those of the 7 planets, and of the signs of the zodiac, before attempting to cast a nativity or to work a horary question. End of Concerning the 12 Houses of Heaven and Their Powers, by Rosa Bourne.
The 12 Tables, prefaced, arranged, translated, annotated by P.R. Coleman Norton. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The legal history of Rome begins properly with the 12 Tables. It is strictly the first and the only Roman code, collecting the earliest known laws of the Roman people and forming the foundation of the whole fabric of Roman law. Footnote. The code was known under 2 titles: Lex Duodecim Tabularum, Law of the 12 Tables, and Duodecim Tabulae, 12 Tables. End footnote. Its importance lies in the fact that by its promulgation was substituted for an unwritten usage, of which the knowledge had been confined to some citizens of the community, a public and written body of laws, which were easily accessible to and strictly binding on all citizens of Rome. Till the close of the Republican period, 509 BC to 27 BC, the 12 Tables were regarded as a great legal charter. The historian Livy, 59 BC to AD 17, records, even in the present immense mass of legislation, where laws are piled on laws, the 12 Tables still form the fount of all public and private jurisprudence. Footnote. This claim, that these statutes were the source of all public and private law, is exaggerated. Rather, the code is chiefly an exposition of private law derived from customary law, which already existed, and contained some public and religious law as well. For another estimate, see Cicero, where the advocate asserts that the small manual of the 12 Tables by itself surpasses the libraries of all the philosophers both in weight of authority and in wealth of utility. End footnote. This celebrated code, after its compilation by a commission of 10 men, decemviri, who composed in 451 BC 10 sections and 2 sections in 450 BC, and after its ratification by the then Principal Assembly, Comitia Centuriata, of the state in 449 BC, was engraved on 12 bronze tablets, whence the name 12 Tables, which were attached to the rostra before the Curia in the Forum of Rome. Footnote. Such is the almost unanimous tradition, but one source says ivory, iborias, since some scholars scout the use of ivory in Rome at that time. The emendation of iborius to roborius, wooden, is suggested. End footnote. Though this important witness of the national progress probably was destroyed during the Gallic occupation of Rome in 387 BC, yet copies must have been extant, since Cicero, 106 BC to 43 BC, says that in his boyhood schoolboys memorized these laws as a required formula. Footnote. ut carmen necessarium. End footnote. However, now no part of the 12 tables, either in its original form or in its copies, exists. The surviving fragments of the 12 tables come from the writings of late Latin writers and fall into these four types. 1. Fragments which seem to contain the original words, or nearly so, of a law, modernized in spelling and to some extent in formation. 2. Fragments which are fused with the context of the quoter, but which otherwise exhibit little distortion. 3. Fragments which not only are fused with the sentences of the citer, but also are much distorted, although these preserve, in paraphrase, the purport of the provisions of a law. 4. Passages which present only an interpretation, or an opinion based on interpretation, or a title, or a convenient designation of a law. Only in very few cases do we know or can we conjecture the number of the tablet whereon any law appeared. Consequently, of the arrangement very little is ascertainable, and the attribution of some items to certain tablets is debatable. The probable order of the fragments, which total over 115, has been inferred from various statements and from other indications of ancient authors. The amount of detail apparently varies either with the importance of the matter or with the degree of general or particular knowledge of the subject supposed by the commissioners to be held commonly by the citizens. The style is characterized by such simplicity and by such brevity that the meaning in some instances borders upon obscurity, at least so far as modern interpretation is concerned. The value of the 12 tables consists not in any approach to symmetrical classification or even to terse clarity of expression, but in the publication of the method of procedure to be adopted, especially in civil cases, in the knowledge furnished to every Roman of high or low degree as to what were both his legal rights and his legal duties, in the political victory won by the plebeians, who compelled the codification and the promulgation of what had been largely customary law, interpreted and administered by the patricians primarily in their own interests. The 12 tables. Table 1. Proceedings preliminary to trial. 1. If he, the plaintiff, summon the defendant to court, in ius, he, the defendant, shall go. If he, the defendant, go not, he, the plaintiff, shall call a witness thereto. Then only he, the plaintiff, shall take the defendant by force. 2. If he, the defendant, attempt evasion or take to flight, he, the plaintiff, shall lay hand on the defendant. 3. If disease or old age shall be an impediment, he who shall summon the defendant to court in ius shall grant him a conveyance. If he, the plaintiff, shall not wish, he, the plaintiff, shall not spread with cushions a covered carriage. 4. For a freeholder, taxpayer whose fortune is valued at not less than 1,500 asses, a freeholder shall be surety, Windex, for his appearance at trial. Footnote: the as originally was a bar 1 foot in length of ice, copper, then a weight, then a coin weighing 1 pound and worth about 17 cents. From time to time the as was reduced in weight and was depreciated in value, until by the provisions of the Lex Papiria in 191 B.C., the as weighed 1/2 ounce and was valued at 0.008 of a dollar. End footnote. For a proletary, non-taxpayer whose fortune is rated at less than a freeholder's, anyone who shall be willing shall be a surety. Windex. 5. When they, the parties, come to terms, an official shall announce it. Footnote. Some scholars suggest that this statute should be translated thus: when the parties agree on preliminaries, each party shall plead. End footnote. 6. If they, the parties, agree not on terms, they shall state their case in the comitium, meeting place, or in the forum, market place, ere noon. Both parties shall appear in person and shall argue the matter. 7. If one of the parties shall not have appeared after noon, the judge shall adjudge the case, lease, in favor of him present. 8. If both parties be present, sunset shall be the time limit of the proceedings. 9. Both parties shall post sureties, wadis, and subsureties, subwadis, for their appearance. Table 2. Trial. 1. The legal action of solemn deposit, sacramenti actio, demands that each litigant shall wager either 500 azes or 50 azes. 500 azes for solemn deposit, sacramentum, when the subject of the dispute is valued at 1,000 azes or more, 50 azes when estimated at less than 1,000 azes. But if the controversy concerns the liberty of a human being, however valuable may be the person, the solemn deposit, sacramentum, shall be 50 azes. 2. A dangerous disease or a day appointed for the hearing of a case with an alien, when the latter is a party, if any of these circumstances be an impediment for judge, index, or arbitrator, arbiter, or party, reis, on this account the day of trial shall be deferred. Footnote. The index hears cases in which the fixed amount is to be adjudged. The arbiter hears cases in which an indefinite sum is to be assessed. At this time in the language, reis means any litigant. In later Latin, reis is restricted to signify the defendant. End footnote. Whoever shall have need of evidence, he shall go on every third day to cry before the doorway of the witness's house. Footnote. Perhaps on every other day, or on 3 market days, is meant. This means, we suppose, that the litigant requiring evidence must proclaim his need by shouting certain legal phrases before the residence of the person who is capable of supplying such evidence and who thereby is summoned to court. End footnote. Table 3. Debt. 1. Of debt acknowledged and for matters judged in court, in jure, 30 days shall be allowed by law for payment or for satisfaction. Footnote. Some scholars suggest that the Latin represented by the words "and for matters in court" should be omitted, and that the passage should open, "for persons judged liable for acknowledged debt," thus restricting the period of 30 days' grace only to matters of debt. Even if this view be correct, it disproves not the probability that the 30 days applied to various kinds of cases. End footnote. 2. After that, a lapse of 30 days without payment, hands shall be laid on manus injectio, the debtor. He shall be brought into court, in ius. 3. Unless he, the debtor, discharge the debt, or unless someone appear in court, in jure, to guarantee payment for him, he, the creditor, shall take the debtor with him. He shall bind him either with thong or with fetters, of which the weight shall not be less than 15 pounds, or shall be more if he, the creditor, choose. 4. If he, the debtor, choose, he shall live on his own means. If he live not on his own means, the creditor who shall hold him in bonds shall give him a pound of bread daily. If he, the creditor, shall so desire, he shall give him more. 5. Unless they, the debtors, make a compromise, they, the debtors, shall be held in bonds for 60 days. During those days they shall be brought to the magistrate into the comedium, meeting place, on 3 successive market days, and the amount for which they have been judged liable shall be declared publicly. Moreover, on the 3rd market day they, the debtors, shall suffer capital punishment, capite poenae, or shall be delivered for sale beyond the Tiber River. 6. On the 3rd market day they, the creditors, shall cut pieces. Footnote. Shall cut pieces, partes secanto, is explained variously, to divide the debtor's functions or capabilities, to claim shares in the debtor's property, to divide the price obtained for the sale of the debtor's person, to divide the debtor's family and goods, to announce to the magistrate their shares of the debtor's estate. The old Roman writers, however, understand by the phrase that the creditors can cut their several shares of the debtor's body. If they shall have cut more or less than their shares, it shall be with impunity, sine fraude. End footnote. Table 4. Paternal power. 1. A dreadfully deformed child shall be killed quickly. 2. If a father thrice surrender a son for sale, the son shall be free from the father. Footnote. In primitive times a father can sell his son into slavery. If the buyer free the son re-enters his father's control. Patria potestas. Here apparently we have an old formula surviving in a sham triple sale, whereby a descendant is liberated from the authority of an ascendant, or after a triple transfer and a triple manumission, the son is freed from his father and stands in his own right. Sui juris. End footnote. 3. To repudiate his wife, her husband shall order her to mind her own affairs, shall take her keys, shall expel her. 4. Into a legal inheritance he who has been in the womb, in utero, is admitted, if he shall have been born. Footnote. Otherwise, an interpretation probably, perhaps not a paraphrase, after 10 months from the father's death, a child born shall not be admitted into a legal inheritance. End footnote. Table 5. Inheritance and guardianship. 1. Women shall remain under guardianship, tutela, even though they shall become of full age, perfecta aetas. The Vestal virgins are accepted and shall be free from control. Footnote. Full age for females is 25 years. For keeping women of full age under a guardian, almost no reason of any worth can be urged. The common belief that because of the levity of their disposition, propter anime levitatem, they often are deceived and therefore may be guided by a guardian, seems more plausible than true. According to Roman law of this period, a woman never has legal independence. If she be not under the power, potestas, of her father, she is dependent on the control, manus, of her husband, or, unmarried and fatherless, she is subject to the governance, tutela, of her guardian. End footnote. 2. The emancipable, conveyable, or movable possessions of a woman who is under tutelage of her agnates shall not be acquired rightfully by usucapion, long usage or long possession, save if these possessions by herself shall have been delivered with the sanction of her guardian, tutor. Footnote. Agnates, agnati, are relatives by blood or through adoption on male side only. Cognates, cognati, are blood relatives on either male or female side. The family of the jus civile is the agnatic family. The family of the jus gentium is the cognatic family. Besides a guardian tutor for a child of certain age, there is provided also a guardian, custos, later curator, for a lunatic and for a prodigal. End footnote. 3. According as a person shall have ordered regarding his property or the guardianship, tutela, of his estate, so shall be the law. Ita jus esto. 4. If a person die intestate, intestatus, and have no self-successor, suis eris, the deceased nearest male agnate shall have possession of the estate. 5. If there be no male agnate, the deceased clansman shall have possession of the estate. Footnote. Clansmen, gentiles, are persons all belonging to the same clan, gens, as the deceased's, and, of course, include agnates when these exist. End footnote. 6. To persons for whom a guardian tutor shall not have been appointed by will, testamentum, to them, their agnates shall be guardians. Footnote. Boys between the ages of 7 and 15, girls between the ages of 7 and 13, women neither under paternal power, patria potestas, nor under marital control, in manu mariti. End footnote. 7. If a person be insane, furiosus, if there be not a guardian, custos, for him, rightful authority over his person and over his property shall belong to his agnates, and in default of these, to his clansmen. If a person be a spendthrift, prodigus, he shall be prohibited from administering his own goods, and he shall be under the guardianship, curiato, of his agnates. 8. If a freedman, libertas, shall have died intestate without self-successor, his patron, patronus, shall take the inheritance of a Roman citizen freeman from said household into said household. 9. Items which are in the category of debts due to or incurred by a deceased person shall be divided among his consuccessors by mere operation of law, ipso jure, in proportion to their portions of the inheritance. Footnote. Another version of this provision reads thus: Debts bequeathed by inheritance shall be divided by automatic liability, ipso jure, proportionately among the heirs after the details shall have been investigated. End footnote. 10. Apportionment of an estate, actio familiae erciscundi, occurs when co-heirs, co-heires, wish to withdraw from common and equal participation in the inheritance. Footnote. That is, the judicial division of an estate by an index among the disagreeing co-heirs. End footnote. Table 6. Ownership and possession. 1. When a person shall make bond, nexum, and conveyance, mancipium, according as he is specified with his tongue, so shall be the law. Ita ius esto. 2. Both conveyance, mancipatio, and surrender in court, in jure cessio, are confirmed. 3. Articles which have been sold and delivered are not acquired by the buyer otherwise than if he has paid the price to the seller, or has satisfied him in some other way, that is, by providing a guarantor, ex promissor, or a security, pignus. 4. It shall be sufficient to make good those faults which have been named by one's tongue, while for those flaws which he the vendor has denied expressly, when asked about these, he the vendor shall undergo a penalty of double damages. Footnote. That is, double the proportionate part of the price, or of the things transferred. End footnote. 5. For a loyal person and for a person restored to allegiance there shall be the same right, ius, of bond, nexum, and of conveyance, mancipium, with the Roman people. 6. Against an alien, hostis, title of ownership, auctoritas, shall be valid forever. Footnote. This probably means that a foreigner resident in Roman territory never can obtain rights over any property simply by long possession, usucapio, thereof, but the meaning of auctoritas in this clause is disputed. At any rate, usucapio is peculiar to Roman citizens. End footnote. 7. A prescriptive title usucapio of movable things is completed by 1 year's possession, but a prescriptive title of an estate and of buildings is completed by 2 years' possession. 8. A person who had been a slave, and who has been declared to be a free man, in a will on some condition, if he shall have given 10,000 ozes to the heir, although he the slave has been alienated by the heir, by giving the money to the purchaser shall enter into his freedom. 9. If any woman not married by confarreatio, footnote, this is an exclusively patrician type of wedding, wherein is made a mutual offering of bread in the presence of a priest and 10 witnesses, end footnote, or by coemptio, footnote, this type of wedlock, used originally by plebeians, is a fictitious sale, by which a woman is freed from either patria potestas or tutela. It comes perhaps from the primitive custom of bride purchase. End footnote. Be unwilling to be subjected in this manner by usus, possession, to the hand of her husband, in manum mariti, she shall be absent from his house for 3 successive nights in every year, and by this means shall interrupt the usus, possession, of each year. Footnote. This method explains how a wife can remain married to a husband without remaining in his manus, rights of possession. If the usus be interrupted, the time of the usus must begin afresh, because the previous possession, usus, is considered as cancelled. End footnote. 10. If they, the parties, join their hands on the disputed property when pleading, in court, in jure, the actual possessor shall retain provisional possession. But, when it is a case of personal freedom, the magistrate shall grant the right of claim, vindicia, provisionally to the party asserting the person's freedom. 11. If he find that another has used his timber, tignum, in building a house or in supporting vines, a person shall not dislodge from the framework the timber fixed in buildings or in vineyard, but he shall have the right of action for double damages against him who has been convicted of fixing such timber. Footnote: apparently tignum, as timber in English, covers material for construction, includes every kind of material used in buildings and in vineyards. End footnote. 12. Whenever the vines have been pruned, until fruit shall have been gathered therefrom, the owner shall not recover the timber. Table 7. Real property. 1. Ownership within a strip of 5 feet along a boundary shall not be acquired by long usage. Use a capio. Footnote: this strip is reserved as a path between any two estates belonging to different owners. Both owners can walk on the whole space, but neither owner can claim possession of the strip through continued usage. End footnote. 2. The way round each outer wall of a building shall be 2 1/2 feet. 3. If they, the parties, disagree, boundaries shall be marked by 3 arbitrators. Arbiter. Footnote: in view of the ancient tradition that the decemvirs sent to Athens a committee to study the laws written by Solon, circa 639 B.C. to circa 559 B.C., for the Athenians, it may not be out of place to record what Gaius reports about marking boundaries. We must remember in an action for marking boundaries, actio finium regundorum, that we must not overlook the old provision which was written in a manner after the pattern of the law which at Athens Solon is said to have given. For there it is thus: if any man erect a rough wall alongside another man's estate, he must not overstep the boundary. If he build a massive wall, he must leave 1 foot to spare. A building 2 feet. If he dig a trench or a hole, he must leave a space equal or about equal in breadth to depth. If a well 6 feet, an olive tree or a fig tree he must plant 9 feet from the other man's property, and any other trees 5 feet. While there is no evidence whatever that any enactment of the 12 tables reproduced in any form the terms of the Athenian statute here quoted, still the 12 tables may have contained some such provisions. End footnote. 4. Enclosures, inherited plots, cottages. Footnote: what were these conditions we know not. All that we have from this item are these words, which are quoted as examples of how words change their meanings and which are assigned to the 12 tables. End footnote. 5. The width of a road extends to 8 feet on a straight stretch, but it extends to 16 feet on a bend. 6. Neighboring persons shall mend the roadway. If they keep it not laid with stones, one shall drive one's beast vehicles across the land where one shall wish. 7. If rainwater do damage, through artificial diversion from its natural channels, the offending owner shall be restrained by an arbitrator. Arbiter. 8. If a water course directed through a public place shall do damage to a private person, to the same private person shall be the right to bring an action, actio, that damage shall be repaired for the owner. 9. Branches of a tree may be lopped all around to a height of 15 feet. Footnote: some scholars suppose that only branches over 15 feet above ground are meant. In any case, the idea is that shade from the tree may not damage a neighboring estate. End footnote. If a tree on a neighbor's farm be bent crooked by the wind and lean over one's farm, one can take legal action, agere, for removal of that tree, or at least of the offending part of it. 10. The owner of a tree may gather its fruit which falls upon another's farm. Table 8. Torts or delicts. 1. If any person had sung or had composed a song which caused slander or insult to another person, he should be clubbed to death. Footnote: we know that this item was interpreted to include prose as well as verse. Slander and libel are not distinguished from each other in Roman law. The severity of the penalty indicates that the Romans viewed offense not as a private delict, but as a breach of the public peace. End footnote. 2. A person who has sung an evil spell. Footnote. Apparently an incantation against a person, for the 9th statute in this table treats such practice against property. End footnote. 3. If a person has broken another's limb, membrum, unless he make agreement for compensation with him, there shall be retaliation in kind. Talio. Footnote. The penalty points to an incurable maim or break, because the next statute seems to provide for injuries which can be mended. The injured person or his next of kin may maim or break limb for limb. Compare the Mosaic lex talionis recorded in Leviticus 24, 17 through 21. End footnote. 4. If a person has broken or has bruised a bone with hand club, he shall undergo a penalty of 300 azes if to an injured freeman, or of 150 azes if to an injured slave. 5. If a person shall have done simple harm, injuria, to another, penalty shall be 25 azes. 6. If a person shall have caused loss. Footnote. Most scholars connect this fragment with damage to property and conjecture that the rest of it must have been concerned with compensation for accidental damage. End footnote. 7. If a quadruped shall be said to have caused damage, pauperies, legal action, actio, shall be sanctioned either for the surrender of the thing which made the damage, or for the offer of assessment for the damage. Footnote. That is, the animal which committed the damage may be surrendered to the aggrieved person. End footnote. 8. If a person pasture his cattle on a neighbor's land, he shall be liable to a legal action. Footnote. From the context, we can reconstruct the sense of this statute. End footnote. 9. He who has enchanted crops. Footnote. Not apparently into one's own fields, but to destroy these where these were. End footnote. Nor should he decoy another's corn. Footnote. Apparently into one's own fields by means of magical incantation. End footnote. 10. For pasturing on, or for cutting secretly by night another's crops acquired by tillage, shall be in the case of an adult hanging in death, by sacrifice to Ceres. A person under the age of puberty, under 15 years of age, shall either be scourged at the discretion of the magistrate, or make composition by paying double damages for the harm done. Footnote. Ceres, properly the goddess of creation, occasionally by extension the goddess of marriage, usually the goddess of agriculture, especially the goddess of cultivation of grain and of growth of fruits in general. Ceres is represented commonly as a matronly woman, always clad in full attire of flowing draperies, crowned either with a simple riband or with ears of grain, holding in her hand sometimes a poppy, sometimes a scepter, sometimes a sickle, sometimes a sheaf of grain, sometimes a torch, sometimes a basket full of fruits or of flowers, seated or standing in a chariot drawn by dragons or by horses. End footnote. 11. Who shall have destroyed by burning a building or a stack of corn set alongside a house is ordered to be bound, scourged, burned to death, provided that knowingly and consciously he shall have committed this. But if this be by accident, that is, by negligence, either he is ordered to repair the damage, or if he be too poor to be competent for such punishment, he shall be chastised more lightly. 12. Any person who shall have felled wrongfully, injuria, other persons' trees, shall pay 25 azes for every tree. 13. If theft has been done by night, if owner has killed him, the thief, he, the thief, shall be held killed lawfully. Jure. 14. It is forbidden that a thief be killed by day, unless he, the thief, defend himself with a weapon, even though he, the thief, shall have come with a weapon, unless he, the thief, shall use that weapon and shall resist, you shall not kill him. And even if he, the thief, resist, you shall shout, that some persons may hear and assemble. Footnote. That is, the slayer must call aloud, lest he be considered a murderer trying to hide his own act. Our sources leave it uncertain whether the law forbids that a thief be killed by day unless he defend himself with a weapon, or the law permits that a thief be killed if he so defend himself. End footnote. 15. In the case of all other thieves caught in the act, it is ordained that freemen be scourged and be adjudged as bondsmen to the person against whom the theft has been committed, provided that they had done this by day and had not defended themselves with a weapon. That slaves caught in the act of theft be whipped with scourges and be thrown from the rock. Footnote. A southern spur of the Capitoline Hill, which overlooks the Forum, and named after Tarpeia, a legendary traitress who, tempted by golden ornaments of besieging Sabines, opened to them the gate of the citadel of which her father was a governor during the regal period. As they entered, the enemy by their shields crushed her to death. Tarpeia was buried on the Capitoline Hill, whereupon stood the citadel, and her memory was preserved by the name of the Tarpeian rock, Rupes Tarpeia, whence certain classes of condemned criminals in later times were thrown to their death. End footnote. That boys below the age of puberty, under 15 years old, be flogged at the magistrate's discretion, and that damage done by them be repaired. 16. Thefts which have been discovered through use of platter and loincloth shall be punished just as if the culprits had been caught in the act. For cases of stolen goods discovered, furtum conceptum, by other means than by platter and loincloth, or introduced, furtum oblatum, the penalty is triple damages. Footnote. Our sources tell us that a person who searched for stolen property on the premises of another searched alone and naked, lest he be deemed later to have brought concealed in his clothing any article which he might pretend then to have found in the house, save for a loincloth and a platter, on the latter of which he probably placed the stolen articles when found. We hear also that a man could institute a search in normal dress, but only in the presence of witnesses. If in the latter case stolen goods were discovered, the thief on conviction was condemned to pay thrice their value for furtum conceptum, detected theft. But in either case, if the accused householder could prove that a person other than himself for any reason had placed the stolen articles in his house, he could obtain from that person on conviction damages of thrice their value for furtum oblatum, planted theft. Search by platter and loincloth, lanx et licium, became obsolete. Search with witnesses present survived. End footnote. 17. If a person plead on case of theft in which the thief shall not be caught in the act, the thief shall compound for the loss by paying double damages. Footnote. The ancient commentators take this statute to mean double in kind, not in value. For example, 2 cows surrendered for 1 cow stolen. End footnote. 18. A stolen thing is debarred from prescription, usa capio. Footnote. That is, neither a thief nor a receiver of stolen goods, whether acquired through purchase or by other method, can acquire title to property in stolen goods through long possession of such. End footnote. 19. No person shall practice usury at a rate of more than 1/12. If he do, a usurer shall be condemned for quadruple damages. Footnote. The uncia, whence our ounce is the unit of division as of the as, and is used also as 1/12 of anything. 1/12 of the principal paid yearly as interest equals 8 1/3%. End footnote. 20. In a suit concerning an article deposited with a person who has failed to return the article, legal action actio for double damages is granted. 21. If guardians, tutor et curator, be suspected of maladministration, there is the right to accuse them on suspicion. The legal action actio against guardians, tutor, shall be for double damages. 22. If a patron, patronus, shall have defrauded a client, cliens, he shall be forfeited solemnly. Sacer. Footnote. This originally is a religious penalty whereby the person is sacrificed, but sacer comes to mean a person disgraced and outlawed and deprived of his property. End footnote. 23. Whoever shall have allowed himself to be called as a witness, or shall have been a scales bearer, libra pens, if he has as a witness pronounced not his testimony, he shall be dishonored and incapable of giving evidence, intestabilis. Footnote. At a sale, mancipicium or mancipatio, the buyer in the presence of 5 adult citizens had his money weighed by another adult citizen who held scales for this purpose. The practice obtained originally ere the introduction of coinage. End footnote. 24. The penalty for false testimonies is that any person who has been convicted of speaking false witness shall be precipitated from the Tarpeian rock. 25. If a weapon has sped from one's hand rather than if the wielder has hurled it, he shall atone for the accidental deed by providing the substitution of a ram as a peace offering to prevent blood revenge. 26. For administering a noxious drug. 27. No person shall hold nocturnal meetings in the city. 28. Members of guilds have the power to make for themselves any binding rule which they may wish, provided that they violate nothing in accordance with public law. Publica lex. Table 9. Public law. 1. Laws of personal exemption, privilegium, shall not be proposed. Footnote. That is, enactments referring to a single citizen, whether or not in his favor. End footnote. 2. Laws concerning the person, caput, of a citizen shall not be passed except by the greatest assembly, maximus comitatus, and through those whom they, the consuls, have placed upon the registers of the citizenry. Footnote. Caput includes also privileges of citizenship. Civitas. The greatest assembly, commonly known as the Comitia Centuriata, was an assembly which comprised all citizens. To this assembly, a citizen convicted in court on a capital charge had the right of appeal, jus provocationis, at least as early as the passage of the Lex Valeria in 509 B.C., for Cyril claims that the pontifical, as well as the augural books, state that the right of appeal from the regal sentences had been recognized. This statute is quoted by Cicero, who inserts censores, censors, as the subject of the last verb, locusint, have placed, but the last clause must have been modernized either by Cicero or in his source, because the promulgation of the 12 tables in 449 B.C. antedated the creation of the censorship, which cannot be traced higher than 443 B.C., if we can believe Livy's account of its institution. Before that time the consuls superintended the lists of citizens. End footnote. 3. A judge, judex, or an arbitrator, arbiter, legally, jure, appointed, who has been convicted of receiving money for declaring a decision, shall be punished capitally, capite. 4. Provisions pertaining to the investigators of murder, quaestor parricidi, appointed to have charge over capital cases. 5. Whoever shall have incited a public enemy, hostis, or whoever shall have delivered a citizen civis to a public enemy, shall be punished capitally, capite. 6. It is forbidden to put to death unconvicted any one whomsoever. Table 10. Sacred Law. 1. A dead person shall not be buried or burned in the city. Footnote. The first provision doubtlessly descends from a primitive tribal taboo. Cicero supposes that the second provision is due to danger from fire. End footnote. 2. More than this shall not be done. The funeral pyre, rogum, shall not be smoothed with the axe. Footnote. In view of the simplicity enjoined in some of the following statutes of this table, for the decemvirs apparently took a dim view of extravagant funerals. This statute seems to mean that a rough-hewn pyre without elaborate smoothness of its wooden material suffices for the cremation couch of a citizen. End footnote. 3. Expenses of a funeral shall be limited to 3 mourners wearing veils, and 1 mourner wearing small purple tunic and 10 flute players. 4. Women shall not tear their cheeks, or have a lessus, sorrowful outcry, on account of the funeral. Footnote. Cicero says that some older interpreters suspected that some kind of mourning garment was meant by lessus, but that he inclines to the interpretation that it signifies a sort of sorrowful wailing. End footnote. 5. The bones of a dead person shall not be collected that one may make a funeral afterward. Footnote. This provision is aimed at the common custom of prolonging mourning by gathering and preserving unburied some part of the corpse. When this part, os resectum, later had been buried, then only mourning ceased. It is possible that some Romans may have thought that cremation might be wrong, or that its ceremony was inadequate. End footnote. An exception is for death in battle or on foreign soil. Footnote. That is, in such a case, a limb could be carried to Rome and then buried. End footnote. 6. Anointing by slaves in every kind of drinking bout is abolished. There shall be no costly sprinkling, no myrrh-spiced drink, no long garlands, no incense boxes. 7. Whoever wins a crown, corona, himself, footnote, that is, a garland, or a chaplet, or a wreath as a prize of achievement, end footnote, or through his chattel, footnote, a chattel, for example, is a slave, or a horse who wins a wreath for the owner, end footnote, or by his valor, a crown is bestowed on him. When he is burned or buried, on him who has won it, and on his father, it shall be laid with impunity. Sine fraude. 8. This also shall not be done to make more than one funeral, and to spread more than one bier for one person. 9. Gold shall not be added to a corpse, but him whose teeth shall have been fastened with gold, if a person shall bury or shall burn him with that gold, it shall be with impunity. Sine fraude. 10. It is forbidden for a new pyre, rogum, or a burning mound, bustum, to be erected nearer than 60 feet to another person's buildings without the owner's consent. Footnote. Cicero says that this statute seems to suggest fear of disastrous fire. End footnote. 11. It is forbidden for a vestibule of a sepulchre, forum, and a burning mound, bustum, to be acquired by usucapion. Footnote. In the burning mound also ashes were buried. End footnote. Table 11. Supplementary laws. 1. Intermarriage, connubium, between plebeians and patricians shall not occur. Footnote. This statute proved so unpopular that it soon was repealed by the Lex Connulia in 445 B.C. End footnote. 2. Regulations concerning intercalation. 3. Declaration concerning days deemed favorable for official legal action. Dies agendae. Table 12. Supplementary laws. 1. There shall lie a levy of distress, pignoris capio, against a person who has bought an animal for sacrifice and pays not the price. Likewise against a person who makes not payment for that yoke beast which any one has lent for this purpose, that therefrom he may raise money to spend on a sacred banquet, sacrifice. Footnote. This process of taking a pledge is the seizure and the detention of a debtor's property or part thereof, to induce the debtor to pay the debt before any other legal action will be taken. It will be noticed that the 2 instances given in this statute concern sacred law, with which, by anticipation, the 4th statute of this table likewise is concerned. Modern scholars place these 2 provisions among the supplementary laws, despite the temptation to set these among the statutes of Table 10, of which all but one item come from Cicero's discussion of sacred law, in the concluding portion of which Cicero seems to speak with some finality that he has given all the regulations regarding religion found in the 12 Tables. Moreover, these 2 rules come from Gaius, who flourished more than 2 centuries after Cicero. But if every supplementary law resembling the subject matter of Tables 1 through 10 should be advanced to the appropriate position forward, few would be the statutes left in Tables 11 and 12. It is merely coincidental that some of the statutes among the supplementary laws should concern topics already treated, for from the Romans we must not remove the faculty of aftersight. End footnote. 2. If a slave shall have committed theft or shall have done damage with his master's knowledge, the action for damages, actio noxalis, is in the slave's name. Arising from delicts committed by children and by slaves of a household, actions for damages, actio noxalis, shall be appointed, that the father or the master can be allowed either to undergo assessment of the suit, litis aestimatio, or to deliver the delinquent for punishment. Footnote. Some scholars seek to place this provision in Table 8 where it seems properly to belong, despite its traditional position here. This dislocation, coupled with that of the preceding provision, well illustrates how hopeless is our reconstruction of the order of the regulations of the 12 Tables. End footnote. 3. If a person has taken a thing by false claim, footnote, that is, apparently, if a person with or without fraudulent intent had held and claimed as his a thing which a judicial court now decided belonged to another party, end footnote, if he should wish, the magistrate shall grant 3 arbitrators, arbiter, by their adverse arbitration, arbitrarium. The defendant shall compound for loss caused by paying double damages from enjoyment of the article. Footnote. Retention of the article is deemed to have brought the defendant some profit. Therefore he must pay double this profit. End footnote. 4. It is forbidden to dedicate for consecrated use, in sacrum, anything of which there is a controversy about its ownership. Otherwise a penalty of double the amount involved shall be suffered. 5. Whatsoever last the people have ordained, this shall be binding and valid, jus retumque. Footnote. That is, the most recent law repeals all previous laws which are inconsistent with it. End footnote. Unplaced fragments. There are extant about a dozen fragments of whose place in the 12 Tables we are ignorant. In nearly every instance, these fragments consist of only one word or phrase, which later Latin antiquarians have preserved to illustrate an ancient spelling, or to explain an archaic usage, or to point a definition. The longest fragment only is worth reproduction for the present purpose. To appeal from any judgment, iniquium and sentence, poena, is allowed. Footnote. Cicero says that many laws in the 12 Tables exhibit this rule. End footnote. End of the 12 Tables. Prefaced, arranged, translated, annotated by P.R. Coleman Norton. Read by Philip Gould.
The Cost of Living in the 12th Century by Dana C. Munro. Reprinted from Proceedings, American Philosophical Society, Volume 1, 1911. Read April the 20th, 1911. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honour of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. As yet, it is impossible to make any statement of the average cost of living in the 12th century in any country of Europe. Much material is accessible in the pipe rolls and similar accounts, in the charters and other legal documents, of which so many thousands have been preserved, but no one has attempted a careful statistical study for this period. Thorold Rogers began his work on the prices in England with the year 1259. Korschmann collected some items for Germany during the years 1190 to 1225. Lamprecht gathered some data on prices for France in the 11th century, and there are some other partial statements. Whether it will be possible to make an accurate estimate can only be ascertained after minute and extended examination of the accessible material. But it is possible to gather some examples which are illuminating. In 1181, the former mistress of Henry II and the mother of Geoffrey was receiving an annual pension of 20 marks, or £13 6 and 8. In the same year, the Archbishop of Norway, who was then visiting in England, was allowed by the king 10 shillings a day for the expenses of himself and suite. The same amount was allowed in 1180 to the Abbot of Glastonbury. Evidently 10 shillings a day was considered sufficient for the expenses of a high church official and his attendants. Probably the pension of 20 marks, or a little over 8 a day, was sufficient for the expenses of a lady and her servant. This is rendered more probable by the fact that Richard the Lionheart, when he hired vessels for his crusade, had to pay only 2d a day to sailors and 4d a day to the captains. In 1201, the French ambassadors made a treaty with Venice, by which the latter agreed to carry the Crusaders across the sea and furnish them with provisions for a year on the payments of 2 marks for each man and 4 marks for each horse. Footnote: De Vailly estimates a mark as equivalent to 52 francs at the present day. That is, 2 marks would be equivalent roughly to 104 francs, or $20. Of course, this is entirely misleading, as it would be impossible to furnish transportation and food for a year for $20 per individual. End footnote. The prices current at the time throw some light upon the above. In Lincolnshire in 1181, a goose cost a penny, a sheep 4d, an ox 3 shillings, a farm horse 5 shillings. A pig 1 shilling, scarlet cloth 6 and 8d an ell, fine green cloth 3 shillings, grey 1 shilling and 8d, blankets 3 shillings an ell. Thus, if Geoffrey's mother had expended her pension in buying livestock, she could have bought 25 horses, 25 oxen, 25 pigs, 25 sheep, and 100 geese. Or, if she had preferred, she could have bought 50 yards of scarlet cloth, say enough for 4 or 5 dresses in the fashion of the day. The difference in cost between the necessities and the luxuries is very noticeable. While it is impossible to state the exact cost of living, it is certain that this cost was increasing rapidly for the upper classes and probably for the middle classes. The rise was due to a variety of causes, and it would be easy to make out a long list, including war, famine, and pestilence, but 2 appear to have been especially important. First, there was a change in the standard of living. Acquaintance with the East through the Crusades led to a desire for the luxuries which were produced at Constantinople and in Asia. Before the first expeditions to the Holy Land, spices had been used only to a slight extent in the west of Europe. At the capture of Caesarea in 1101, the Genoese received over 16,000 pounds of pepper as a portion of their booty. This, and other spices, soon came into general use and were imported into Western Europe in great quantities. The references in the literature of the day point conclusively to the widespread use of spices and their great popularity. The costly fabrics of the East were also in great demand, and the heroines of the poems are frequently described as clad in the stuffs made in Constantinople or farther eastward. No lady was considered well dressed by the poet unless she had garments imported from the East. Oriental rugs became so fashionable that a manufactory for them was established in Paris. Glassware, sugar, dyestuffs, and other Oriental products were coveted, and secured as far as possible. Life as a whole became more luxurious. In Germany, 4 meals a day supplanted the 3 of an earlier period, and the ideal hero was a mighty trencherman. According to the pseudo-Turpin, Charles the Great ate, quote, a whole quarter of a lamb, 2 fowls, a goose, or a large portion of pork, a peacock, a crane, or a whole hare, end quote, at a meal. Luxury in dress, at least among the middle classes, was not confined wholly to the Oriental products. Fashion began its despotic sway for Germany and other parts of Western Europe in the 12th century, and those who could not afford the Byzantine stuffs might in their domestic weaves imitate the prevailing styles of long trains and full sleeves almost sweeping the ground. Shoes for both men and women changed in style almost every year. Sometimes the toes were long and pointed, extending up toward the knees, at other times short and broad. Other items of extravagance might be mentioned, such as the enormous headdresses, wigs, and other false hair, but enough has been indicated. Another great source of expenditure was building. The monarchs spent large sums on their castles and residence halls, and the nobles and citizens followed their lead. Palaces, cathedrals, fortresses, country houses, town halls, hospitals, and other edifices were going up in all the leading centres. The cost of building was greatly increased by the general substitution of stone for wood, and by the frequent use of lead for the roofs. Great quantities of this metal were exported from England to various places in France, and even to other parts of Europe. The second cause of the rise in the cost of living was the increase in the amount of money available. Western Europe was just changing from natural to Geldwirtschaft. The author of the Dialogus de Scaccario, who wrote about the beginning of the last quarter of the 12th century, says that he had been told of the former custom by which all payments to the treasury were made in kind, and that he had seen a man who had witnessed the bringing in of the provisions from the various parts of the country. In fact, in the reign of Henry I of England, the sheriffs obtained their receipts for so many fowls, eggs, ducks, hogs, oxen, etc., or so much beer, wool, corn, or other grain. But this practice had not wholly gone out under Henry II, in spite of the statement of the author of the Dialogus. In the Pipe Roll of 1181-82, for instance, there is the record of the payment by Cheshire of 40 cows in addition to their money dues. On the whole, however, all through Western Europe, payments in money were superseding payments in kind, and this was due mainly to the increase in the amount of the circulating medium. Large numbers of coins were brought home from the East. In the Scandinavian lands, it is said that more than 25,000 Arabic coins have been dug up in recent times. In the literature of the 12th century, Arabian gold is very frequently referred to, and is contrasted with the lighter-coloured gold of the West. At the capture of Caesarea in 1101, when the pepper was obtained, the Genoese secured over 400,000 solidi of Poitou, and they received only 1/3 of the booty. The Crusaders were always keen for gold. Whenever they won a victory, they sought anxiously for the precious metals. Frequently they cut open the bodies of the slain enemies, because they believed the latter had swallowed their coins. Sometimes they made great heaps of the bodies and burned them in order to obtain the gold which had been secreted. Many similar facts might be cited which would illustrate the enrichment of the West by the coins brought in from the East. Far more important, probably, was the coinage and use of the precious metals which had previously been hoarded, especially in ornaments and works of art. Until about the close of the 11th century, there had been comparatively little occasion for a large stock of ready money, but when the Crusaders made their preparations for their long expeditions, they needed large sums of money, both for their equipment and for their journey. Even the participants in the so-called Peasants' Crusade took enough money with them to pay all the expenses for several months, when they marched under the leadership of Walter the Penniless and Peter the Hermit. Because of the demand for coins, the mints of the West were very active in the 12th century. Under Henry I of England, 94 minters were busy. In 1125, all the 94 were called up for punishment on the ground that they had debased the coinage, and each one had his right hand struck off. Under Henry II, there was a great amount of coining, of which the details may be followed in the Pipe Rolls as far as they are accessible. In addition, instruments of credit came into use, especially bills of exchange, which greatly increased the amount of capital. The Templars in their house at Paris received deposits and gave orders upon their house in Jerusalem. In doing this, they were probably imitating the example of the Jews, who had long used such papers. And we find the example of the Templars or of the Jews imitated by others, so that, for instance, by 1188, bills of exchange had become very common in Hamburg. The extravagance of the age is well depicted in the literature. The knightly hero is always lavish in his gifts and entertainments, as well as in his attire. Sumptuous banquets, where the boards literally groaned under the weight of the dishes, were the fashion. Large stone castles were built and richly adorned, and in these the number of attendants increased greatly. The armour became more costly. The legal expenses, from which the nobles were never free, mounted up. But the main source of outgo was the necessity of keeping up the style of living demanded by the fashion of the day. Consequently, the knight had to spend much more, and the minstrels sang only of those who were generous. Even the fathers and mothers, in their advice, urged their sons to give freely and never to be niggardly. There were great opportunities to acquire wealth. One of the men who improved his chances to the best advantage was Suger. He was of peasant stock and was educated at the monastery of Saint-Denis, where he became intimate with the prince who later was known as Louis VI of France. The intimacy always continued, and after the death of Louis VI, Suger, who was then abbot of Saint-Denis, acted as regent of France during the absence of Louis VII on the Crusade. During the time of the king's expedition, Suger paid all the expenses of the kingdom of France out of his own fortune. He had previously restored and beautified the church of Saint-Denis at his own expense, and he still had enough wealth so that in the last year of his life he planned to equip and finance a crusade wholly from his own money. Suger was able to acquire this enormous fortune because of his great ability and because he understood the economic conditions of the time. The average noble had no genius for acquiring wealth, and his feudal income, which was fixed mainly by custom, appears to have been stationary or even declining. With the establishment of better order and the increase of the royal power, the nobles had lost both their opportunity to plunder and the right of private coinage, which greatly lessened their income. One feature of the Pipe Roll for 1181 to 1182 is very significant in this connection. About 300 debtors to the king were listed from various parts of England, most of whom had disappeared or were destitute of means, so that these debts could not be collected. Apparently most of the individuals came from the lesser nobility. The only resource for men of this class was to borrow at usury. The usurers formed one of the two classes of wrongdoers against whom the preaching of the 12th century was especially directed. They were evidently very numerous, and they preyed chiefly upon the nobles. The merchants and the peasants seldom had to resort to the usurers. There were many Christians engaged in this business, but more Jews, and the latter were to suffer severely as the result of the economic conditions. The rate of interest in England, when the security was good, was twopence on the pound each week, compounded once in 6 weeks, or about 52% a year. Much more was demanded when the security was not good. Consequently, if a knight borrowed £40, a sum frequently in excess of the annual income of a knight, and was unable to pay the interest, in a year he would owe £60 and 16 shillings. In 2 years, over £92. In 3 years, over £140. In 5 years, over £324, and the interest then would be over £3 a week. Probably the ill feeling against the Jews was due very largely to the anger of the borrowers who found themselves hopelessly involved in debt. There is a very decided change in the attitude toward the Jews in the 12th century, and it is significant that the preparations for the Crusades, when ready money was especially needed, were so frequently accompanied by a persecution of the Jews. For instance, in 1096, in 1147, in 1189. Their great wealth is shown by the fact that the Jews of England contributed £60,000 towards the crusade of Henry II, and all others only £70,000. There is no estimate of the number who contributed this £60,000, but there had been a great increase since the beginning of the reign of Henry II. At that time, all Jews who died in England had to be buried in the cemetery near London. At the end of Henry II's reign, almost every great town had a Jewish cemetery in the suburbs. The peasants, both in town and country, gained in prosperity during the 12th century. The agricultural labourers profited by the opening of more markets for their products. They were sometimes able to hire the demesne land, and even to rent the mill or the whole manor, because the lord of the manor was in need of ready money. In France, many villeneuves were established which offered special privileges in order to attract tenants. Suger's example in emancipating his serfs was followed more and more frequently by the kings and by the lords. In England, many individuals escaped to the towns, and if they were able to remain there unmolested for a year and a day, they were free from all possibility of pursuit. The merchants in the towns profited most. The Lombard cities of Italy gained great wealth by the carrying both of crusaders and of wares. The trade extended widely in Western Europe. Fairs were established where the commodities of the whole known world were offered for sale by the merchants from the various countries, who travelled about from place to place. The increase in the dues which the lords received from these fairs bears witness to their prosperity and to the enlarged trade of which they were the scene. Gross states that the guild merchant first appeared in England about 1100, and that the craft society first appeared on the continent, as in England, early in the 12th century. If we connect these statements with Ashley's dictum, quote, "Trade, as an independent occupation, grew up first in the service of luxury," end quote, the importance of the change in the standard of living will be apparent. The establishment of uniform weights and measures, and the universality of certain standards of money, such as the Cologne mark, the Venetian ducat, or the bezant, also indicate the rapid advance in commerce. The fabliaux, or laughable stories told in verse, the especial literature of the merchant class, began about the middle of the 12th century. In these tales, class consciousness is very evident. They ridiculed the knights and the clergy, while always depicting the latter as wealthy. Some of these fabliaux, which were written for the merchants of the 12th century, sound curiously modern, as if they might have been told in the 19th century in our own Western states. They are frequently irreverent and show an independence of thought which is very noteworthy in this early period. Their attitude toward women is entirely at variance with that of the courtly literature of the age. In fact, the merchants were thinking for themselves, and were no longer willing to be subservient to the nobility and the clergy. They were rapidly becoming important political factors, and were winning recognition from the monarchs. They were vying in comfort and luxury with the nobles, and frequently ineffective sumptuary laws were enacted to restrict these nouveaux riches. As yet, too little attention has been paid to this change in the standard of living and its effects. In this paper, an attempt has been made to set forth only a few of the facts, merely to indicate the nature and importance of the problem. Every one of the subjects here discussed is susceptible of elaboration, and needs to be worked out in detail for each country of Western Europe and each period in the 12th century. The material is voluminous. As indicated above, the legal documents should be utilized for the definite statements which they contain, and the literature of the age should be laid under contribution for its information as to the character, customs, and points of view of the various classes. The chronicles, unfortunately, will furnish comparatively little, because they generally give only the unusual events. Statements about prices drawn from them are frequently of little value, because the figures are given on account of their extreme highness or lowness. This field, as a whole, offers a good opportunity for many monographs, and such work is essential before we can understand the economic history of the century which was most important in the advance of Western Europe. End of The Cost of Living in the 12th Century by Dana C. Munro. Read by Ruth Golding.
A Dozen at a Blow by Joseph Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A little tailor was sitting cross-legged at his bench, and was stitching away as busy as could be, when a woman came up the street calling out, "Homemade jam! Homemade jam!" So the tailor called out to her, "Come here, my good woman, and give me 1/4 pound." And when she had poured it out for him, he spread it on some bread and butter, and laid it aside for his lunch. But in the summer-time, the flies commenced to collect around the bread and jam. When the tailor noticed this, he raised his leather strap and brought it down upon the crowd of flies, and killed 12 of them straightway. He was mighty proud of that, so he made himself a shoulder sash, on which he stitched the letters, "A dozen at one blow." When he looked down upon this, he thought to himself, "A man who could do such things ought not to stay at home. He ought to go out to conquer the world." So he put into his wallet the cream cheese that he had bought that day, and a favourite blackbird that used to hop about his shop, and went out to seek his fortune. He hadn't gone far when he met a giant, and went up to him and said, "Well, comrade, how goes it with you?" "Comrade," sneered the giant, "a pretty comrade you would make for me." "Look at this," said the tailor, pointing to his sash. And when the giant read, "A dozen at a blow," he thought to himself, "This little fellow is no fool of a fighter, if what he says is true. But let's test him." So the giant said to the tailor, If what you've got there is true, we may well be comrades. But let's see if you can do what I can do." And he bent down in the road and took up a large stone and pressed it with his hand till it all crushed up and water commenced to pour out from it. "Can you do that?" said the giant. The tailor also bent down in the road, but took out from his wallet the piece of cheese and pretended to pick it up. When he took it in his hand, he pressed and pressed till the cream poured forth from it. The giant said, "Well, you can do that fairly well. Let's see if you can throw." He took another stone and threw it till it went right across the river by which they were standing. So the little tailor took his blackbird in his hand and pretended to throw it, and of course, when it felt itself in the air, it flew away and disappeared. The giant said, "That wasn't a bad throw. You may as well come home and stop with us giants, and we'll do great things together." As they went along, the giant said, "We want some twigs for our night fires. You may as well help me carry some home." And he pointed to a tree that had fallen by the wayside and said, "Help me carry that, will you?" So the tailor said, "Why, certainly," and went to the top of the tree and said, "I'll carry these branches, which are the heavier. You carry the trunk, which has no branches." And when the giant got the trunk on his shoulders, the tailor seated himself on one of the branches and let the giant carry him along. After a time the giant got tired and said, "Oh, there, wait a minute. I'm going to drop the tree and rest a while." So the tailor jumped down and caught the tree around the branches again and said, "Well, you are easily tired." At last they got to the giant's castle, and there the giant spoke to his brothers and told them what a brave and powerful fellow this little tailor was. They spoke together and determined to get rid of him, lest he might do them some harm. But they determined to kill him in the night, because he was so strong and might kill 12 of them at a blow. But the tailor saw them whispering together, and guessing that something was wrong, went out into the yard and got a big bladder which he filled with blood, and put it in the bed which the giants pointed out to him. Then he crept under it, and during the night they brought their big clubs and hit the bed over and over again till the blood spurted out into their faces. Then they thought the tailor was dead and went back to sleep. But in the morning there was a tailor as large as life, and they were so surprised to see him that they asked him if he had not felt anything during the night. "Oh, I don't know. There seemed to be plenty of fleas in that bed," said the tailor. "I do not think I would care to sleep there again." And with that he took his leave of the giant and went on his way. After a time he came to the king's court and fell asleep under a tree, and some of the courtiers passing by saw written upon his sash 12 at one blow. They went and told the king, who said, "Why, he's just the man for us. He will be able to destroy the wild boar and the unicorn that are ravaging our kingdom. Bring him to us." So they woke up the little tailor and brought him to the king, who said to him, "There is a wild boar ravaging our kingdom. You are so powerful that you will easily be able to capture it." "What shall I get if I do?" asked the little tailor. "Well, I have promised to give my daughter's hand and have the kingdom to the man who can do it, and other things." "What other things?" said the little tailor. "Oh, it will be time to learn that when you have got the boar." Then the little tailor went out to the wood where the boar was last seen, and when he came near him he ran away, and ran away, and ran away, till at last he came to a little chapel in the wood into which he ran, and the boar at his heels. He climbed up to a high window and got outside the chapel, and then rushed around to the door and closed and locked it. Then he went back to the king and said to him, "I have your wild boar for you in the chapel in the woods. Send some of your men to kill him, or do what you like with him." "How did you manage to get him there?" said the king. "Oh, I caught him by the bristles and threw him in there, as I thought you wanted to have him safe and sound. What's the next thing I must do?" "Well," said the king, "there's a unicorn in this country killing everyone that he meets." "I do not want him slain. I want him caught and brought to me." So the little tailor said, "Give me a rope and a hatchet, and I will see what I can do." So he went with the rope and hatchet to the wood where the unicorn had been seen, and when he came towards it, he dodged it, and he dodged it, till at last he dodged it behind a big tree, till the unicorn, in trying to pierce, ran his horn into the tree, where it stuck fast. Then the little tailor came forth and tied the rope around the unicorn's neck and dug out the horn with his hatchet and dragged the unicorn to the king. "What's the next thing?" said the little tailor. "Well, there is only one thing more. There are 2 giants who are destroying everybody they meet. Get rid of them, and my daughter and the half of my kingdom shall be yours." Then the little tailor went to seek the giants and found them sleeping under some trees in the woods. He filled his box with stones, climbed up a tree overlooking the giants, and when he had hidden himself in the branches, he threw a stone at the chest of one of the giants, who woke up and said to his brother giant, "What are you doing there?" And the other giant woke up and said, "I have done nothing." "Well, don't do it again," said the other giant, and laid down to sleep again. Then the tailor threw a stone at the other giant, and hit him a whack on the chin. That giant rose up and said to his fellow giant, "What do you do that for?" "Do what?" "Hit me on the chin." "I didn't." "You did." "I didn't." "You did." "Well, take that for not doing it." And with that, the other giant hit him a rousing blow on the head. With that, they commenced fighting and tore up the trees and hit one another till at last one of them was killed, and the other was so badly injured that the tailor had no difficulty in killing him with his hatchet. Then he went back to the king and said, "I have got rid of your giants for you. Send your men and bury them in the forest. They tore up the trees and tried to kill me with them, but I was too much for them. Now for the princess." Well, the king had nothing more to say, and gave him his daughter in marriage and half the kingdom to rule. But shortly after they were married, the princess heard the tailor saying in his sleep, "Fix that button better. Baste that side, gore. Don't drop your stitches like that." And then she knew she had married a tailor, and she went to her father weeping bitterly and complained. "Well, my dear," he said, "I promised, and he certainly showed himself a great hero. But I will try and get rid of him for you. Tonight I will send into your bedroom a number of soldiers that shall slay him, even if he can kill 12 at a blow." So that night the little tailor noticed there was something wrong, and heard the soldiers moving about near the bedroom. So he pretended to fall asleep, and called out in his sleep, "I have killed 12 at a blow. I have slain 2 giants. I have caught a wild boar by his bristles, and captured a unicorn alive. Show me the man that I need fear." And when the soldiers heard that, they said to the princess that the job was too much for them, and went away. And the princess thought better of it, and was proud of her little hero, and they lived happily ever afterwards. End of 12 at a Blow by Joseph Jacobs.
"3 minutes to 12. Author unknown. This is a LibriVox recording, read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a cold December night some 20 years ago, when the earth was bound in a black frost and the bitter wind blew strong and shrewdly, I was returning home from spending the evening at a friend's house, situated some 3 or 4 miles out of town. The sky was so black, the country lanes were so dark, that I was truly thankful when the scattered lights of an outlying suburb began to twinkle in the distance, and it was with a sigh of relief that I stopped under the first lamp-post I came to and looked at my watch. It was no easy task, for the lamp glass had a pane broken, and the strong wind blew the gas in all directions and almost extinguished it. I read the time at last, 3 minutes to 12, and, looking up from my watch face, I started to see a man standing close opposite me. I had heard nothing of his approach. We looked at each other but a moment, yet it was time sufficient to imprint his features indelibly on my memory. A tall, shabby man, in a threadbare black frock coat, and a seedy tall hat, his face lantern-jawed and sallow, his eyes sunken and lustreless, his beard long and ill-trimmed. In a tone of elaborate civility, he asked me the time, thanked me for my answer, and giving me a good night, passed into the black darkness which seemed to engulf him like a grave. I turned for a moment to think of his lonely walk in that grim obscurity, and resumed my homeward way, laughing at myself for the start he had given me, and reflecting that the strong wind had blown away the sound of his approach. I thought of him as I sat and smoked my pipe over my fire, and felt a comfortable shudder steal upon me as I imagined him facing the bitter blast in his insufficient clothing. In the course of a week or two the incident, trifling enough, heaven knows, faded from my memory, and I thought no more of it. In those days I was actively engaged in the timber trade, and the course of my business took me a good deal about the country, and brought me largely in contact with the agents of the different noblemen and country gentlemen of the district. With one of these agents who resided near the country town of L, I had numerous transactions, and I often used to run down to L to meet him, for the town was only 15 miles away and was on a line of railway. It was a dull little hole enough that only warmed up into life when the militia were out or the assizes were on. One night I returned from L, having just made a large purchase from my friend the agent, whose master, a sporting nobleman, was reduced to cut down the family timber. When I fell asleep that night, I had a very simple but vivid dream. I thought I was standing on a lofty hill. By my side stood a veiled figure, who, with a commanding gesture, motioned me towards the town of L, which lay in the far distance. Then I awoke. Of course I explained the thing to myself easily enough. I had been a good deal engaged in the neighborhood of the place, and had a large venture more or less remotely connected with it. Still the dream was so vivid that I could not dismiss it from my thoughts during the whole of the day, and when I went to bed at night, I wondered if it would again visit me. It did come, precisely the same dream, in precisely the same manner. Once more I found a convincing explanation. Doubtless I had been thinking too much about the first dream, and this had given rise to the second. But my explanation did not convince me in the least. Again I was haunted by the thing throughout the day, and when I came home at night my preoccupation was so evident that it attracted the attention of my wife. She questioned me upon the cause, and only too thankful to unbosom myself of what was now almost a trouble, I told her about the dream and its repetition. She had the tact not to laugh at me, but was evidently little impressed by the narrative. The third night it came again, if anything, more vividly and startling than before. This time I was utterly unhinged. The pale face that fronted me in the looking-glass was hardly recognizable for my own. I went down to breakfast, filled with a foreboding of some misfortune. Bad news in my letters? I knew not what. The maid entered with the letter-bag. "There," said my wife, passing me a letter on which was the L postmark. "That breaks your dream, John." I opened it hurriedly. It was from the agent requesting me to meet him at L that day at 1 o'clock to arrange a difficulty that had arisen in the performance of his contract. I was intensely relieved. Here was an opportunity to go to L, and perhaps the very fact of going would put me right. There were 2 fast trains to L in the morning, but I decided to go by the first regardless of the fact that I should have some hours to wait. So I found myself shortly in the first-class compartment, speeding away towards my destination. The carriage was full. Pipes exhausted their fragrance, newspapers were turned and flattened, and there was that leisurely kind of morning conversation that prevails among men going off by an early train to their day's work. I soon discovered that I had fallen amongst a party of barristers, and their chief topic was a peculiarly interesting case, which was to be finished today at the L Assizes. "He must sum up against the prisoner," said a gentleman with a fat, florid face and long, sandy whiskers, who wore a light overcoat and a shepherd's plaid trousers. "The defense was a complete failure, and deserved to be." "It was certainly rather audacious," returned a clean-shaven young man with a double eyeglass, who sat opposite me. "But I don't like circumstantial evidence." "All evidence is more or less circumstantial," answered he of the florid complexion, "and this man is as clearly guilty to my mind as if there had been a dozen witnesses to stand by and see him do the deed." "That's my opinion, Hayward." And the oracle disappeared behind its newspaper. Feeling glad to discover any topic that would divert my thoughts from their gloomy forebodings, I addressed myself to Hayward, the young barrister, with whom I had a slight acquaintance. "You seem much interested in this trial that is going on," I said. "May I ask if you're engaged upon it?" "No," he answered, "but it is a curious case. A man, a clerk dismissed from his employment, is accused of murdering the cashier of the firm. The evidence against him is clearly circumstantial, but the defense broke down at the most critical point, and the case certainly looks very black for the prisoner." The train was now slacking speed, and there was a general rising. I rose too. "Are you going to get out here?" said Mr. Hayward, opening the door as we glided into the station. "Have you come down so early on business?" Yes," I said, wishing to goodness I knew what the immediate business was. "Nothing very urgent, though," I added, half to myself, as I got out. "If you have time to spare, you had better turn in and hear the end of the trial," said Hayward. "The court will be crowded with ladies, no doubt, but I can smuggle you into a corner." Not knowing what to do with myself for the next 2 hours, I accepted the offer with gratitude. I was soon seated in an obscure corner of a dingy, ill-lighted, ill-ventilated courthouse, which would have been ill-smelling, too, had it not been for the scent wafted from the numerous ladies who were present. One of these, a buxom female obstruction who ought to have known better, was just in front of me and blocked my view with an enormous bonnet. I could not see the prisoner, or his counsel, or even the clock over his head, at which people kept looking eagerly as the hour fixed for the recommencement of the trial approached. At last there was a stir and bustle, caused by persons invisible to me. Then a call for silence, and after a few preliminaries, the summing up commenced. I listened the more intently because I could see nothing. The clear, cold, telling sentences cut deep into my consciousness. How distinct and convincing it all was! How all those minute facts, the mute testimony of footmarks and the like, arranged and distributed by that powerful intellect, grouped themselves into the damning proof of guilt. I cared nothing for the prisoner, had no personal interest in the trial, but my mind was wonderfully fascinated by this tale of horror. At length the weighty tone ceased, and a murmur of relief and expectation ran round the assembly. At this moment the woman with the huge bonnet shifted her seat, and I obtained a full view of the prisoner. I started involuntarily. Where had I seen that face before? The jury returned after a short absence. The verdict was guilty, accompanied with a recommendation to mercy. Again the judge's solemn tones sounded through the court. Again they ceased. There was dead silence. I sprang to my feet as if impelled to do so by some unseen power, and looked steadily at the prisoner. His face was averted from me for the moment, but the looks of the people showed that he was about to speak. Slowly he turned round and, in a voice whose deep, earnest tones could be heard all over the assembly, he said, "There lives but one man who can prove me innocent. And there he stands." With white face and outstretched arm, he pointed at me. I gazed at him with a sudden flash of recognition. It was the man I had seen under the lamp, and by strange coincidence, at this moment the court clock struck 12. The plea that had been set up by the defense was an alibi. But there was a space of some 2 hours that could not be accounted for, and the theory of the prosecution was that the crime had been committed during that time. My evidence supplied the missing link, for the place in which I had seen the man was so far distant from the scene of the murder that it was impossible for him to have been anywhere near it at the time of its commission. And the dream? Only a coincidence, you will say, perhaps, or a fit of indigestion, or my timber contract. Nevertheless, as I have told you, so it happened. Explain it away who can. End of 3 minutes to 12. Author unknown. Read by Jennifer Dallman.
The 12 Months, a story for children, translated from the French by E. Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording read in honor of the 12th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 12 Months. Once upon a time there was a widow with whom lived 2 girls. One of these, Helen, was her own daughter. The other, Mariette, was her stepdaughter, the child of her husband and his first wife. The woman adored Helen, but hated Mariette, because she was so much more beautiful than her half-sister. The poor child, who did not know how pretty she was, could not understand why the mere sight of her seemed to put her stepmother into a passion. She was set to do all the work of the house. She it was who prepared the meals, washed the dishes and the clothes, sewed and spun, while lazy Helen spent her whole time in dressing herself up and lolling about at her ease. Mariette took all this rough treatment, even the blows often rained upon her by the cruel woman and her daughter, very meekly and patiently. But her gentleness did not soften the stepmother's hard heart. One day in January, Helen had a sudden whim. "Go into the woods," she said to her sister, "and gather a bunch of violets for me to fasten into my belt." "My dear sister," said Mariette, "what has put such an idea in your head? You know quite well that no violets are to be found under the snow." "Stupid girl!" stormed Helen. "Do you dare to answer back when I give you an order? Be off this instant, and if you return without the violets, you shall be treated to a good beating." Then Mariette's stepmother took her by the shoulders, pushed her out into the street, and shut the door upon her. Crying bitterly, the girl went to the woods, where for a long time she wandered about, tormented by hunger and perished with cold. She even prayed that she might die, and so be released from her misery. All at once she saw, high up in the distance, a flickering light. Going towards it, she reached the top of a mountain where a great fire was burning. Around the fire stood 12 blocks of stone, and on each block sat a man. 3 of the men were very young and beautiful, and 3 who sat next to them were not quite so young. The 3 next were old, and the hair and beards of the remaining 3 were perfectly white. All were silently gazing into the fire. These 12 men were the 12 months of the year. Old January, who had a very venerable appearance, presided over the assembly, holding a scepter in his hand. At sight of these silent figures, Mariette, full of fear, stood still. Her voice trembled as she murmured, "Oh, your pity, good sirs! Let me warm myself at your fire. I am frozen." Dignified old January bowed his head, which was his way of saying, "Yes." "What brings you here, my child?" he asked. "I have come looking for violets." "But this is not the right time of year for them. Don't you know that they are never to be found under the snow?" "I know it. And yet if I do not find any, my mother and sister will beat me terribly. Oh, please do tell me where I may find some." Old January rose from his seat and handed his scepter to the youngest of the 12 men. "Up, March," he said. "Take my place." March obeyed. Seating himself on the highest stone, he held out his scepter over the fire. In a moment the flames leaped up, the snow began to melt, the trees to bud, the grass to grow. And there, under the bushes, were the sweet little violets. "Make haste and gather them, my dear," said March, and Mariette gathered a beautiful bunch. Then, after thanking the 12 men, she went home. Scarcely had she quitted the spot when January, taking back his scepter, caused the flames to sink down. Again snow covered the mountain, and a bleak wind whistled beneath the darkening sky. The stepmother was very much astonished to see Mariette returning with the violets. She called Helen, who, by way of thanks, said only, "Where did you get them?" "On top of the mountain," replied the other girl, "where I saw a great many." The next day, Helen, sitting comfortably by the fireside, said that she longed for strawberries, and ordered her sister to fetch some. As before, the widow turned MaryAnn out of doors, threatening her with dire punishment if she did not immediately obey. The girl went as quickly as possible to the mountain top, where she saw again the 12 men sitting in silence around their fire. "What, here again, little one?" said old January kindly. "And what do you want now?" "Strawberries. If I go home without them, I shall be dreadfully beaten." January rose, went to the man whose seat faced his own, and gave the scepter into his hands. "Up, June," he said. "Take my place." June seated himself on the tallest stone. When he held the scepter over the fire, the flames leapt up even higher than when March had ruled them. The snow vanished in a moment. Trees in full foliage adorned the green fields. Flowers of all kinds studded the grass, and on every side was heard the sweet singing of birds. It was summer. At the foot of a tree some fine strawberries were ripening in the sunshine. MaryAnn joyfully filled her basket, which her stepmother had thrust into her hands when she turned her out, and after thanking her kind friends, went home. As before, January immediately resumed his scepter and his seat, and sent the icy wind careening over the country. The widow and her daughter could scarcely believe their eyes when MaryAnn brought in the strawberries. They ate all of them without giving her one. On the following day, Helen told her sister to go fetch some apples from the woods. "But I should not find them in midwinter," said the girl. "It is impossible." "Impossible, is it?" sneered Helen. "We shall see about that, and if you return with empty hands, we will beat you to death." Terrified, MaryAnn fled to the mountain top. The 12 men saw her when she was still at some distance from them. "Yet again, my poor child?" cried January. "How is this?" "Oh, sir," sobbed MaryAnn, "my sister and stepmother will kill me unless I can find some apples." "Up, September, and take my place," said good January. September seated himself on the tallest stone and held the scepter over the fire. The flames jumped up a little higher, the snow began to melt, but the trees, though they had a few leaves, were losing them one by one as they fell and strewed the ground. In the midst of a meadow stood a grand apple tree laden with fruit. MaryAnn ran to it joyously and shook it. A beautiful rosy apple fell at her feet. She picked it up eagerly and again shook the tree. A second apple fell. As she stooped to take it, September called out to her, "Make haste and return, my child. It is late, and you might lose your way." MaryAnn thanked him prettily, then ran back to the house as quickly as her feet could carry her. The stepmother and sister were astonished. Those 2 fine apples made their mouths water. Helen snatched one from her sister. "Where did you get them?" she asked in a rough tone. "Up yonder on the mountain, where there are a great many," replied MaryAnn. "Then why did you not bring me more? You have eaten the others by the way, you greedy creature." And the wicked girl gave her sister 2 resounding slaps. MaryAnn, crying, took refuge in the kitchen, while the others enjoyed the apples. "I shall go to the mountain today," said Helen the next morning. "It will amuse me to gather the apples, and I will bring back a lot." Her mother tried in vain to dissuade her. The obstinate spoiled child would have her own way. She put on a fur cloak, drew the hood over her head, and set off for the mountain. The snow was so deep that no trace of a path could be seen. Helen lost herself, but after wandering about for a long time, she saw at length a light and went towards it. This light, of course, came from the fire around which sat the 12 months. Helen, rather fearful at first, soon recovered herself, and without troubling to ask permission, calmly walked up to the fire and began to warm her hands. "What are you doing here?" inquired January. "What is that to you, old idiot?" said rude Helen. "Mind your own business." She left the fire and went in search of the apple tree. Old January said nothing. He only frowned and shook his long beard, and as soon as he did that, the sky grew darker. Lower and lower sank the fire. The flames died down, leaving only a few red coals. The snow began to fall in huge flakes, and an icy, howling blast swept across the mountain. Helen, in the darkness, and blinded by the snow, again lost her way. She wandered miserably to and fro until, overcome by fatigue, she sank on the ground. Then, in spite of her fur cloak, her limbs were soon benumbed, and during that cold night she was frozen to death. Her mother, finding that she did not return, became terribly anxious. Thinking that Helen might be lingering to eat the apples, she put on her outdoor garments and went in search of her. When the woman came near to the mountain, she called loudly. There was no reply. She then attempted to climb the hill, but the wind and snow were too much for her, and in a few moments she fainted and fell. Thus she too was killed by the cold. Mariette, left alone in the house, made ready a meal, put everything in order, and then sat down to her spinning wheel. When night came and the widow and her daughter were still absent, good little Mariette felt very anxious, and remained all night at the window, hoping every moment to see them return. The next day some woodcutters came to the house, bearing 2 frozen corpses which they had found in the woods. The tender-hearted girl wept when she thought of the sad end of these 2 who had caused her so much suffering. She was now sole mistress of the house, and there she lived until by and by her good sense and beauty won for her the heart and hand of a good man, who made her life a very happy one. This ends the 12 months, translated from the French by E. Dyke, read for you by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2017.